beautiful day, the sun beat down. I had the radio on, I was driving. Trees flew by, me and Del were singing. Little runaway, I was flying. Yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me. Working on a mystery, going wherever it leads. Running down a dream. Whoa, whoa, yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me. Running down a dream. Oh, yeah, running down a dream.
5 races down, 5 more to go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the NR Cup Series live on the Icebergs channel for the first time this season. My name's Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR, alongside me with Jarrett Lumberg. Jarrett, we know this is the first time your viewers may be seeing this, but the first 5 races have been exciting. We're heading to Talladega, where everything can go ahead and change.
Well, and this right now, we've seen it, is the wild card. We've seen guys dominate so far with consistency. We've seen 5 different winners so far from every type of track. Now we're going to see just who gets cast aside when it comes to the championship, coming into races, and who is the real contender from this point forward. This is the wild card.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see nonetheless. And a lot of things we have to point out is the fact that the consistency isn't really there, I want to say, when it comes down to the drivers winning. But there is the consistency out of one driver. We're going to talk about him right away. Daniel Mosteller. He's driving the 9. He is the thumbnail we have to talk about because he hasn't won 1 race this season, but A, he's your championship leader. B, he has not finished outside the top 10. And C, if he finishes well tonight and the drivers 2nd, 3rd, and 4th do not, oh boy, it's going to be tough to catch him.
Well, yeah, he's already 26 points up. He's finished in the top 10 every race this season, 4 top 5s, and he's only led 21 laps in this. He's just that consistent when everybody else gets swept up into different problems.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see. Now, if this is your first time coming in, let's talk about the point system because we're 5 races left in this season. It's all consistency. Yes, if you win, you get the most points. If you don't, you better go ahead and make sure you rack up as much as you can. You have to keep an eye on a bunch of factors here tonight. No playoffs, no winning, you're in. How you finish tonight at Talladega could be the difference from winning a championship come Chicagoland as race number 10 or finishing 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. We've had a lot of drama all season, from the drop of the green flag at Daytona to even the drop of the checkered flag at Charlotte. 1 caution, probably should have been 2, and it shuffled the deck big time. Championship contenders got swept under the rug, and a lot of guys are looking at Talladega as their last-ditch effort to take the fight to the top spot. Now, let's talk about the drivers that have won this season that definitely need to have a good run. Braden Movick, right off the bat, not what he wanted at Charlotte, needs to finish well at Dega.
Yeah, he's 3rd in points, which should be good. About 60 points is how much you can make up in 1 race. He is 33 back already, over half a race back. So even though he has the consistency, even though by what I count, he's led the 2nd most laps this year, 256, he needs this run to be good. He needs to outrun the 9 over anyone else.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see nonetheless. Let's talk about a driver that has already won on a super speedway, Andrew Cootie. After Daytona, it got nasty in the chat. Drama from here to other social media sites. We came to Atlanta. It was still the talk of the town. Lap 5 was involved in another situation, took out championship contenders, but ever since then, the tide really turned for the driver number 24. Consistent at Darlington. Ran pretty well at the fairgrounds, and he kind of found his way back inside the top 10, and we started thinking, hey, he may have a shot if he does well at Talladega. Let's talk about the 24. Is this a must-win situation?
I think if he's going to win the championship, it is. He's right on that 60-point line. He's right there. If he gets a win tonight, he's right back in that championship fight. We have 9 drivers still in the championship fight. He can get himself back in tonight, or this could end his season.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see nonetheless, including when we go ahead and drop the green flag. But how about some more drivers that have gone to victory lane? Kevin Champagne won an e-ticket event. That's great, but he's part-time. He's heading into Talladega tonight with one opportunity. Winning second means nothing for his bit of a successful season. Spencer Burns, when he won at Atlanta, it was like light bulbs going off like, oh boy, this is going to be big. He's got the best shot at possibly winning a championship. Well, getting DQ twice doesn't really help that scenario. He does have an opportunity still, but nonetheless, I think he has to win one or two more races.
Oh, easily has to win one or two more races. And that's pretty much how it is for everyone going on down. Basically, from about 13th, 14th in points, you need to get some wins. You need some luck. And hey, Talladega's had bad luck for some people in the past, but it can offer good luck. So many people, both in NR and real life, have gotten their first wins at Talladega. So you can expect anyone in the 43-car field to be in contention in this race.
Let's talk about drivers we haven't talked about all season. These are the drivers that have done okay at Atlanta as an intermediate. Kind of was there at Darlington. Charlotte could have been there if they got a couple more yellows. These are the drivers that I still believe are consistently well drivers that can get top 15s, top 20s, and even in the top 10s, but nonetheless, one win this season, it'll be a success to them. Let's talk about Gary Owen. Nobody expected him to be a championship contender. He got in it with Frank at Darlington. It went to Twitter. We had some interesting replies. Nonetheless, he comes back the next week, and he's once again up there up front with speed. How about Joey Stone? He's another one, consistent all the way up there with speed. And those are two drivers we know have what it takes to win here at Talladega, including with this new setup.
They do, and they have really good strategies too. Sometimes they'll stay up the whole race. They'll be like Dale Jr. up there, wanting to race at the front every lap. Other times, they go to the back, trying to avoid the accidents. There are accidents. That's going to be the key, I think, to winning this race is, can you pick the right strategy? Because sometimes we've seen this race can be a wreck fest. It's Talladega. We all kind of expect it to be that way. But you've had events before where we've had over 100 laps caution-free. This is a strong field. These are good drivers who know what's at stake. You cannot win this race on lap one, but you can certainly lose it, and they all know that.
And I'm looking at the chat right now. Everyone's saying, oh, Talladega? Uh-oh. You know, how does this go? So let's go over the events that we've had where we've gone over 100 laps. Garage Guys 499. Tan Hearts in the chat. Garage Guys Chase. Everyone's saying, hey, I expect half the field gone by lap 90. We got to lap 112 and we got our first caution. And it was a great race. We had drivers passing all over the place. We had drivers making moves inside, outside, shuffling. They probably should have wrecked by lap 10. But at the same time, how about the Southern 500? No caution until about round lap 90, lap 100. The Homestead event with the Ford 400. No cost until well over lap 150. But then you swing it back. Daytona, it was beautiful. Over 1,000 watching live. Lap 5, Dylan Basin decided to push too hard, ended TCB's race right away. And that's what's great about Talladega. You really don't know what can happen. But it's on this channel. Let's go over some rules just for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. There is no yellow line rule, except if you wreck a driver underneath it, you can get disqualified. That comes down to the drivers, or should I say, the people in the tower overseeing the race. Another thing you want to go ahead and point out, it's the big thing right here. No stages. We dropped that green flag. The only reason you should not see the checkered flag as the next flag to wave is there is an incident on track throwing the yellow. That's where things get wild because we have seen multiple times, including on these super speedways, fuel being the question of concern. And you look at it right now, what's the fuel looking like?
Well, the fuel range is looking about 36 to 40 laps, which might not seem too important, again, with it being Talladega, but if they go green, that's a 5-stop race that they can go off of. You look at pit speed, 55. They're going to have to go from over 200 miles an hour down to 55 from turn 4 to the start of pit road. Tires, they don't really matter as much. It's the fuel, it's the speed on pit road. You can go a lap or two down early, lose the draft, or if the field's spread out, lose any draft by speeding on pit road. It can ruin your night, ruin your race, ruin everything having to do with how you could win this race. So all of this is going to compound and be important. The yellow line rule, you talked about it. We don't need to worry about the safety of the drivers. They're going to be fine in that respect. They know that if you cause a wreck, you're done. You have to understand you are not owed a spot on track when you go out of bounds. That is your decision. That's the risk you have to be willing to take. We saw people do it at Daytona successfully. We saw them also fail with it. So all of that together is going to add to the chaos that this night will bring.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see. You know what the best part of Countdown to Green, you know what that is? Let's get to the picks. If this is your first time watching NR9 NR Cup Series, including on the Iceberg's channel, we have 5 picks. We got the underdog, then the Fast Four, and the last pick is a driver that we think was going to go to victory lane. Jarrett, who do you have?
Well, you mentioned him earlier. He's raced well before, and usually he's sort of a mid-pack guy. You don't see him competing for wins. You might see him early on have a little bit of speed, but then fall back. I'm going to go with one of the garage guys. Dale Earnhardt is my underdog today. I think that 81 car will be strong, just like in his event.
I'm going to call it. We get a first-time winner. We've already seen 5 races with 5 different winners. I'm going to go way early and say we could see a new A championship leader. I'm going to go this early and say that. I know that's very hard to say. Or B, we see a driver that gets very close, just knocking on the door of that 9. We'll get to that later. I just want to go ahead and put that out there because tonight is the night of the underdogs. Listen, this driver has never won a race in NR Night in America. He's never won a Cup Series race. Matter of fact, how close did he get? 3 and 4. Sun is shining. He has what it takes, and William Schmidt says, hold my beer. I'm going to run around the outside and take the win from him. That changes tonight. I think Jacob Wilkerson has an amazing shot at going to victory lane. The STP 43 Petty Blue finds its way top of the board.
He does always run up front when it comes to these super speedways. He's always in the mix. We saw him with Daytona in the mix, so I think that's a good pick to start with. But going to the Fast Four, you know, we talk about the chaos of all of this, but when you look back to Daytona, same car, same kind of drafting package, and you look at the guys up front, they're all guys who have, for the most part, been in the top 10 in points this year. We mentioned him earlier. I think your Daytona 500 champion for the NR Cup Series, Andrew Cootie, is going to be up front again, led a ton of laps. I think he'll be strong again.
Every driver just got mad at you. I want to point that out. Every single driver, everyone that possibly watched Daytona, except for the 24. And I hate to say this, you can't be wrong here because somehow, some way, he's always up there. Non-stop up there in the super speedways. He's got a big shot at going to victory. That's tough. But you know what? I'm starting to see a theme here, and I'm going to stick with this theme the rest of my picks. It's underdog night. I say we do not see the rest of the drivers that have won consistently up front tonight. I'm telling you, Dega always produces first-time winners or drivers that don't win often. So with that being said, you need to have one thing tonight to go to victory lane. A, you need to have your head on a swivel. B, you need to have 4 tires. And C, you got to make friends. And there's not one team in this field besides PBR that has more friends than anyone else. Give me the Todd in the Fast Four. I'm telling you, I walked in there, seeing what they're saying. They're already talking about tandem drafting. They're already talking about working together. Why? Because they know you only win this race if you lead your lap 188. You don't win at all 187 to 1. I'm telling you, the Todd's got a big shot. He's in my Fast Four.
Well, he was running up front at Daytona. He was involved in that last lap crash. He was one of the people involved in the catalyst of that wreck. So I think that he is another one, again, who'll be running up front. But when I look at the guys up top, it's still, again, the top finishers. All were top 5 guys in the points. And I know this is an easy pick to have as someone who would do well. But Demos, give me Demos. That 9 car has been the only one consistently up front every single week. Doesn't matter how he gets there, how it happens. He just ends up there. It might just be his year.
I don't know. I think things are going way too well. If you have almost a perfect season by not winning the first half, I'd be nervous for the second half because these drivers on the sim, nothing goes perfect. That's why we have consistency as well, because we know not everything's going to go perfect. And you know what? I'm going to continue this reign because there's still that one driver that, yes, he is a content creator. No one expected him to do anything this entire season. They said, oh, he's there for marketing. Oh, he's there to fill spots. I will be lapping him. How about not? Because Gary Owen has shown speed all year long, and Gary Owen will show speed here tonight. Give me that Target Chevrolet to find its way in the Fast Four.
I want to try and disagree with you at some point, but I can't because he has been consistently up there, smart with how he races, and no matter what strategy he takes, he always manages to get to the front. He's in the top 10. He's at the moment tied for the 6th spot in points, and it's because he's been smart so far. So I think that is a really good pick.
All right, this is where it's getting interesting. You know, we're down to the last couple before we go ahead and start qualifying.
Well, you mentioned this guy earlier. He needs a good run. He needs this run, especially ahead of Demos, to get the championship lead or at least get back in the ring with Demos. And for me, I got to go with Mavik on this one.
Oh, no.
That 42.
Oh, there's no way.
I don't know, man. I don't know
about that one.
I think he can. He has been strong. He was strong in the draft in February, and I think he's going to be again. He's going to have, I think he's going to have a fast car.
I don't know. I don't know about this one. This one's tough because Mavik's a driver that is known for getting in his own head. Except for at Darlington, he said this car sucks, this track sucks, and then he goes to victory lane. So
that's what I'm saying.
I think if he gets to Chicago, we could talk about Mavik a lot. I think we could talk about him winning it all. But at Talladega, I'm telling you, one driver hits him, he's going to be thinking about that for 50 laps straight.
But you just said there was that outlier. This is different now. I think it's different for him. I think he's going to be up front.
I think too much is at stake. I'm telling you, this is why I'm sticking with the underdogs. And you know what? There's 2 drivers that are 1-2 in points. Fun fact, none of them have won a race this season. Fun fact, I think this driver has not been talked about at all the entire season, and he has been quick, fast, up there. His sponsor's been loyal, getting TV time left and right, but it's not been the talk of the town. Why? He usually does well on short tracks and is kind of just there everywhere else. Tonight that changes. Give me Douglas Newbiggin, because I'm telling you, if the 9 hits the fence, if the 9 hits the wall, the 7's going top of the board in the championship bid. And by the way, Bristol's in 2 weeks where he's won before. So if the 7 does well, which I very much think he will, he is going to be riding a wave heading to Thunder Valley.
Again, consistency wise, I like this. He is one of only 2 drivers to have 3 top 10s or more this year. My problem is he doesn't lead laps. He has 1 lap led this year.
You only need to lead 1 to go to victory lane here. You don't have to lead a single lap here to go ahead and get it done till that last one. We've seen things go down that last lap.
Yeah, but you have to be up front more often, and he ends up front at the end, so maybe he'll have that shot. But he has to lead more than just 1 lap. He has to prove that he is going to be somebody to challenge the 9 every week, including this one. I don't know yet. He's got to prove it to me.
We can see, but here's the best part. Who's going to victory lane?
This guy, and I know that you have this thing about not picking guys that lead tons of laps because things happen. But eventually it's got to break. We've seen this season, a season of things seeming to always happen, then breaking differently. So for me, I'm going to go with the guy who led a good portion of the Daytona 500 for us. Somebody who had the best car, best drafter, seemed completely counted out after a wreck and then came back. I'm going to go with Armstrong. That 20 car is strong. He's going to be strong. And he's right up there in that championship fight as well. He's 4th in the points.
I agree, but I disagree because I know Joe's going to do well tonight. You can't talk about super speedway racing without seeing Joseph Armstrong up front. It's just how it is. But at the same time, I've seen Joe lead so many races, and he said it himself. He will lead the most laps and still find a way to lose this thing. All the time, and that's my only disagreement with this. I think Joe's gonna do well. I see him actually getting an upswing tonight on the championship bid, but at the same time going to victory lane, that's tough. I would love to see Joe go to victory. I think it'll be a very popular win. I think it'll be really cool because we've seen drivers before lead the most laps and win an e-ticket event. Who did that? I just remembered Wyatt Tinsley, NWB 400, and he drove that 20 machine. I don't think it's a bad pick, but I'm gonna stick with that theme, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, listen, only the fans love this driver, and he's driving a car that you know only the fans will love. So without a doubt, he's won on the Super Series before. How many wins does he have on a short track? 0. How many wins does he have on intermediate? 0. Road courses, I don't think he's ever finished in the top 10. But at the same time, when you go to Dega, this driver just finds a way. He's won here before. He's led here before. He's won in photo finishes. And you need a driver to win a race tonight that knows how to get it done when it matters the most. I'm talking last lap off turn number 4. Give me Tyler Tinsley. He gets it done. It's going to be his one and only win this season. I will point that one out. But I'm telling you, listen, him, Todd, those drivers know how to get it done. They know when things are going to start becoming trouble. Tyler Tinsley, welcome to victory lane.
I would want to say yes, but I think that he's going to get caught up in something. He always seems to get caught up in something. Why is tonight different?
I'm telling you this right now. Listen, when it comes down to clutch moments, he finds a way through. We did a nationwide race at Daytona. He should have been junked. He should have not returned the rest of the night. He should have gotten hurt with how he got involved in an incident earlier. He comes back, he wins it. Talladega with the next gen. He's been in every scenario, 3x3, 4x4, stuck in the middle. They're spinning all over the place, and he somehow sneaks through. It's unbelievable how he finds his way through scenarios, and you need a driver to go to victory lane. And the only way they go to victory lane is finding their way out of bad situations. Tyler Tinsley's that driver.
All right, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll have to agree to disagree and find out in 188 laps.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Hey, listen, best part about it, we got cars on track, and it's time for you to see every single driver that's racing tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Driver Intros. Spencer Burns, final time into 3 and 4. King's gonna send it. No deuce for the woman. This is what it comes down to. The try spell's gonna end. It's victory for the 06. Spencer Burns gets it done in round 2 at Georgia. Make it Atlanta. Vila in Budweiser, victorious from Auto Club Speedway. Pushing, shoving to the outside. Drew Jua, first career win at Talladega. New Bigging going, wheel to wheel, that's back to 1 and 2. Cooties goes high, Stone goes high, Walker goes low. 2 up by 2, shuffling them out. And now Joey Stone's got to block every single lane. He looks to the middle. Mubik's gonna send him. Eberhardt goes around. Douglas New Bigging is gonna win it in a walk-off. Victorious from North Wilkesboro. Tango on the apron. It's gonna be a photo finish at the line. Greenwood. He's got to work that magic down to 11. To the rear end. Joe pumps the brakes. Mosteller is gonna move him. Bump and run. Through turn 11. Final time into turn 12. Daniel Mosteller with a walk-off from Sonoma. Brady back to the gas. Demos is gonna put him out of the way. Who's gonna get here first? Brady's gonna win at the Coliseum.
Double wide behind these 4, but DeAngelis pushes Armstrong ahead. Brower now getting a run. The 3 of Scott gets it to the top 5 are single file.
Up turn number 4, drag race. Rita, contact. It's all over. Blue Jimmy wins it at Homestead. Are you kidding me? What a finish. Oh my God. Shuts the door through 3 and 4. Who's gonna win it? Mosteller drives it in deep. Thurston's able to hold on to it, and he's gonna walk it off for the Music City. James Thurston victorious. Baker up 31 spots since the start of this race. Bargalo up 27, Schmidt up 26.
Now King moves his car up, trying to block the air.
And he's got to defend because that 06 saved the tires, and he's not going to stop himself at all from trying to get to victory lane. They're wrecking in the back, and the fuel's going to hold up. Contreras, victorious from Michigan. Jeffries finishes 3rd. Alex Anderson comes home 4th. That's going to do it. It's going to be a controversial win, but it's going to be a W. Joseph Armstrong, victorious from the Coliseum. Max Steinmeier trying to make it back. He will. He's going to win it at Talladega. Jordan Brand cha-ching from Alabama. Andrew Cooties, 24. Frank DeAngelo, 69. Andrew Cooties has just won the Daytona 500. Terrell Baker, through the grass, wins the 2011 Coca-Cola 600. Giles on the outside. Fluffy
finding his way to the lead. Let me rephrase that. Finding his way to the catbird seat to find his way then to the lead. We stay green, everyone on their feet. Abraham, Vila, David, Joyner. Joyner looking for his first win in our night in America. Inside lane did not get going. That's Lane Sanders. The drive off corner exit will now be the battle for the lead. Ford on Toyota. Hayes closing race pretty big. Swear chain looking to close the door. Schmaker to the bottom. Final time through 3 and 4. Kevin Champagne gets bumped out of the way. Justin Champagne victorious in the clash. Scott up into the outside wall, and it's the greatest comeback in NR history. Braden Mudnick is going to walk it off from Darlington Raceway. 1 to go from Kansas. 4 more corners to get his first win. Champagne dials it into a 19. Here he goes. They're side by side for the final time contact. They wreck. Gregory is going to win the Daytona 500. Are you kidding me? Make room, TCB, because there's a new driver with 2 e-ticket events. 1 in our night in America. It's the way of the 48. It's the way of the Chevrolet. Dodge is defeated as the bow ties go victorious down home in Indiana. Chad Thurquist victorious in the Brickyard 400. It's gonna be a drag race. Back to the start finish line. No, it's not. Contact. Schmidt gets turned. Zach Tondren victorious from Michigan. Are you kidding me? We are going to see a new winner for an e-ticket event. Anthony Burrows is going to win the Into the AM Southern 500 at Darlington. On turn 4 the final time. Parker White with the block. DeAngelis, he turned him! He turned him! And DeAngelis is going to win at Las Vegas! On turn number 4 for the final time, Tinsley blocks high. Demos has got to make a run to the short shoot for the final time. All bets are off. Tyler Tinsley, victorious from Daytona. Face up goes to 75. William Schmidt is going to win an e-ticket event. The underdogs rule in South Florida. Schmidt, SKS and Phoenix Racing get it done from Homestead Miami Speedway and win the Ford 400.
Wait, watch Dale. Watch the move. He goes down low.
He hesitated. He couldn't commit.
And then he goes back up. That's on Dale.
Oh, that's 110%.
He wasn't clear at all.
Top of the charts. Can't believe I'm saying this. Balderas in the Xfinity Ford. Tonight, will the glass slipper fit? We're about to find out. Dominguez on the outside. Vila all over him. Shamila stuck in neutral and dropping back. That's Dominguez out to the inside lane. He's going to hold that wheel to wheel. Brings the daylight to Vila on the far side. Through the tri-oval for the final time. Darian is gonna win at Talladega. A difference to the bottom. To the checkered flag. James, no! Scott got him. He got him at the last second. Nathan Scott, first career win at Michigan. Wall contact, there they go. That's glass around, down to the inside. They all shuffle about. One in the cross, that's Mason. Caution is gonna wave.
How did they all save that?
And just like that, we get ready to qualify. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the high banks at Talladega as we get ready to drop the green flag.
Qualifying underway. Wilkerson at the moment, the pole sitter over Movick. That's the front row. Here's Terrell Baker coming across in the 25. And up to second is Burrows, Gregory third. And we're seeing more come in. It's just really even up top right now.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see exactly how this all goes down as we get ready to go ahead and drop the green flag. But nonetheless, you look at it right now. Movick sitting fourth. You got Burns up there getting ready to shuffle it about. But Jacob Wilkerson and Burrows as your front two. It's a lot to look at right here because Burrows known for going to victory lane. Wilkerson not. Michael Gregory has won an e-ticket here before with this car track combo. He sits in the fast four, and Movick, he wins consistently. So you have two underdogs. You got two veterans already back inside the top four.
Well, and you got to remember, too, anyone who wins a pole, that pole award equals 1 bonus point on the season. So these championship guys are missing out on one. Burns is as well. He's going to be 7th.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this all goes down. Once again, you just talked about Spencer Burns being there in 7th. How about Dominguez up there in 10th? Brower back to 16th. Now, we do plan on having 43 drivers take the green flag, and some drivers are in different paint schemes tonight. A lot has changed throughout this entire season, but you also have to look at the opportunities for drivers to capture the flag, and all of a sudden their momentum changes for the rest of the season, because Bristol's going to be tough. Indy's going to be tough. I think a lot of these drivers kind of see this as their personal finale. Like, hey, you don't do well here, your season's done.
And just like that, Wilkerson, your pole sitter for Talladega. Burrows, Gregory, Movick, and Cootie, the top 5. Thurston, Burns, Newbigging, DeAngelis, and Dominguez, the top 10.
Well, this is your first time, or if this is your first time watching the NR Cup Series, we do have custom overlays on the left side of your screen with the fonts of the drivers that will go at it. Just an update as things go on. A driver named Balderas is supposed to be driver number 82. It will be the number 83 machine, but the overlay will say 82 on the left side of your screen. There was an issue with his paint, had to move to the 83. Not a big deal. Keep an eye on him as this race goes on. But let's look at these drivers that definitely have a shot at winning. We talked about Todd before, talked about Demos. William Schmidt, I'm surprised he has not been top 3 contender the entire season.
Well, I think it shows how really strong this field is so far, because he's been strong. He's been up front at different points. Like I said, tied with Gary Owens for 6th. So I'm just saying he's doing pretty well. It's a tough field to go against.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see. And drivers towards the back that really have a shot at getting it done. Blue Jimmy back there in 22nd. We haven't, or 26, should we say, we haven't talked about him at all. But I think a lot of these guys also have the strategy of, hey, let's sit in the back. Gary Owen, Tyler Tinsley, Baker as well. What happened last time Baker was up front at a super speedway? Lap 5, pack the bags, you're going home. Wasn't going to get it done. I think a lot of these guys decided to switch their idea of sitting up front versus sitting in the back.
Yeah, a lot of good drivers at Talladega, Daytona. They're in the back on this one. They're going to let the field thin out a little bit. Let those guys who aren't normally up front, they're going to let them try and crash it out, and then they pick up the remains from there. But you look in the pack right now. Mosteller 14th, a little towards the front, but still mid-pack. You look at Kevin Champagne, he's mid-pack. Vila, Greenwood, all these different drivers from front of the field, middle, back, all of them shuffled up right now.
What's great about NR Night in America drivers are the variety. Some are just your every other day dude. Goes to school, goes to college, goes to work, comes in and races at night, versus other guys that race in person. Some race at the National Fairgrounds Speedway this last weekend. Some race at other tracks, other short tracks around the United States. And when they all come together, there's one thing you have to point out. It gets electric. We're rolling from the high banks of the Talladega Superspeedway. In just a couple laps time, we're gonna drop the hammer to go 500 miles.
I cannot wait for this race. When we planned out the schedule, I immediately circled it. I wanted this one on this channel. Start out the season with Talladega on the Iceberg. I can't wait, and it's Talladega week, so there's a lot of hype built up with the drivers, with all of you at home I'm watching. So let's get this started.
Lot to unpack as we get ready to go ahead and drop the green flag from the high banks of Talladega Superspeedway. We're actually going to bring it back to us just for one moment as we get ready to check our specs before we go green just one more time. Want to say thank you to everyone that has tuned on in as we get ready to go green flag racing. Jacob Wilkerson's going to be a driver you definitely want to keep an eye out for as we get ready to rock and roll just one more time. Everything looks to be good on our end, and we're going to go ahead and get ready to go green. Drivers will be bringing it down pit road in just a moment to go ahead and check pit road speed as we go ahead and get ready to go green. I want to say thank you to Wendy's for joining us tonight as we get ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, we'll have to be going to Wendy's tomorrow after we finish this up. Late night tonight at Talladega, but definitely want to get some Wendy's.
It's the best racing you'll find on iRacing. It is the NR Cup Series as we get ready to rock and roll. Chevy Ford, road number 1. Toyota Chevy back to road number 2. Let's say those magical words. God speed drivers. You are go for throttle up. They'll come down pit road this time by. Next time by, we drop the hammer.
Just checking pit speeds down pit road. And, man, this is going to be fun.
Be a lot of fun indeed. I'm telling you, Jacob Wilkerson starting up front. As we get ready to roll, that pace car is going to bring us back to the start-finish line. 188 laps. So much can happen as we get ready to go green flag racing. I'm excited. Hopefully you're excited. This is your first time watching. Sit back, relax, because you're going to hear a whole lot of things go top, bottom, middle. It's going to be great. Let's go ahead and sound the siren just one more time. Wilkerson, Burrows, Gregory Cooney, fast 4. As we shuffle it out, Thurston to the outside. Some drivers have elected to start from the tail end. Why? They want to avoid what could be wild up front. Can't go to victory lane unless you have all 4 wheels on that machine.
And that might be the play to go with. I mean, these guys are amped up. They're ready to go. Someone might make a mistake up front, but if we go green for a while, you get stuck in the back, well, you just might go a lap down early. We've seen it before.
Yes, we have, and we could go ahead and see it again. Jacob Wilkerson, a shot at your first win. It's here. It's money time. It's show time as we get ready to go full saw for 500 miles. We're ready for this one. It's going to be a blast to see how this all goes down. And how about the drivers that have yet to find victory lane? An opportunity awaits as we get ready to drop the green flag. They roll their way through turns 3 and 4 as we get ready to go green just one more time. 5 races in. 5 races left to go. And the question is, who's going to have what it takes to go all the way to Chicagoland?
Second half starts from here. That first half might not mean anything if you have a good race tonight, or that good first half may not mean anything either.
Best part about it, lights off. We're getting ready to go green. 43 drivers strong from Sweet Home, Alabama. You want 4 wide racing? You want 3 wide racing? It's coming at you live as the crowd gets on their feet. Just one more time to say those magical words, to drop the hammer and light the fuse, because we're green from Talladega. Rolling down into 1 and 2. That's going to be Burrows on the outside lane, lined up with Thurston. It's Wilkerson downstairs with looks to be the 45 machine of Gregory. Everyone sticks with the 2x2 as they work full saw through 2 and 3.
Top side organized more, bottom a little spread out. Now 3 wide in the back. That's Daniel Mosteller with Kevin Champagne. 3 lines already down the back.
Stuck in the middle, that goes Dominguez. Stuck in the middle, that goes Tondra. Burrows on the outside with Thurston, needs help, not gonna get it. It's Wilkerson downstairs. It's Gregory downstairs. Andrew Cooney in the fast 4. He's out of the pocket, working his way through turn 4.
The 06 look to go with them. Can't. Now they go up high. Wilkerson blocks. He's gonna try and lead lap 1.
He goes top. He's gonna hold on to it. Daylight downstairs for Mikey G. Does he take it? He does not. Jacob Wilkerson brings the STP 43. Top of the board. They work their way back through 1 and 2.
Bottom line being led by Daniel Mosteller, but the front 5 getting away.
They're gonna go ahead and stick up there as it's still 3x3 behind. You got Contreras in the mix. You got the 9 of Mosteller bailing out. How about the 69 rolling his way forward? Frank D'Angelo's up to 12. Big shuffle and a stack up on that outside lane.
Small tandem in the middle. The 06 and 94 getting hooked up, leading that bottom to the front now.
It's still Burrows on the outside lane. It's Thurston on the outside lane. Spencer Burns, 1 goal, take the lead and don't look back. He just charges his way through the middle of 3 and 4. Ford Chevrolet dogfight. Back to the tri-oval one more time. It's Wilkerson on the top. It's Burns on the bottom. Wilkerson looks 2 for 2. He rolls back to the line. He's got it as they work their way back to 1.
25 in the wall a little bit. No damage. 43 in the lead. Down low, Burns trying to lead. A fabulous threesome down to the bottom to the lead as well.
It's 300 plus watching live. If you're just joining in, we say welcome. It's rush hour from the high banks of Talladega.
There we go.
Around goes David Joyner. Off the rear end there on Joseph Armstrong. Shuffling down to the inside. The caution will wave for the first time tonight.
That was quick.
We talked about possibly going 100 laps green. We went to Charlotte and we didn't get a caution for a while. I'm surprised that happened with Joe.
Well, I want to see if he just made a quick turn or if he got hooked by somebody, but it was very odd seeing him go down low like that.
No. Well, we'll get ready to try it again.
Yeah, we still got a shot at getting over 100 laps under green, 184 to go.
And that's the big thing, too, the shock value. Daytona, we said the same thing. Hey, last time we went to Daytona for an e-ticket event, a year prior to that, we went 70 laps green. Then all of a sudden, lap 5 had an issue. Joseph Armstrong, a veteran, contact with David Joyner. That's tough because Joyner's another driver that knows he has Dega circled. Hey, this is the best opportunity to get a win. If you win one race this season, that is a big success for so many drivers. The only thing is, you look at it right now, who's on the move? Let's look at the right side of your screen. Joe's down a lot. Watch look back under green, but TCB start what? Outside that top 30? Already inside the top 20. Let's go watch back to see what happened.
So you see him up on the top side, and I thought he was just going to stay in line. I'm wondering if maybe the air got to him, if he got hit by somebody, or if it was just a bad move.
I don't know. He just comes from that top. No, he didn't get hit by a single. He didn't want to run to the back end of Brower.
Yeah.
So he hooked it back to the inside. We talked about this quick update that they have with the next gen package. I want to say about 3 weeks ago. You push, you shove, you tandem. It's going to go ahead and work out in your favor. The only thing is these cars are getting very sensitive coming down off corner exit. So let's watch it again. Watch the 20 on the top of your screen. David Jordan on the bottom has no idea what's going on. Two Toyotas getting into it. I don't think Joe obviously did it on purpose. You could just see how the wheels, he turned back to the right. It was still coming down.
He had a huge run on that 12 car. And you get these in these cars. You get huge runs. So it's all a matter of that give and take early, and it was probably just bigger run than he thought he'd get. Wow, the 38 barely.
Yeah, Justin Champagne probably could have easily been involved in that one, but nonetheless, maybe a two-car incident brings out the yellow for the first time. You're Jacob Wilkerson, you're loving it. You're Andrew Cootie, you're on the front row as some drivers decide to work their way down pit road, top off. You know why? Because we will have green flag pit stops at some point. This entire season, how many times have we seen a race go green without a green flag pit stop? Only once we did not see it. That was at the fairgrounds, where everyone expected that to go ahead and be the case. You look at Atlanta, you look at Darlington, you look at Daytona. Now you're at Talladega. You can very much expect to see drivers come down to pit road.
Yeah, you really can expect to see that at this track, and it's odd to say that. It really is, but we've seen these guys, they start out early, have a little trouble, but we saw at Daytona, a similar thing. Lap 5, there was a caution, and then for most of the race, it was pretty clean. So still a lot of time, whether it's to get to the front, race clean, whatever it may be. So not an indicator just yet of what this race will be.
Well, we're starting to see conflicting strategies, at least early on. Some came in, some stayed out. Thornquist went to the back. New Bigging went to the back, and we're looking to get the one to go, possibly this time by. I don't know if they want to go ahead and throw it out. We're going to go lights off to see exactly what's the deal here, but we saw drivers down on pit road, so we will go ahead and give the one to go next time by. Joey Stone, these drivers topping off. David Joyner got hit pretty hard. He's still in this race. Why? These next gens are built like tanks on iRacing.
Yeah, and that is a saving grace for a lot of these drivers. You can get caught up in someone else's mess, and while you don't have that fast repair, you at least have the ability to repair.
Well, we'll get ready to try it again. The Chevrolets are back on the front row. And how about this? Classic racetrack, classic racing. Andrew Cootie, the number 24. Jacob Wilkerson, the number 43. Iconic numbers on the front row. Brower, a driver that really just wants to find victory lane. Same with Dominguez. He's there at 3rd and 4th. Barbagala filling in for Max Swearigan. He's up to 5th. Justin Champagne, a horrendous season. We're going to go ahead and throw it to the wind. Opportunity to change that up in the second half. Indeed he is. He's on the bottom. Problem is, he's got internet issues. He continues to blink.
Yeah, sitting 25th in points. If he doesn't fix that up, he might sink even further down in the standings.
Well, we're going to go ahead and get ready to try it again. The one to go is out, and we're going to get ready to rock and roll. Working lap 6 out of 188. This is the NR Cup Series as we get ready to try it again. Dominguez back to third on the inside. Brower inside the fast four. Matt Deason has never been to victory lane. He's got the 07, working the outside lane. Inside the Elite 8, how about Tyler Tinsley? Inside the Elite 8, he's down on the inside. Thirdquist, Tondra, Burrows, Glass, Valderas, Frank DeAngelis knowing it's early as we get ready to get back under green flag conditions.
Interesting scheme there by Tinsley in that 75. It'll be definitely have a lot of fans wanting to get to the front in that one.
Gonna be a lot of fun as we get ready to try it again. Lane Sanders, another one that's been to victory lane. TCB only made it 5 laps at Daytona. He's up to lap 6. He's looking for victory lane. Last time with the Talladega, he was one of the drivers that went to victory lane.
Well, Talladega is about a lot of small victories. Get away from that wreck. Make it past lap 5. And you know what? He got a small victory. He's past lap 5 tonight.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see some guys working up front very often. You know, still lap 6, haven't hit double digits yet. Drivers, some of them blinking up front. You got to worry about that. But at the same time, you don't have a fast repair. You wreck, you're done, pack the bags. We'll see you in 2 weeks at Bristol.
A lot of these guys we don't see every week unless we're lapping them. This is their shot to show the world that they can race with the best of the best in the NR Cup Series. So I expect to see the aggression just pick up from here.
Gonna be a lot of fun to see how this goes down. Lights off on the top, Wilkerson downstairs, Andrew Cootie on the outside lane as we get ready to rock and roll just one more time. Everyone files in 2 by 2 as the pace car works at the bottom of the track. We're getting ready to go back full saw from Talladega, Alabama. Does Cootie sweep the super speedways? Does Wilkerson find victory lane? Grab a gear one more time as we get ready to go back underway from Talladega Superspeedway. We're green. Wilkerson, Cootie, 2 by 2 to the high mix of 1 and 2. That's Brower on the outside lane. Bargallo not giving in. You got Champagne. You got Tyler Tinsley back there in 8th. Baker and Owen inside the top 10. Everyone spreads out as they work their way off 2.
Very spread out restart. 3 on the top, 4 on the bottom. The top lane prevailing now, 4 against 4.
Tyler's going to go top. He's going to give a big shove to the back end of the 15. Baker wants to find a way around as well. He works way to the outside. Looking 3 wide on his own. Nobody's going to go worth him. Everyone's trying to find a way around Jacob Wilkerson.
Before, the top line was the way to go. Now the bottom getting the run. Down low to the bottom. Justin Champagne looking for second.
3 wide looking. Tyler Glass, another one looking, peeking to find his way through. Nonetheless, it's Wilkerson. Back to the start-finish line to lead this one. Champagne out of the pocket. Champagne with the heave. Champagne looking for the lead through 1 and 2.
3 wide, he drops to the back. Andrew Cootie leads the top line. Wilkerson still getting the race.
He's with Brower. He's with Bargallo. Now the 4 wide squeeze out of Baker on the outside lane. Squeezing his way back through. Dominguez has daylight downstairs. He's going to get the pocket. Wilkerson works with Cootie. They're 3 wide for 4.
Now down low, the 88 looking for the lead loose. Now the 24 gets ahead of him. Front 2 are breaking away. 43-24 going for the lead at Talladega.
Kevin Champagne, that's the 62 machine. Anthony Burrows have all worked together on the outside lane. Top 3 spread wide. The middle lane getting ready to head to the pack. Jacob Wilkerson leading them all back to the start-finish line.
Brower dives low, but no drafting help with him. Top 3 pull away. It's 43-24-94.
It's going to be Baker back to the middle. He's lined up with Barbagallo. Jacob Wilkerson still leads the herd all the way to the outside part of this racetrack. Baker shuts the door downstairs. It's Balderas working his way inside the Elite 8. Drew Jewell looking for a second career win. First one came from the high banks in Alabama.
Now the bottom gets set up again. Now down low goes Kevin Champagne from 3rd to 2nd, looking for more. 1 goal, get the lead, don't look back. It's 4 now, top of the charts. It's Burrows lined in right behind. Jewell looks wide. It's Balderas looking wide. Joseph Armstrong the rally to the top 10. Everybody shuffles back to the line. Last week, Kevin Champagne had to come late to get the win. Now early leading. Burrows looks high. blocking as the McDonald's 4.
It was a shuffle to the outside lane. Who can block who without getting turned? This time, Champagne has got them all let out. 3 wide, battle for third. Jua gets crossed. Brower gets crushed. Justin Champagne making Kevin Champagne leads them all back down the backstretch.
Third in line in the middle, that's the guy who just crashed. Armstrong getting back to the front. Front 2 are clear, 1 in the wall, but no damage.
Shuffling about, nobody holding back. Baker way wide's got to hold
He's
on.
around.
He's around, right in the middle of the field. Balderas is in it. That looks decent. Spencer Burns and more. The caution will wave for the second time. The question is, who didn't get involved, and is anyone out of the race after that one?
There's a little bit of damage we saw in the back. That's the 18 of Contreras in the grass. A lot of these heavy championship and race favorites like DeAngelis and Muvik holding back, knowing something like this will happen.
You can't push that early, man. That's the thing about Baker. That's the thing about Justin. They're always aggressive, and yes, it's entertaining. But then you get 2 yellows before lap 11. That's a series record. Before we even get to the opportunity to get 2 by 2, string it out. Michael Gregory, damage on the nose. Oh, man.
That Trojan machine is busted.
Unbelievable. No fast repairs either.
No, that you got what you got tonight.
And you knew it was coming because a lot of these guys started shuffling to the back. Notice how we haven't seen Demos. Notice how we don't see New Bigging. Why? There's more at stake than leading on lap 11. There's more at stake than being on the tower on lap 11. The driver's involved, but you got to start looking at some of these drivers who has damage, who doesn't. We're going to watch back on the replay, but it was shuffling top, bottom, middle, 3 wide. Andrew Cootie saw a whole view of it all.
Yeah, at Daytona we saw the running joke of DeAngelis always missing the crash. Who are we going to see this time? So we go down the back. You can just see the way they're shuffling. It's snaking around on the backstretch. Few in the wall in the back. That's glass in the 99.
I think they're bound to wreck. I mean, the fact that they didn't go ahead and wad this field up in turn 1, it blows my mind. You just see it right there. Wilkerson got in the back. The 25 of Baker is a chain effect. Watch the accordion.
Does he get
Cootie gets in as well and shoves it.
Does he get into Armstrong? He's going down. Yep, he's gonna.
But Joe should be fine. I mean, the right side of the car doesn't look that bad.
Front on hit for Burns into Deason.
That's a massive hit to the rear end of the 25. I think Baker's going to be on pit road for a while. Tanhart.
He was in it a little, but should be fine. The 18 became a ping pong ball in there.
Schmeeker's got right side damage. Justin Champagne of a lot of damage. Oh, there's your damage. A big hit to the right side of Burns. He's going to be the first one to say, you did not need a push. You did not need a shove. Let's at least get into the 10 o'clock hour before we start thinking about pushing, shoving, shunting our way through. Yeah, I think Spencer Burns, I'd hate to say he's out of it, but he doesn't have a cone on the right side. The entire panel ripped off of it. Michael Gregory did. No, I don't think Muvik got damaged.
He was
enough
behind
being
it.
Smart. Any damage on New Bigging? No. We're going to keep an eye on these championship contenders because this is the thing about having Talladega halfway through the season. Yes, you start with the Superspeedway, but you work your way through Atlanta. You work your way through Darlington. Fairgrounds, everyone was shocked of how many cautions we have, but then all of a sudden you flip the script and you go to Charlotte with 1 caution, and then lap 12, we got 2.
Yeah, and like we said, this could be the way it goes all night. We could have caution after caution every 5 or 10 laps. We could have a 100-lap run still. There's so much that can still be at stake. But having it in the middle, there's time if you do get caught up. If that 9 got caught up in a wreck towards the end, he has time to make it up. You do have time. We're not going to put it at the end of the schedule. We're not going to. You won't have only 1 week to try and win a championship after this. But it really sets the tone of who's going to be in or out.
Well, let's try it again. Greenwood, DeAngelis up front. Yes, we know Frank can be aggressive at times, but you look back to Daytona, he was really civil on the Superspeedway. Dominguez is known for being civil. Thornquist as well, unless you're at Darlington, where he always goes all out. Those two are actually going to bring it down pit road. I know what Frank's doing. He's doing the exact strategy he does in every single night of sim racing on the IDK Player channel. You know what it is? Super Speedway. Let's try to lead a lap. We can't. We're going to get the one to go here. Let's bring it down pit road, right in the back, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, and to explain for those at home who are new, we give bonus points for a pole, yes. We also give it for whoever can lead a lap, who can lead the most laps, and who has the fastest lap of the race. So you can sit in 30th and have the fastest lap at Talladega because you're in the draft. It's gonna constantly shuffle, and it's gonna make a difference.
Well, we get the one to go again. Do you think they've learned their lesson, or do we start seeing a common theme of cautions ever so often?
I still think that you might have to weed some of them out. So I think I don't know if we'll go less than 5 laps this time. I think we'll get a bit longer of a run, but we are not done with cautions yet.
I'm going to be courageous here. I say this is the last one for a while, and I'm going to tell you why. 2 cautions early. Statistically, you don't get another one for a while. Whether it's NR night, whether it's the Cup Series, we've seen back-to-back yellows, and the race just flies on by. So personally, I say we don't see one. But at the same time, you got to expect one, because when you have a field of 43 charging their way back on the high banks, it can only mean one thing and one thing only. One mistake, bring out the scorecards, because we will have to try it again. Let's get ready to go green from Talladega. Wilkerson third, Gary Owen, welcome inside the Fast Four. Under the caution flag for the second time early, but this could change. We also saw about this aero package push, shove, shunt, rub. It's easier to make up speed when you're pushing the driver in front. That also could cause incidents like we've already seen here tonight. Let's keep an eye on it as our field works our way through 3 and 4. We're going to get ready to go back rolling. What do you think?
I'm really interested in Gary Owen being up there, because if you remember Daytona, him and his teammate Joey Stone stayed towards the back of the pack. Now, they didn't get back up front. Now, Gary going with a different kind of strategy, that might make the difference tonight.
You're Chad Thornquist. You have had a very underwhelming season, but it's won an e-ticket event with this car track combo. How about a year ago? Does that change? Let's find out as the bow ties lead us back down to the start-finish line to grab a gear and go full saw from Talladega. We're rolling again in round number 6. Thornquist with a start out of the cannon is able to go ahead and try to look to the inside. Not going to happen as Dominguez is all lined up with Wilkerson. 2 by 2, maybe 3 wide away in the back. Everyone minds their own P's and Q's as they work their way through 1 and 2.
Much tighter restart this time. Dominguez gets out with the lead. Wilkerson peaking high, but not going up.
Cooney 3 wide, way to the outside. That also looks to 62 of Burrows, looking for a peak. It's Armstrong wide. It's Armstrong looking for the lead. They're wheel as they work their way through 3 and 4.
Side by side for second. Armstrong getting the push from Thornquist, looking for the lead up high.
Barbagallo up inside the top 6. Tyler Glass up inside the top 10, looking for an outstanding night as that 99 continues to roll. Tanhart rolling forward, but nothing changes as Joseph Armstrong finds his way back to the start-finish line. Joe's gonna lead that one lap 15.
And now the 48 dives low. He's looking for the lead. 48-88 down low for first.
He's gonna look, he's gonna peek, he's gonna get it. That's the most important part. The thing is, who do you work with? If you're Armstrong, you're forced on Owen. You're Dominguez, you better shove that 48 hard because Joe just got the lead back down the back straightaway.
23 of Steinmeier jumps out of line up front. There's single file on the bottom and the top. Armstrong with the push from Gary.
Well, it was aggressive early. You saw 3 wide, you saw 4 wide. Now we're back 2 by 2 as we get ready to burn off laps. Gary Owen on the outside lane. He sits catbird. That's Thornquist back to 4th. The shuffle continues as the most of the top 15 stays 2 by 2 back to the tri-oval.
Brower looks low of the 5, getting a push now from the 48. Can't do anything with it. Top 2 get away.
Can someone find a way around Joseph Armstrong? Maybe yes, but is it worth doing it now? Not. How about this? 3 wide behind. Gregory Balderas and Thornquist under fire. It's Brower on the bottom. Balderas stuck in the middle. Nowhere to go. It's Burrows out of the pocket for for the lead.
Trying to side draft. Cootie going with them. The 62 goes to the lead.
That 24, one goal. Sweep the super speedways and don't look back. It's Armstrong with a side draft. It's Gregory right with them. 2x2. 3 wide looking way in the back. The Todd is in the top 10. They shuffle their way back off 4.
Armstrong and Gregory try and tandem up to the top. Top lane starting to break up a bit. 4 on the bottom.
Everyone continues to dice it out, working lap 16. If you're just joining in, welcome. This is Talladega. This is the NR Cup Series. Armstrong with a heave on the outside as the Camry dogfight continues. It's 2 Toyotas to the top. It's 4 downstairs. Michael Gregory looking to go ahead and hold on to his Talladega reign.
The top line getting the momentum now. Top 3, now top 4 get clear. The top side is fast, 48 up top.
17 laps in, Thornquist is there. It's Armstrong there as well. You got 2 distinct packs. Thornquist looking to go ahead and find the race lead. Joe is still stuck on the outside. Owen down to the bottom. He's going to complete the slingshot. He looks for the lead off 4.
Side by side, 20 and 5. The Target Chevy looking for the lead with a push from the Mobile 1-4.
Drew Jua mostly just there in the public Chevrolet. One idea, stay out of trouble. Joseph Armstrong will rally back to the start-finish line, working lap 18 out of 188.
A lap ago, the 45 of Gregory was going for the lead. Now outside the top 15, that's how fast it can happen.
Well, let's talk about this. We're working 2x2, which usually means, hey, we're going to get a long green flag run. We ask the viewers, hey, long run or short run? It's a 50-50 split. Nobody knows what to expect as they work their way back through 3. You know, one mistake, it could all change from there.
But no mistakes at the moment. The 5 looking low again. Armstrong has choice of lane off 4.
It's Todriv up to 6. It's Wilkerson back to 8th. It's Alexander Dominguez knocking just outside the top 10. 2 drivers hooking together, 1-2. Drew Jua has got Zach Todriv. That's a marriage made in heaven. Can anyone stop Joseph Armstrong? 19 laps in, he's already led the most laps.
Bottom half the top 10, Dale Greenwood leading the way high lane, but Drew Jua goes down low, looking for the lead. He has the 5 of Owen.
Looking, peeking, has a Chevrolet teammate, but nonetheless, he got a Ford, and your bow tie companion just went to the outside lane. What a shove! Nearly put Greenwood to the wall.
There
He
we
can't
go.
hold on to it. Dominguez around. Greenwood to the inside. Do they save it? One around right in front of many. Caution's going to wave again.
So that 48% that chose the short run was correct.
I think that was Andrew Cootie. I think he blocked.
He went up about 2 lanes, maybe 3, and there was just not enough room with the 8 being up top. That's what it looked like. Let's see the replay, though.
Alexander Dominguez all scuffed up on the right side as he will be fighting his way back onto pit road.
So watch the 24, I think, is, what, 4th on the bottom? And there is a hole to the middle lane, but that 8 car up top was starting to lead a topside lane, and I don't think he even knew he was there.
I don't know why he's going up there. I don't even know why he even attempted that. We've seen a lot of bad decisions by the 24, and that right there is not one of them. I know a lot of drivers are still very agitated about what happened back in Daytona in February, but if you want to get them on your side, not staying in line, not burning laps off, you could lay off the back bumper of Burrows here. You could stay in the middle lane, maybe if that's your next option, but you're swiping across. I mean, that's like being on the interstate. You're 3 lanes wide. And you're like, you know what? Let me go from the slow lane to the fast lane without a turn signal. They just put Greenwood right in the wall.
And he has nowhere to go. I think he has it gathered up, but at that point, you get a bumper lock with the 45, and it's over from there.
And we're obviously watching this in slow-mo, but Gregory can't go ahead and react to that right off the jump. You know, he has one idea right here. Let's push Greenwood because they would have been leading that outside lane. Now, Cootie's leading the outside lane, but was the 3 wide shuffle necessary? No, because we're lap 19.
20 laps in, 3 cautions already in this thing.
Whew. The Andrew Cootie saga continues. Pit road, it's wide open.
Not many really staying out. I count 7 staying out at this moment, down to Steinmeier. And from there, the race off pit road, Brower wins it.
Yeah, it's going to be Joe back there as well. I'm surprised. 3 cautions this early. It's almost like they saved it after Charlotte. Like, let's get through Charlotte because we got Talladega circled. But I would say you look at these cautions and very avoidable, right? From drivers that know how to avoid these situations because they've been in these situations before. Early on, I would say, Joe, that's mainly a racing incident. It's very hard to go from top to not run into someone to the bottom. Okay, that caution makes sense, but TCB, that caution, unnecessary. The 24 with Andrew Goody, that caution, the most unnecessary one. And now you're sitting 21 laps in. You still have to work 500 miles. Do you want to burn off all these caution laps now?
Burn off, I mean, you're going to have them late. I think we all know we're going to have them late. And so having them this early, I think it just amps up the pack more.
Well, we're going to go ahead and try it again, but how about some newcomers up front? Max Steinmeier, welcome inside the top 8. He's up to 7. Jeffrey's up to 6. We talked about him a lot at Speed Week at Daytona because of how beautiful that scheme is. Come on, the Jetsons. Meet George Jetson. If I'm not mistaken, if you look at the actual timeline, George Jetson would be born by now. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. Someone might have to go ahead and fact check me on that one, but Tyler Tinsley's back up there. We've been seeing a lot of shuffling, and if you look on the right side of your screen, Tyler's up double digits, Jeffrey's up double digits, and we've already had drivers in 21 laps go from the back to the front again, and they're heading back. Burrow's down 12, mostly double digits, a lot of these guys in the green. We will get green flag stops at some point tonight. And when we do, it's going to be interesting to see who's going to sacrifice 3 or 4 laps to come in with the group versus drivers that have to go ahead and pit early because the group decided to pit last time we were under yellow.
Well, if you look in the back half of the top 20, our points leader, Daniel Mosteller, has moved up through there. So he could be either right at the start of those guys just taking it easy, or he could get caught up right in the hornet's nest. So there's still a lot at stake, just 21 laps in.
We're going to call it right now. 3 cautions early on. We have relaxed yellows on, which means if you're involved in an incident and it's not detrimental, we may not be throwing it. But at the same time, we're letting drivers police themselves, at least now, early. We do have a penalty system for over-aggressive driving. Andrew Cootie's restarting up there in 4th. He just brought Greenwood around with him, and a lot of drivers have short fuses with that 24 machine. You don't want your championship run to end because you decided to say, let's lead lap 19. He's running on the outside. If you're Andrew Cootie in this situation, do you stay up front, you drop to the back? What do you do?
I think you just stay in line for a bit. Stay in line, try and take it easy. I think this goes for everyone, by the way, not just the 24. Just stay in line. It's too early. If you get shuffled out on lap 24, it's not going to matter as much as if it's lap 184. So just keep your stuff together to the end. You can still race 2 and 3 wide and still run up front and be competitive.
Well, I want to point this one out as well. So I announced at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, and from there I learned a lot about one thing from drivers, just walking around, hearing what everyone has to say. It's etiquette. Multiple times I've seen at the fairgrounds, someone gets dumped, rubbed, and what they do is they go on the start-finish line and they touch the top of their hood. What that means, or so I say roof, they smack the top of the roof saying, hey, that was my fault to the officials. Give that guy the spot back. Or, you know what, put me to the back. That's on me. It's an etiquette thing. The only thing is here in the sim, you can technically ask for DOL as your fault, but very rarely do you see that, and it's mostly a reactive community instead of a forgiving community. That's what I worry about when we get ready for a restart.
Well, we're going to find out this time by, I think.
Let's get ready to try it again. Todriff, Wilkerson, Joyner and Cootie, fast 4 as we get ready to go back green. Pace cars made that hard left on a pit road. Toyota Chevrolet on that front road. Joyner has an opportunity to find victory lane. His 3G machine lines up downstairs. 2 Toyotas in line on the bottom. 2 Chevrolets in line on the top. Who's going to find their way to victory lane? Well, it's a long way to go. As this pack continues to shuffle, we say let's find the green flag as we're rolling deep from the high banks of Talladega. Great start by Todd. Wilkerson jumps right back down to the inside. Cootie and Moore start shuffling way in the back. About everyone up inside the top 13 starts pulling away.
A 13-car breakaway up front and 2 cars ahead of them. Wilkerson, again, even not as the leader, has a great restart. Joyner clear of the top, and so is Tinsley.
Barbagallo up to 11th. It's mostly 2x2. You got Mosteller, Tanhart, 14th, 15th on back, still looking to ride around, but it's Zach Todriff to the lead. It's Wilkerson on the bottom. The PBR boys sit 1-2 downstairs. David Joyner in the top 3. Georgia Seagirl is on their feet as they're watching live back through 3 and 4.
A bit more orderly this time by. Topside now gets the lead and the run. And it's Cootie up to 4th right behind Joyner.
He jumps to the outside. He's going to look again. That's going to be with the 19, a machine right behind. That's Jeffries. 3 wide already again. They're all full saw back to 1 and 2.
Net 15 down low, pushing Brower now to the lead. The 12 up front.
Sanders back to 15th. Thurston back to 16th. Champagne has found his way back inside the top 18. 2x2 with 3 wide in the middle. That looks to be Drew Jua. That looks to be Daniel Mosteller. 3 wide, but how about that freight train all the way back to the rear downstairs?
Now Todriff gets his nose out to the lead. Brower goes again at him. 2x2 up front before 3 wide away.
Well, let's talk about this. The difference between Talladega and Daytona, the wider surface. You can go 4 wide here, but this is usually code. 2x2, you're burning laps off. 3 wide, you know, it's looking good. You're being aggressive. 4 wide, you're asking for it. 5 wide, you're definitely asking for it. And you could see that later today as we sit 3x3. Todd's in trouble. That outside lane's not going anywhere.
And Drew Jua gets pushed to the lead by our points leader, Daniel Mosteller, now up to 2nd in that Coca-Cola Chevy.
Shuffling the back, 4 wide, 1 downstairs. That looks to be Max Steinmeier. One idea, see ya, get out of Dodge. 2 groups, 3 groups forming as you look back down the back straightaway. Drew Jua, welcome to the lead of the high makes of 3 and 4.
But don't look now, down low, Burrows and Kevin Champagne get a run up to the front. Side by side with the 9, up to the lead goes Burrows, maybe no.
The fan favorite has found his way in the fast 4. Daniel Mosteller in the Coca-Cola 9. Up to 2nd, maybe looking for the lead. Todd's with them. Wilkerson's with them. Drew Jua, he'll lead this lap. They roll their way back to 1 and 2, still back full saw.
Top 3 clear, but 2 lanes down low with the run. Armstrong trying to get a push to the front, and so is Burrows. Side by side for 2nd, looking for the lead.
Armstrong, Baker, they were aggressive early on. Now they're back, lined up, nose to tail. Baker with a shove once, a shove twice, trying to get that Toyota back into race-winning form. Jua on the outside lane has the 9 of Mosteller. Now the middle group jumps to the inside, forcing the forwards to go ahead and pump the brakes. Joseph Armstrong, welcome back top of the board.
Like he did at Daytona for so long, Armstrong has the lead. The 25 of Baker behind him. Jua in 3rd. Contreras looks low in the 18.
Another shove to the rear end of the Camry. Baker back to the outside. That's what Jua, he almost slid that one, but you can just see the difference on speeds as the Chevrolets hook up back nose to tail. It's Bowtie City on the outside lane. TCB top of the board.
But not for long, because Burrows again getting the push now from Kevin Champagne. But the 25, the 4, and the 9, they get the run off.
It's Ford versus Chevrolet. The dogfight of 3 apiece from top to bottom. TCB and the Hot Wheels Chevrolet let out a line. Jua wanted to go to the bottom. Instead, he's saying goodbye as the entire top 2 lanes form away. That was a detrimental move, and they're all got to be on the brakes.
Breakaway from the top 3. Burrows, Champagne, Brower. Behind him, it's looking like Barbagallo looking to try and get ahead, but Baker does instead.
Barbagallo, a man on the move, just maybe. He's up to 7th, but nonetheless, he's been hovering inside that top 10. Right side of your screen, you can see who's been on the move. The question is, though, who's going to have what it takes when it comes down to the end of this? Drivers continue to shuffle as we continue to go ahead and have some issues. Everyone else gets back squared away. We stay green. It's Drew Jua, your race leader.
Jua just ahead of Armstrong. The 2 green cars up front. The Publix Chevy trying to pull away with the Interstate Batteries Toyota.
Gary Owen on the outside lane lined up with Baker. Thornquist lined up in the middle. That's what going. It's still the 75 at Tinsley trying to give a shove to Contreras. Top two stay single filed out, but they're calming it down again. Why? They know. Let's burn these laps off. 3 cautions in, 28 laps. You're Tyler, you're like, okay, we're up to 4th. Let's give and take here. What's the ideal plan to come to pit road? I would say maybe lap 55, maybe lap 60.
Probably around there. The top lane trying just to log laps, but on the bottom, Burrows and Champagne, they will not go away. Cootie looking up top, he won't either.
Yeah, he's going to be lined up with that 25. You see Gary Owen, a little bit of an issue there with Thornquist, forcing the 48 down to the inside lane. Mosteller with an internet issue. When we went to go ahead and view him, that's where you saw the big blink out of all the machines. He's dropped back. We were going to talk about that at Countdown to Green, that driver does have internet issues. Well, it's happening early. At least if it's early, you can drop to the back and try to figure it out. But if you don't have it fixed late, you don't want to lose those points. I start getting a little worried.
That's a difference between finishing in the top 5 and finishing sub-30th. But up front, it's the 4 of Jua holding back Contreras, who goes in front of Armstrong.
Contreras downstairs, 2 Toyotas to the bottom, 2 Chevrolets to the top. They all continue that tandem back down into 1 and 2. Mikey G to the outside lane. He's got Cootie. He's got Baker. He's definitely got Lane Sanders in the 29. Nonetheless, Drew Jua, man on the mission. He continues to hold that lead like he did in Daytona. One difference he wants to make, pack it up and get it done, lap 188.
Up front, that 4 car has the lead with a push from the 5, but Gregory looking to get up top, and so is Contreras down low looking for second.
Gary Owen, one thing, he's there. He just got the nose slammed in by the 4 Drew Jua, should we say. Mikey G back to the lead, brings the Trojan Toyota top of the board. Baker is there. Cootie is there. Lane Sanders is there. Top 4 shuffle back to 1 and 2.
The bottom line's got bogged down, opening it for the top. Now Burrows trying to lead the bottom line again. Armstrong being shuffled back. He's going to go up top. They're starting to line up.
Todriff on the move. Welcome to 12. Brower on the move. What a shot out of the cannon. He picks up 2, 3. Oh, he got him!
Lead all around.
25.
Everyone's in it.
Man.
Gary Owen in it.
Wow.
And just like that, under yellow again.
Well, we'll get ready to try it again.
Maybe a bumper hook up front.
Oh, very much a bumper hook. The only thing is, you saw the speed difference coming. Baker was there, and we'll have to go ahead and watch back. We want to say sorry for the little blink out situation. We're pulling a lot of G's at Talladega with 43 guys. We got to wonder, too, you know, how does this shuffle back out? That's now, what, 4 yellows?
4 yellows and 32 laps.
Oh, man. Well, we'll go ahead and get ready to try it again. And so we'll go ahead and look back on this one. This is going to be tough. Watch these guys towards the back. There's a big shuffle, almost like a big opening gap in the middle. So the 20 of Joe went wide.
They started trying to line it up, but then they got a run here.
Now look at the speed difference.
Look at the 15 at that run.
We're going to watch back on this because the question is, how did he get there so quick? Was Baker looking at the bottom? He was. Baker was going down. Brower was sitting there. Was he thinking, let's shoot him forward? Or because this is very much like the 2023 Aero package.
Yeah, that was not a good move. That gets Gregory in it. Cootie's in it.
Well, we'll go ahead and get ready to try it again. But nonetheless, Brower on the nose. I think Baker might be... Oh, man, that's a hard hit to the nose. See what that reminds me of? Daytona, when he hit the outside wall that way.
There's Gary Owen in it.
Yeah, he looks okay, though. Maybe like 6-7 machines involved. Anthony Burrows.
And it looked like Bart Pagallo was the first one through in that 15. But definitely a lot of aggression early on. Very aggressive, I should say.
Well, we'll go ahead and get ready to try it again, but nonetheless, we have an opportunity. And that opportunity is to go ahead and find out where everybody is going to go ahead and line up. Your Mostelli, your Frank DeAngelis, you're lined up 1-2. Everyone else gets ready to go ahead and try it again. The only thing is, what was Max Swearigan is now Barbagallo. He's back down there in third. Joe back there in fourth. Thornquist back there in fifth. 4 cautions. This is getting very consistent.
Yeah, it is, and maybe we have to thin the herd a little bit. That might be where it's going. But looking up front, points leader Daniel Mosteller gets that lap led.
Well, we'll go ahead and get ready to roll through it. Tinsley back to 12th, Thurston back to 13th, Max Steinmeier back to the 14th position as we go ahead and get ready to roll back through this one. I don't see TCB anywhere. Let's go ahead and see if we see him on the right side of our screen. They're going to go ahead and look back. No, Tyler Glass, decent. It's still showing all the drivers in this race. 28th on backs on pit road. Gary Owen just getting off pit road. TCB back there in 29th. No one's out of this race. We've had 4 yellows.
Well, you said earlier, these next-gen cars are built like tanks. It's an Abrams going through the field, maybe 43 of them.
Well, we'll go ahead and get ready to try to get Joey Stone very much in this one as well. You know what? We haven't talked to any drivers so far. Let's go ahead and give some a chat. How about this one, your championship leader? We talked about how consistent he was. I said we weren't going to see him at all up front. Demos is still there. And he's going to get ready to go ahead and try it again. Let's go ahead and see what some of these drivers have to say as we get ready to go ahead and try it again. You know, let's talk to Mikey G. Mikey, it's John. You got a copy?
I do, man. I do.
Hey, it's wild out there. Walk me through what's going on.
I mean, we got to the front, man, and now we're in the back again. That's kind of how it's been for me today. It's a lot of fun, but no one can really control themselves right now. We're all racing like it's 6 to go, 5 to go. You know, I thought I was done there. I thought I was going to be upside down, but we're good.
Well, I want to point this out. This aero package is a little bit different. You have to push, you have to shove, you got to rub, but there's been a lot of clumsy mistakes out there. Does that worry you as we're 4 cautions in? Do you think we're going to get a long green flag run, or do you think it's going to be a race of survival?
Honestly, at this point, John, it's a survival race. I don't really see us ever getting a green flag run the way people are running. But it'll be enticing to see if we can actually get a green flag run, because I know I want to see one.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see if we do see it. Now, we've seen this before in other cases. Cautions early, second half goes green. Are you prepared for this race possibly having a run to the finish? Because, yes, we still have 40 cars racing in this, or 43, should we say, and at the same time, not a single car is out. Does that worry you that this is where drivers aren't getting thinned out for their mistakes? Or do you think it's more of, you know, someone's got to get punched in the nose to go ahead and have the wake-up call?
I think it's a mix of both. Right now, as long as I'm okay at the end of this, if we keep wrecking, I'm going to be fine. I think someone's definitely going to end up noticing that their day is going to be done in one of these wrecks, and they'll probably straighten up.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see. We got the lights out right here. You got to go from the back to the front. Hey, I know your friends are watching. You want to say anything to them back at home?
I got my boys watching me. Appreciate all of them coming and sticking around here. It's going to be a long race if it keeps going this way, and I hope they're here for it the whole way.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see. Good luck, my man.
Thank you, John.
Well, we get ready to try it again, working lap 34 of 188. That's Michael Gregory. We interviewed him because he almost got it done 1 year ago and has actually won an e-ticket event as well. We know he has speed as we get ready to try it again.
Mosteller and Barbagallo up top. Armstrong, Thurston, Wilkerson, Sanders, Burrows, Todriff, Contreras, and Drew Jua. That's your top 10.
Let's get ready to try this one again. Back 2x2 and back to the restart zone. Mosteller downstairs. Green again from Talladega. Demos on the bottom, Barbagallo on the outside lane. Joe is hanging tough on that inside lane still. It's 2x2 as they work their way through 1 and 2.
Even as they go down to the back stretch, side by side, Mosteller has the edge. Now that top line breaking up.
It's going to be Lane Sanders on the outside lane. It's going to be Contreras back there in 8th. We all continue to watch them shuffle back around as things continue to roll out. It's Joe, it's Mosteller, it's Wilkerson, Barbagallo. Top 4 continue to work their way back through 3 and 4.
And now the top 3 getting away from him. Single file. Burrows looks high. Now Wilkerson goes with him. Demos goes to block.
Yeah, he's all the way back to that outside lane. That's still Burrows lined up back nose to tail. Mosteller is going to lead this one. Lap 36 out of 188. It's Joe back downstairs with the 3x3 move. Everyone shuffles back to 1 and 2.
Top 5 for a moment had a breakaway. Now 3 wide for 5th. Top 4 with the breakaway. They're trying to log laps.
They're all trying to find their way back around. That's Joe downstairs, and you see the big shuffle way in the back. A lot of drivers doing one thing, that's the breakaway move, but from Mosteller to Baker, they're all single filed out. Burrows still up to 3rd, Barbagallo up to 4th, Thornquist and Moore lined up on the outside lane.
And for those guys chasing him, this is not what they wanted to see. Mosteller has control of the race, the Pied Piper up top. Now that top line getting stronger.
One car maybe in the outside wall. We do stay green as it's Contreras downstairs, all lined up and loaded. Mosteller gets back to the line. He's going to lead that one. Wilkerson, Burrows, Barbagallo, top 4. Movic shuffles back to 5th. Thornquist back to 6th. Everyone rides the coattail to the outside of 1 and 2.
Movic had a run, but no one go with him. Now Baker is going to know he's going to leave him out to dry. He goes down low, and now another one. Armstrong in it that time.
2, 3, 4 machines around again. Do they save it though? Hold on.
Are they just going to keep it going?
I think so.
Wow, I guess we stay green on that one.
That's Tyler Tinsley involved. No, they did not completely spin around. They do have relaxed yellows on. We stay green. We had to do that. Nope, caution's out.
They're getting it out early, that's definitely for sure.
And we'll get ready to try it again.
And still up front, Mosteller, Wilkerson, and Burrows the top 3. Barbagallo, Owen, Baker, Movic, Thornquist, Contreras, and Balderas.
Well, another one bites the dust, and we'll go ahead and see exactly what happened. As Schmidt's back there in 12th, Jeffrey's back to 13th. Let's go see what happened. Yeah, I don't know why they're wrecking this much. We haven't seen them wreck this much in a long, long time.
It's been years since they've wrecked this much. But watch Armstrong. He gets collected again. You see the move from Baker.
No, it's the difference on speed. That's Joe again.
Wow. Right behind Movic, it looked like.
But right in the back of him. Yeah, he just went ahead and shoved him. Joe may be getting a penalty for the instance he caused. Remember, he did cause the first caution.
Yeah.
And also Drew Jewett got into him.
Well, it looked like Movic also went a little high, but at that point, he has the position. Tinsley's in it. Jeffries is in it a little bit. He should be fine.
Oh, Thurston just caught the inside wall.
But I think he'll be fine. Again, they are built like tanks.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I understand that they all had a shuffle to the bottom here. But with relaxed yellows on, I mean, you could debate about that one.
Yeah,
There's still a lot of racing left to go.
The 75 was turned around, but still, this early, this kind of aggression, yeah, it's interesting to say the least. But pit stop starting now.
Well, we get ready to try it again. That's Mosteller on pit road. That looks to be the 62 machine back down on pit road. It's also going to be Wilkerson in the pits. Are you surprised about this many yellows?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen them kind of have this many yellows since the Fairgrounds race. But looking up front now, I think top 4 stayed out. If at this point,
I think something's got to break the momentum because the same thing happened with the Fairgrounds. We look good, and then all of a sudden, caution. Where we go? 60 laps green to the finish?
Yep. Yeah, we had a clean finish.
So it's all about breaking that momentum. We've seen that too, because with Daytona went caution, momentum, and then caution, and then that's basically ended with the green-white checkered. The only thing is, that's a lot of yellows back to back to back.
Yeah, that is a lot of yellows, and it's 5 yellows this early. I don't think we've seen that even at the fairgrounds. So maybe it's just the field antsy, maybe it's that difference of speed, maybe it's all of it put together. But I don't think many of us really had guessed that this would happen.
Well, we'll go ahead and get ready to try it again. I think they're going to go lights off this time by to go ahead and get this one refired, so we don't have to go ahead and do so many pace laps, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Drivers down pit road will get ready to shuffle again. Sanders on the outside, Barbagallo on the bottom, DeAngelis on the bottom side as we get ready to go back 2 by 2. A quick yellow will bring us right back to the green flag.
Yeah, I mean, pitting now, especially if there's any more caution laps, you can probably make it to halfway after pitting in this caution.
Let's get ready to try it again. Michael Gregory up to 15th, Scott up to 17th, Burns, Vila, all the way back there in 20th. As we get ready to try it again. Lane Sanders will be restarting up front. Gary Owen really has not left this top 10. He's avoided it all tonight.
Yeah, he's been seeming to be the pusher. He always gets up to about second, goes for the lead, but he cannot keep it.
I'm telling you, you got to keep an eye on that 5 machine. He's going to have what it takes to possibly go to victory lane tonight. Joyner back there in 5th. Thornquist back there in 10th. Let's get ready to rally one more time. Chevy, Toyota, front row, grab a gear, because we're green from Talladega. Back underway.
Big push from Frank DeAngelis.
Yeah, he wanted to go. I think he was banking on one thing, Jarrett. I think he was banking on coming down a pit road. I don't think he wanted to see that one to go because now he's forced to be up front.
And now you're looking, Armstrong is going way back. He's going to stay out of all of this. But up front, top 5, pretty orderly, single file starting to pull away.
The bridesmaid of the Daytona 500 sits P2 at Talladega and is now under fire. That's Joyner to the outside lane. That's Wilkerson on the outside lane. Thornquist with the heat to the bottom, still 3 wide.
These runs are incredible. The 48 now behind the 15 pushing. Joyner up top with Wilkerson. Wilkerson may have the best car tonight.
It's Joyner, it's Wilkerson still in that outside lane. It's Barbagallo with Thornquist on the inside lane. Baldera's up to 6th. Greenwood up to 7th. Baker has rallied back up inside the top 10. David Joyner leads us back to the start-finish line. He's going to lead this one.
Greenwood in no man's land in the middle, falling back. Now they're getting racy. Baker looking up top on Burrows, while Joyner and Wilkerson pick up the bottom.
Contreras 17th, Panetto 18th, Deason, Movic, they're all going to look for a way through. Joyner and Wilkerson have all hugged that inside lane. Barbagallo and Thornquist as well. Baldera's back on the move. One thing we're not seeing is that second lane coming together.
No, it looks like the bottom very organized, and they're starting to freight train down past the 62. Up top, the 19 of Jeffrey. That's a lap car. They get past it.
Yeah, he's going all the way to the back here, but you can see the numbers are not there for that second lane. Single file, will we see it? We've seen it before when things don't go the way of drivers' needs. Dominguez, DeAngelis, now outside that top 10 run. They all work their way back to the start-finish line. That's Anthony Burrows leading that one, working lap 42.
Tandem drafting to the lead, Burrows and Baker, but now the bottom gets organized all over again. Joyner and Wilkerson, they tandem past them.
That second lane finally coming together. Abraham Vila, welcome to the show. He's up to 15th. 3 wide, 1 in the middle. That's Gregory. That's DeAngelis now joining in. The 3x3 continues, but there's one difference. That second group is way out of the way.
Yeah, the top 7, 8, 9 getting a huge run. Middle line disintegrating. Frank almost goes around, but they keep it straight.
It's those late blocks that will go ahead and get you cleared from the infield care center. Got to watch out for that one as this race continues to roll. Back to the start-finish line. Joyner, Wilkerson, Barbagallo, and Thornquist the top 4. Baldera is Owen, Dominguez, and Schmidt in the top 8. They all continue that rally back to 1 and 2.
5 drivers try to battle up on that top line, but the numbers just aren't there. Top 9 pulling away. They're trying to take the race into their own hands.
They all kind of look for one thing. That's going to be victory lane. Baldera's the 5th. Owen to 6, Dominguez, Schmidt, Mosteller, and Burrows up inside that top 10. Now they've all single filed out to the inside lane. One goal, get to the end and find pit road at some point under green.
17 cars have pulled away in the front group. This is Braden Movic, the leader, your second. And now in the back, Gregory and Contreras, they're going to try and make up ground.
Well, it looks like they got tired of wrecking and running under pace laps because A, it is a Tuesday night. And B, it looked like we were going to have a caution every 5 to 10 laps. But now with this single file train, you got to start wondering, hey, Joyner, Wilkerson, Barbagallo, did they get in the head saying, listen guys, it's a long one. Let's fight on pit road. Let's shuffle out there. You want to go 2 wide, fine. You want to go 3 wide, fine. But you be the ones heading it on a hauler. Yes, we still have all 40 drivers running, but how many close calls have we had?
We've had a lot. We still are probably having some. Gregory Contreras, and it looks like Sanders trying to form up a high lane, but they're not going anywhere. Gregory highest of them, 11th. He might be tandeming. He might get a little bit of ground, but every time he's losing it. But now, up top, right next to Mosteller.
Barbagallo, Thornquist, Balderas, and Owen, top 6. Schmidt, Gregory, Dominguez, top 9. You still got Contreras up inside the top 10. He's worked his way to the outside lane, so that second lane is coming back to life. Led by who? None other than William Schmidt. How about now Thornquist out of the pocket?
Thornquist with some of the most aggressive moves tonight. Keeps it straight up to third, side by side with the 15. Looking high of Wilkerson for second, maybe Joyner for the lead.
Well, Thornquist just had his rear end swiped by William Schmidt, and right now he's got a mirror full of that 79. It's Gregory to the outside. It's Contreras on the outside. What was a single file train has worked 2 by 2, but how many swipes can he give to the 48 without him not holding on?
We're going to find out, because through the trioval, the 79 pushes the 48. He wiggles low. Joyner going to get the lead this time by. He gets loose too.
Yeah, it's a shove fest nonetheless. 3 wide. Vila wants to do it on his own this time. Dale Greenwood is there. You thought single file was how they're going to run? Think again. One idea, be aggressive and find your way to the front. The other idea, don't get wrecked. Shove once, shove twice. William Schmidt will not get off the back bumper of the 48. Michael Gregory, remember that damage on the inside? He's still rolling strong with the 2 by 2.
The 48 still, though, controlling the high side. Schmidt now dives low. Gonna
he blew an engine! Wilkerson just blew an engine down to the inside. They all cleared it. No one went around. Wow, I heard that one. It sounded like a grenade went off.
Best car out there, now slow on the bottom. The STP Chevy bringing it down to pit lane, and his night might be over.
Oh, man. You can't be serious. And he didn't look like he was shoving that hard. That's a big wake-up call. Because now I don't know if you can sit single file. Jared, this aero package, it's a little bit different from what we had at Daytona.
Just a little, but that little bit has made a huge difference. You see the pack all spaced out now. The front pack 9 cars strong.
Wow. Unbelievable. It was a grenade. It just went completely haywire. There was no reason for him to just slow down the inside like that. But you got to start wondering who was riding in line and cooking that engine.
I don't know who else could be, but you notice they're being a lot more orderly now. Only Frank DeAngelis up top, and he's probably going to get back down in line if he's able.
I'd be very nervous because Wilkerson led a good amount of this race. He looked like a favorite to go to victory lane. The thing is, he was over guys' back bumpers. Gregory was shoving Thornquist left and right. Did they forget you need clean air? I don't think so, because they've been in this situation before, but yikes, that's going to go ahead and leave a mark, and red lights are blaring in everyone's ears. You got 3 groups of single file.
Yeah, I think at this point, that has to be a wake-up call. The 43 was the best car of this opening 50 laps or so, and now completely out of it. You have the front 9 that are just trying to log laps at this point. Maybe some of those guys further back. Baker leading him, he might dice it up. That's a huge pack coming up on him, and they're starting to make up just a little bit of time.
Well, you know when that second group does get to the drivers up in front, they're going to run to the outside lane. The only thing is, if you're on the bottom, do you stay orderly single file, or do you try to make the great wall in the middle of 1 and 2? Here's the thing, though. Ever since that situation, most of the drivers in this main pack have decided to separate out. Gary Owen isn't all over, guys. And what we saw earlier before that yellow, push, shove, rub. So see Gregory doing it. If I'm Mikey G, yeah, I guess you may want to go ahead and shove, but you still got to worry because that engine can just go, and that's it. Wilkerson's out of the race.
What it kind of reminds me of is you went from sort of that late Gen 6 package, huge runs, bump trapping, pushing, aggression, down to maybe the start of the Gen 6 package. Keep that bubble of air, keep your engine cool, make sure that you can save your equipment. We don't really talk about that at Talladega outside of staying out of wrecks, but saving your engine to the end may be also something, because When they're pushing at the end of this race and it's just going haywire, you could blow an engine in the middle of the pack with a lap to go.
Now, I'm really interested to see how the rest of this race goes. How about two drivers working together? We talked about friends. Fords to the outside. DeAngelis and Burrows saying, let's go Ford. They jump to the outside lane and look to bring the battle back to the fast four.
Only two of them, though, up top. They get up side by side with Schmidt for second, holding strong now, but starting to fall back. Just not enough numbers with them. Thornquist and Gregory continue to lead.
Well, things continue to go ahead and change and shock us. Matt Deason on pit road. You got to wonder if maybe he had an engine blown as well. We're going to continue to look to see how many drivers possibly have some type of mechanical issues, because if mechanical issues are the new question of what's going on, you got to wonder what's the deal. All these guys are all single filed out. They know they want to just get to the end. You know you can go ahead and get to where you need to be. The only thing is, look at that, 2 seconds back. Are they closing in?
Nope.
Not at all. I mean, kind of here and there. They're kind of just stuck where they are as the top 9 continue to go ahead and work their way forward. But Balderas has been all over Baker. Ever since that situation, I kind of want to just watch who's shoving a lot.
Well, John, you talked about it earlier. Somebody needed, whether it was a crash, whether it was something happening, they needed some kind of wake-up call to get them to race cleaner, to not have so many of these cautions. That probably was it. That was the catalyst, because from this point out, we've seen them stay single file. A lot of pushing there. That 83 car right on Baker's bumper, but you're not seeing it from those front guys, and while they're catching them a little bit, they're still having a sizable gap over them.
Oh, I just remembered something that we have not talked about yet. The old aero package that we had with the next gens, they revved out a little bit longer than the new one. Remember the Michigan NR Night in America race, the photo finish, and every driver complained about passing. We saw the photo finish and a pass for the win. But they said the engines were revving out way too early. That's why we're having this shoving. Do you think maybe Wilkerson just over-revved the engine because they're so used to how the engines used to rev out in 2022 and very much in early 2023?
That could be it, but I want to see if this happens to somebody else. If somebody is pushing for a long time and has that happen, or if we have a similar situation as before. But at this point, this is completely shuffled the dice.
Lane Sanders up top to get clean air on the grill. Most drivers continue to shuffle. Armstrong is not happy that he has not worked his way to the front. He's on the outside there with Devin Schmeeker as he looks to get a second lane formed up to get in front of TCB and Balderas.
But as these guys race and slice and dice amongst one another, they're already 3 seconds back of the main pack. They're racing for 10th right now, not for the lead.
Well, a year ago, Joseph Armstrong brought a pack of, I want to say, 10 drivers from about 6-7 seconds back to the main group. Once he got there, he got wrecked, then we got a caution. But nonetheless, we know Joe knows how to get from the back to the front. Schmeeker's been an ally to that 20 machine. From what we've seen, we know Kevin Champagne as well. I think this is a veteran move right here. Taking initiative, go from the back to the front. 3 back. Already a little bit of a closer. We're going to keep an eye on it within 7 or 8 laps, but I think Joe has what it takes to bring those boys from what was to what is.
And now they're starting to make up a little time. 3 flat, down to 2. But up front, they're starting to dice it up. That was Contreras up top. But the front 6 seem to want to be content with just riding in line.
Yeah, he's all locked into the inside lane. Here's another update. Joseph Armstrong, talking about being a team player. He's a lap down and he's doing that. He is not in that top 10. So, nonetheless, he wants to bring this back together for multiple reasons. One, if he gets another yellow, he possibly gets back on the lead lap. And number 2, if you keep burning these laps off, it's going to be harder for him to compete long term.
Well, look at the interval for Schmeeker. He's now 2.6 back. He was 3 seconds back a lap ago. So if they keep chipping away a little bit, they'll be right back up there, catch that draft, and you might have one big line, or they might just want to go to the lead.
Yeah, I want to keep an eye on that. Look at that. They're already really much close in. This supercell, this super train, 3 seconds back, now half a second back. They'll be there, and I want to say a battle box of 6, maybe 8 laps. So we'll keep an eye on that as long as Schmeeker can stay connected to that 20 machine. Kevin Champagne doing a great job. This is the part of the race where you say, okay, the wrecking has calm down. We're not going to say stop because we know there's possibly going to be more when we get down to the final 10, 15 laps. But you're in the area of the race where Okay, green flag pit stops are now back on the table and being a possibility. Single file now, let's burn laps. Can we get that second group back together? Are you worried about engines? Now the question of concern comes in, which will be applied in the final 60-50 laps.
Well, and a lot of this is find your friends where they are. Whoever's around you, he's your friend, even if you guys have gotten into each other earlier, because when you start to really stretch this field out like we have, looking like the top 20, 21 are in this second group or first group, at this point, you have to be thinking about
I want to point this out. I'm sorry, hate to cut you off right there, but Schmeeker is struggling. If you look single file, you think, oh, they're not making moves, they're riding around, there's something great going on. But this is the time to look at the details. Schmeeker is struggling technically as the driver P2. I think he's got to bail out, give Kevin Champagne the opportunity, because look at the veterans behind. Kevin Champagne, Muvik, TCB. You line up with Joe, they'll be there in 3 to 5 business days. As a joke, because they'll probably be there at 3 to 5 laps. The thing is, though, what was 2.5 is now a 3.4, and it continues to drop back. Joe's on that hot mic saying, I need someone else behind me.
Yeah, because you can see the way they're snaking down the backstretch. They're staying in line, yes, but they cannot keep it steady, and that's what's giving up so much time. Look, they kept it steady. They're starting to kind of even out the score a little bit with those top guys.
He's going to bail.
Speaking of those top guys, there's only half a second between first through ninth. We may have a fight for the lead up top.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and see how that goes down. Very much is. We talked about boys going to the top to battle it out. Frank DeAngelis is there. He's up to third on the outside lane. Burrows is up there as well. And as Schmeeker went to the back, just like that, they're looking for a way to close on in with Kevin Champagne. 3 drivers top, everyone else on the bottom within the top 9.
So racing double file, they're still slowly pulling away from that second group, showing, 1, how strong they are, but 2, the disorganization of that second line.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how the rest of this race goes on. Your Contreras, you're up there. If you're Lane Sanders, might as well try to lead and go ahead and get some brownie points for the Discord because they love going after him down there. Nonetheless, the outside lane, they don't want to just sit in line. They think, you know what, there's side of us, we're safer going 2x2 than single file. Now, if we had all 38, 40, 43 drivers that race tonight up front, then you'd be worried maybe single file is the best move.
Well, and you also have to add in, too, you know, DeAngelis has fallen out of that points battle. The only one up there who's actually racing for points is Gary Owen. And where is he right now? In the back of this pack, playing it safe. Whereas Frank just took the lead and now is right in front of Burrows.
So if you look at it right now, let's say hypothetically Gary Owen finds his way from 9th to 1st, Marceller finishes 14th. You're looking at a, hey, Gary Owen, we don't know how good he is at Bristol, but I know he has speed at Indy. I know he has speed possibly at Chicagoland. Gary Owen could be a serious championship contender, not just there by being there mathematically. So you got to keep an eye on this as well. Gary doesn't need a fight now. Gary just needs to sit around, hang out, burn some laps up, and let the craziness go around the racetrack. 15, 10, 5 laps to go. Gary Owen has to be the most aggressive because he is in a must-win situation, in my opinion, and he needs Marceller to end this one on a record.
Well, now we see the front guys going single file. That back line caught him maybe by 1/10 of a second in the last couple laps. But now this front group going single file again. I think the guys who wanted to go to the front have went to the front now. So you may see them just ride around in line again and try and pull away more.
Well, Frank DeAngelis had one idea. Let's go ahead and lead this thing. Now when they're single file, it gave them the okay to talk to drivers. Let's ask a poll in the chat. Should we talk to your race leader while under green flag conditions? That is the update to Frank. We know he's listening to the live stream right now, just so we get an understanding of what these drivers are thinking right now. Lot 60 out of 188. Hey, there's only 9 of us. There's a worry though. Kevin Champagne, he's up to 10th, and he is closing in big time.
Yeah, less than 3 seconds now between them. And now you look further back in this pack, and Gary Owen has made a move underneath the 29 of Sanders and back to single file, but you can see them right there. They're coming, and they're coming fast.
And Joe is on his horse. We'll continue to look at it. We'll only talk to the race leader if it means that he isn't under any fire. Burrows in second. He's going to stick with him. That's another reason we want to talk to him, because we know they're going to be in the same way of thinking, hey, let's go top, let's go bottom, let's stay in the middle. Third, Gregory, we don't see any energy out of them. We know Gary Owen back there in 8th, 9th doesn't have any energy as well to move. The only thing is, Clock's ticking. Joe is bringing the cavalry, and they don't expect to stay single file. They will bring it 2 by 2. You know how I know why? Mubik will do it. Kevin Champagne will do it. And TCB has never been a driver to go shy 3-4 wide racing, as he's just outside that top 10.
Well, and the interval you got to look at is where Kevin's at. A little ahead of Kevin would be where the 20 is at, and then you have 8/10 back from the lead for the 29. So about a second there. They're going to catch his draft soon and get even faster.
Let's go ahead and talk to our race leader just for a little bit to see exactly what he has to say, because right now Champagne is 1-8 back, closing on in, but nonetheless, if you're Frank DeAngelis, you're loving what you see. You're the race leader. Big opportunity to see him go to victory, and he is one of the drivers that gave me the okay to go ahead and talk to him mid-race. Let's go ahead and see what DeAngelis has to say. Frank, it's John, you got a copy.
Oh my God, you actually did it, yeah.
Well, it's going to be hard to hear you, so you have to scream as loud as possible as those engines are rolling. Hey, you're the race leader on a super speedway, and the drivers behind you are closing on in. What's the idea here?
Not wreck, lead, win, get drunk.
I like it. I have a question, Frank. If you're a winner, are you going to shotgun a beer on stream?
I don't think I have any cans, but I'll probably pop a couple. Pop a couple bottles open.
Well, we're going to go ahead and let you go because you're going to get ready to dogfight here. You sat single file. Is there a question of, hey, do I have to come down to pit road, or what's the deal?
I stayed on the shortened it, so I'm about 5 laps shorter than these guys. Oh, we got a run coming. I'm about 5 laps shorter, maybe even more than the rest of them. So.
Going to be interesting to hear, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's probably tough to hear him. He's got to run, so we're going to go ahead and let him go. But a great insight there from Mr. Frank DeAngelis. Battle for the lead down into 1 and 2.
Armstrong leading that high lane. He's a lap down, but Kevin Champagne with him, he's not. Bringing that top side all the way up to be beside Thornquist in third.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. Now, Frank did give us the update. He's 5 laps short compared to the rest of the field. The only thing is Joe's the lap machine. You don't have to worry about him. But Kevin Champagne is there. Mubik is there. Baker is there. They're all starting to go ahead and crowd in. If you're Frank, do you bail? How about not? He slammed the door on the outside, but they opened it wide open.
He got left out to try there. Mubik goes around him. Nobody's going with him. He's going to the back.
It's going to be a lot of fun to see Joseph Armstrong leading the herd. Kevin Champagne, welcome back. Top of the board, maybe not, because Burrows just took the lead downstairs.
That 20 just looking to get his lap back. 94 looking to get the lead. Up top, 3 wide in the back. They get it all sorted out.
Everyone else continues to go ahead and shuffle, working lap 65 out of 188. Contreras now looks Frank DeAngelis back to the outside lane. It may be Joseph Armstrong leading the herd, but it's Kevin Champagne, your race leader. He is stuck with that Toyota all race long. He continues to hold that outside lane. The only thing is, Burrows is on the bottom. Goins looking for a move. This herd is back 2 by 2, looking 3 wide.
Well, Champagne would be the first driver to win 2 races in the NR Cup Series, and in doing so would be the first to win 2 in a row. He's your leader just over Burrows. Armstrong again just on the tail end of the lead lap. Now down low goes Champagne. He had him clear, stays up with Mubik.
Kevin Champagne on the outside lane. It's Mubik lined up and loaded. It's Baker lined up and loaded. If you're Michael Gregory, what do you do back there in 12th? Do you bail or do you stick with them? That inside lane has crumbled completely as the outside lane charge continues. Joseph Armstrong has been the biggest team player. Here's the thing, you're a lap down. These drivers may owe you one. Come down to 40 or 30 laps to go. I wouldn't be surprised if more drivers work with the 20 machine late.
I wouldn't either, because he's been playing them a solid, getting them to the front. Those top 3 would not be there if it wasn't for the 20 leading him. Owen in 4th, he's the only one in that top 5 from the original pack.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Kevin Champagne at the bottom, Mubik to the outside, lined up with the 25, and Baker lined up with going up there to 4th, now looking for 3rd. It's DeAngelis, it's Schmidt, up inside the top 10. If you're on the outside lane, you're just flying. You're downstairs, you're stuck back down the backstretch.
Mubik needs these points. He has to lead this time by. Make sure he has those bonus points. Up top, he blocks up high. He's going to be in front of Baker. Baker dives low though for the lead.
He's going to ride up here with Kevin Champagne. He's also going to try to make that convoy work there with Burrows. They've all lined up back downstairs. He got the 79 of Schmidt. He got the 8 there of Thornquist. Top 8 still under a bubble. Braden Mulvick, a shot to the rear end there of Joseph Armstrong. One idea, keep him on the lead lap. He's got you there. You want to go ahead and keep your friends in check.
But that time by the 25 had the lead. Dead even up top. Lap car getting ahead of both of them. So the battle for the lead continues to heat up.
Todra 15th, Tanhart 16th. That's now group number 2. They look for a way forward. Question is, can they gain? That's not going to be the case. Mulvick on the outside. Going on the outside. Baker downstairs is lined up with Kevin Champagne. All continue to shuffle the 2x2 back through 3 and 4.
Mulvick now gives another shove to the 20. The 5 with him, but now the 25 and 94 diving down low, getting a run, and momentarily having the lead.
It's going to be interesting to see how this goes down. How about the drivers that were up front in that other group? That's now group number 3. Stone and Cootie have all lined up single file. This main pack, a group of 14. There's still well over 38 drivers running around this racetrack. They're just all scattered after Wilkerson blew an engine. This is where you got to think, when do you come to pit road?
Well, now Mulvick and Gary Owen, they get clear up top as well. They're going to be the top 2. The 83 of Balderas, he's with them, but Baker continues to fight low.
He's up to 3rd. Balderas is now dropped inside the top 3. TCB downstairs leads the charge, but it's not charging anywhere. Braden Mulvick, welcome back top of the board. He needs a win big time if he wants to bring it there to the driver of the 9. Speaking of the driver of the 9, he's just riding back and watching what goes on up front. Mosteller's in a situation where if you see smoke, you slam on the brakes and find a way to get out of the way. One idea, make it to the end and just survive.
Yeah, and he's playing it smart. That's a smart move. 14 cars strong, this front group, and not including Armstrong. But up front, Mulvick continues to lead.
Well, here's the good news. Welcome to the long green flag run. The chat has been asking for it. They're asking, why are they pushing? Why are they shoving? Why are they blocking? We were asking the same questions. Well, guess what? The answer's been made. Sorry, we're going to run back 2x2, 3x3, maybe way in the back, but let's go back to the fundamental racing everyone knows and loves. Armstrong's going to go to the bottom here. Idea, block Baker, try to get back on that lead lap if you're not already on it. The thing is, though, coming onto pit road, I'm telling you, it's like Black Friday at Macy's, Walmart. It's about what can you gain before you get to that speed limit, and make sure you don't run into the driver in front of you.
Well, speaking of gaining, Baker has gained on the top side and trying to gain the lead. Down low, has a nose on Mulvick for a moment, and now starting to pull beside the 20. 25 of Baker goes to first.
That's the 48 of Thornquist back down that inside. He's now with Joyner, and that looks to be the 69 of DeAngelis. Riding wide and on the outside lane. The thing is, he's now he found Contreras. Look at this herd behind. You got the 3-4 machines lined up single file. Joey, Stone, and more. Some have asked, where's the pack? That was 38 cars deep. They've all shuffled to the back as everyone else looks to just make it to the end. Pit road, you're in the zone, you're in the cone of, hey, it's gonna be here. The thing is, when you go ahead and make that move downstairs, Frank said he's 5 laps short. I wouldn't say pit with that 69.
Well, he's being aggressive still, trying to make it 3 wide for a moment. Now they're back to double wide behind Mulvick. Owen is side by side with the 25. Now he gets clear. Bottom line starting to fall back.
Balderas to 3rd. That's DeAngelis to 6th. Burrows to 7th. Contreras back to 8th. It's 2x2 again. Baker on the inside lane. Kevin Champagne on the inside lane. That outside lane has pushed, shoved, rubbed their way forward. What we don't see from what we saw earlier was a lot of tandem drafting. Is that starting to go away as the track continues to change?
Well, there's no reason to. Don't be too aggressive at this point. You probably can. I mean, you look at the 69 of Frank DeAngelis giving a push to the 83, and there goes Armstrong up top, blocking him again. 83 of Balderas gets the lead, though, with that push.
Alexander Balderas driving the 83, and then the overlay says 82. He shucks his way to the lead. It's DeAngelis downstairs back to 2nd. Contreras back to 3rd. You're Frank. You don't go full saw here. Why? You got to say something to try to go ahead and bring these guys down pit road with you.
Well, Armstrong is leading them up top now. 4 cars strong that high side, and they're seeming to pull ahead of the bottom. They do.
Nonetheless, that inside lane Oh, it is very much the numbers. Michael Gregory back there, Kevin Champagne back there. Contreras to the lead. He was a championship contender earlier. Some things didn't work out in the middle of the season, but nonetheless, he's found his way top of the board with the Toyota in front.
And a giant lead for Talladega standards of 4/10. Those two up front sitting ducks as the pack gets a draft on them. There is a tandem up top, Gregory and Kevin Champagne, and one on the bottom with Balderas and DeAngelis.
Mikey G has been fighting like a Trojan on that outside lane. Nothing is trying to go ahead and find a way around him. Banged up on all ends of that machine, but nonetheless, he stays up inside that top 10. Keep an eye out for that Toyota to have a shot late. Balderas, an opportunity for the lead. One thing is, he's going against that unwritten rule. He's trying to pass Joe, the driver that is trying to stay on the lead lap to not get a lucky dog. Reason being, the only thing is, he wants to go and take the lead. Frank's coming out of pit road early. We got about 5, maybe 4 laps, so someone has to make a move.
Sanders and Joyner are joining him down there. Not the only one, gets it slowed down, but he won't be the only one on pit road. He does have drafting partners. That's Glass in the 99. I think he's out of this race. But 3 cars peel off first, and what, we're expecting 5 laps from now, about lap 80 is when they'll pit now?
Maybe 4, maybe 3, but it's pushing it. I'm worried about DeAngelis, man. He was flying down there.
Well, and talking about somebody else here, Joey Stone leading that far back pack all the way around this foursome of cars, and just ahead of them, Daniel Mosteller has lost the main draft.
Well, let's talk about character with drivers. So we've been talking about this a lot. If you're a content creator, you come to iRacing, the drivers do not care who you are. They don't care about your name. They don't care about how many followers. They're going to chew you out. They're going to spit you out. But one thing we have noticed, ever since Joey and Gary came to NR, they've held their own. Drivers have raced them a little bit differently. They raced them harder. They let them know who they are in the Discord. They would use the excuse, you're a content creator. But what happened? They have gained that respect, and this has changed the momentum for them in the points and in the community. Hats off to these content creators that race, because nonetheless, what the drivers thought was an ego very much is just a lot of confidence. I'm looking at it right now. They're all working with that 6 machine.
Yeah, Joey Stone leading the pack now. They just went right by like a freight train past the 9. And now that 6 car with Cootie and Dominguez drafting with them, trying to track down that front pack. And that front pack also has lost the 48 car.
Get ready to stand up, ladies and gentlemen. It's that thing you love to watch, and it's the herd coming to pit road. They pit before your leaders. All in, smooth, calm, no one spinning. Not at all, but they're going to undercut the drivers in front. This is a big strategy.
Big strategy move at Talladega this fine evening, and all of them got in there very orderly. So now it's about getting back out there with your drafting partners. Don't lose the draft, kind of like that 48 does there. Up front, 9 cars in this lead draft, with Armstrong, the lap car, being a 10.
Hand out the window. This group's coming in this time. We have had now 3 different stops. You had the drivers that were just inching to get there. I think that forced the second group on the pit road. You're this group. You got to come in now. Here they come.
Oh, and they are flying down there. That's Braden.
He's got to be on the brakes. Got to be on the brakes. A lot of lock out of that right front. It gets tight coming onto pit road.
Very tight, and we'll find out if anyone was speeding. But again, very clean entry this time.
Wow, this has been a complete switch up.
Don't jinx it.
It's like the principal came into the classroom and then all of a sudden everyone decided to stop talking.
Was that Principal Wilkerson's engine?
I guess so, because when Wilkerson's engine blew up, I think that was the punch in the face of, if you don't keep your car in check, you're going to go and have some issues. But nonetheless, they're all back in. Let's see who's going to go ahead and try to take this lead. This is going to be the herd coming off the pit road. Second group, it's coming in. Frank's still very much in that group. They may go ahead and hold on to the lead. And what a call by these guys that are working their way back to the line.
That group there that went past them, lap cars, just trying to make up some time. And you're seeing the interval close in a ton. They're probably going to be at least with them, maybe ahead.
Frank DeAngelis, if this works out for you, and it very much is, wow, stay out and you still hold on to it after the green flag run. Hey, man, this is working out great for the fabulous Frank DeAngelis.
Yeah, he gets a run up top with Joyner, and they go right past these 3 as they're at full song. And how many more can they pick off? That's probably what they're asking.
Now they're going to go on the outside and continue to see that dial move. Burrows in. Where's Mavic? Where's Balderas? That's what you look for. They're right there. They're going to be in that drafting line. I don't think anyone lost on this set of sequences, because here's the thing. That pack of 14 will now most likely be a pack of 18 to 25 when they all come back together. We have our supercell once again at Talladega.
Yeah, front 6 cars, including the 20, are up front. That 20 and the 18, though, about 3/10 back from Schmidt. So they're not as organized as the ones behind them as they lap Spencer Burns.
Yeah, Burns is going to go downstairs. These two have got to worry about each other. That's Burns, that's Armstrong, and right away he wants to get out of Dodge. He knows he's got to keep that 06 machine behind him. Here comes group number 2. Very easy, will close on in, but these scattered drivers right here will give enough draft possibly to Joey Stone and the 25 machines behind to go ahead and make it a 25 car pack. Your Tanhart, you can be thankful for this one. He's got to be ecstatic right now streaming on TikTok.
Yeah, while sitting in 21st, he's surviving this race, staying in the fray. And while they are 6 seconds back, they are far from being in danger. Up front, though, that 18 car pack, 19, 20, depending on how many lap cars are there, they're all coming together like an accordion.
Yeah, right now it's 4 seconds back to at least third place. I may have spoke too soon. They'll be relevant, but they won't very much be hard-nosed right back to the rear end. Here's the thing. You're Anthony Burrows. You're the race leader. You're Mavic. You're there in second. You're Balderas. You're back to third. These guys have already lined up back down that inside lane, but nonetheless, it's going to be very interesting to see how this all goes down as we get ready to try it again. Long green flag run, walking the green flag pit stops. We were worried about possibly not seeing it. Very much there as we got a cluster machines 3 wide.
3 wide, the 20 and the 18 being split. They're going all around them. That high side being led by Sanders. Now down low goes Baker. He's going to lead the middle.
Burns in the middle, lined up. Gary Owen is going to have a shot in front of him. That looks to be Lane Sanders. 3 wide. We're working maybe nearly 100 laps to go. Kevin Champagne, Joseph Armstrong, Spencer Burns, and more have all formed on that outside lane. You're Baker, you're Gregory, you still got Burrows and Mavic in front of you. 2 by 2, that rally carries through 3 and 4.
This goes all the way back to 18th place. Todriff up front. Burrows being challenged by Baker and Gregory as a tandem. The 25 goes to lead as they had contact out of 4.
I think he went for the side drop. Where's Burrows? There he is.
Saved it though. Still green.
Baker's been aggressive, man. It's just a matter of time before something doesn't work.
But still, they keep it together, a bit spread out now, and you're going to start seeing some other players join that top draft.
This is going to be interesting right here because now Kevin Champagne's going to shoot back to the lead. You got Baker back downstairs. You got Sanders up there in 7th. Balderas to 9th. DeAngelis, saving grace up there in 10th. He's lucky that they picked when they did.
Oh,
Gary
contact! There goes the 06 down low. He comes back. Still no caution, no wreck. They keep it straight.
Yeah, you got to be smart right there. That's the big thing. You got Michael Gregory right underneath, down to the inside. They're shuffling a lot. A lot of these guys trying to make moves. Baker is driving it like it's a pissed-off teenager. Gary
in
Owen!
the inside wall. Does he stays out? We stay green.
I think he's parking it. And we're going to throw it. Trying like he stole it or a pissed-off teenager. I don't know how you want to go ahead and put it, but oh, man.
I think they started taking for granted just how clean this race was. And now, with the 06 being shuffled back, I believe, as long as it's a lap down only, Armstrong gets the free pass.
Well, it's been a fun night.
It has. We finally got a green flag run.
Yeah. And now the thing is, though, you got this yellow. Do cautions, precautions. This is going to be tough. Gary Owen had a massive lick to the left side of that machine, and that target is all bent out of shape. We're going to go ahead and watch back to see what happened, but Baker was just driving that thing, man.
Well, so you see the 26.
That's Corey Giles.
I don't know if he was trying to slow up or just the difference of speed, but just gets right in the back of Gary.
I'm starting to see a common theme here. Now, for the ones that are watching iRacing for the first time, you might think, oh, these drivers suck. And we're going to say it that way because that seems to be a common theme, not just at NR Night for new viewers or just people that go at it. This is hard. You're racing in first person. You got force feedback on. You got to do this for 500 miles. This new aero package, it just produces speed, but it also destroys runs, including with that right rear side draft. It's crazy. See Giles, I think he's on the brakes right here. I think he wants to go ahead and find a way around. Last second, he thought about just maybe shoving him. Wasn't going to work out. And Gary Owen just had a heck of a piece to the inside wall.
But when you're indecisive, when you think maybe I'll go around, maybe I'll shove him, maybe we'll just do something different, somebody else pays for it. A lot of times you could pay for it, so.
I don't think he's done. We're going to see. We talked about these cars being built very well. We know we got a lot of Gary Owen fans there in the chat. He's got 4 wheels on it.
Yeah, it's still rolling.
But we're going to see how long he's going to be down on pit road for that one. As a caution will wave, working lap 84 out of 188. And we will get ready to try it again. This is going to be money stop time.
Yeah, they're pitting now. By the time we go back to green, it'll be about 100 to go. And everyone's jumping aboard.
New Bigging, Todriff, Stone, Dominguez, Tanhart. You know what? Tanhart's streaming there on TikTok. I would love to go ahead and hear what he's got to say for this race. We can always trust Tanhart's judgment on certain things as we get ready to go ahead and hear what he's got to say. Drivers working on and off pit road as we get ready to rally. This is your first time watching. We say hello, we say welcome. We hope you all are enjoying this beautiful night as we go ahead and see if Dale is open to a conversation. I don't think he is in the Discord as of right now, as we get ready to go ahead and see what everyone's got to say.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame him though. Probably got to be, I don't know. He's probably not in the Discord. He's probably just focusing in because he's been in the fray all night.
You know, let's go talk to Joey Stone. We've been giving a big update. Joey, it's the John. You got a copy.
Yeah, what's going on?
It has been wild out there, my man. And we were talking about you, and we're talking about being a content creator and driving in NR9, how difficult it is. Walk me through this race so far.
Well, I can guarantee my beard's grown about 2 inches with the cautions in the first 50 laps. That was definitely a little bit of a, a long stint right there of cautions. But, thankfully the field had a nice run right there, which is great. I was able to really just kind of get used to the bump drafting and all that. I don't know if you saw it on the broadcast. Me and Cootie and the rest of the pack, we were flying up to the front and found some good stuff there. So, honestly, just really glad we had that long run. We learned a lot for the later stint in this race if that happens again. And the car feels great. We're just kind of minding our own business here and waiting for more chaos to ensue and get the 6th car up to the front and hopefully go for a win.
Let's get your sponsor some TV time here. That's Cutscene. I want to point this out. When you race NR9 at first, and this happened to me when I started iRacing. As a content creator, it's this idea of, content creator racing, iRacing. Man, screw him. You know what I mean? But it was like that for everyone, including when Jarrett first arrived on the scene. Even Darian, it's like, content creator, what are you doing here? YouTuber, gross. But over time, you built a relationship with these drivers. A lot of them have learned to trust you, and you've learned to trust them. And overall, you went from content creator to now you're just Joey. You know what I mean? How does that feel right now, finding guys that work with you and trust you to possibly find victory? Because you've been close multiple times.
Yeah, we've definitely been close, and I'm glad you brought that up. You know me, Jarrett knows me, that at one time, console racing, NASCAR Heat, that's who I was, and we built something great over that time. But unfortunately, some things definitely happened that, probably didn't have to happen, and I've had to kind of restructure the way I approach my streaming and who I am and everything. So it's definitely been a challenge, but I'm really grateful for it, honestly. It's honestly built me up a lot as an iRacer. And it's funny you mentioned the whole league kind of looking at me. It's like, why is Joey Stone here? He makes a mistake. It's like, it's a
And then you're
Joey
running
Stone
well.
moment.
Look at the points. I mean, come on.
I know, yeah, it's great. But honestly, man, these group of guys, man, they can definitely be a hassle sometimes, but they make you a better racer over time. And that's what I'm really appreciative about. Here at Talladega, it's a wild card race, but, just other races like Charlotte, I mean, I feel like on the long run, we were one of the fastest cars, and it just strategy played a different role. But to be up there near the top 10 in points after all this time, it's great. I love it. And we still got a lot more time to go here to get some good finishes and maybe even a win. So, hey, like I said, I like being under the radar. Don't ever count us out, man. We'll hopefully get the 6th car up there at the front and make a show out of this.
Let's ride. 86, you're working nearly 100 laps to go. Good luck there.
Thank you, buddy.
Ladies and gentlemen, get the 1 to go. Great interview there by Joey Stone as we get ready to go ahead and try this all again. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long. Jarrett, you got another yellow.
We got another yellow. but we had a long green run. Now you're starting to see another cast of characters all up in that top 20. You got Muvik and Sanders up front, Balderas, Joyner, Thornquist, Smeeker, Contreras, Giles, Burrows, and Todriff, your top 10. Now, let's see if we can, let's get another long run. How about that?
Gonna be a lot of fun to see. I mean, we got lights off right here. They're getting ready to go again. Here's a shuffle. You got Sanders on the outside. You got Muvik on the bottom. If you look for a green flag run, you got it. The only thing is, we're gonna get ready to try it again. Back on their feet here at Talladega. Restart zone this time by Muvik, Balderas, Sanders, and Joyner. Let's grab a gear and roll deep just one more time. Muvik shot out of the cannon. Balderas right with him. Sanders, Joyner, top 4 single file on the bottom.
They stay 1 through 4, and back behind them a slower restart. Thornquist starts to get out to 5th. Smeeker down low. The bottom line has the push.
Giles is there. Contreras is there. Joyner, Sanders, Balderas have all single filed out down on that inside lane. Muvik, Balderas down low, still hugging it in nose to tail. It looks to be machines behind trying to make a move. Here's Joyner on the outside lane with a charge. He's back rear to wheel.
And side by side for third, top 2 pull away. Contreras gives the push, and they're going for more.
3 wide looking.
Oh,
It's the
Demos!
Armstrong.
Crash to the back.
Was that a 1-car spin? It was Greenwood. They hold on to it. We stay green. Another near miss.
Another near miss, and the pack gets strung out again by that. You saw the 9 got pushed down low. He's going to be back there a little bit outside the top 20, maybe the top 30 even.
He's lucky because he could have easily been parking it up and taking it home. Nonetheless, battle for the lead. Joyner, Burrows, Contreras, Barba, Gallo have worked their way into the top 5.
And they're 3 wide now for second as Contreras pushing Joyner. Jua looks in the middle too. Now double file.
Zach Todriff on the outside lane. Michael Gregory on the outside lane. Joyner, Muvik looking to sneak the way through. Jua looks to the middle. It's still the 45 to the middle lane as well. 3 wide looking. Armstrong wanted to slam the door. Zach Todriff on the offensive. He rushes his way back inside the top 5.
First time we mentioned him going up towards the top tonight. The 54 with the push from the 4. Down low, 5 cars have the push, and they're starting to try and get away.
Working lap 89 out of 188. This is Talladega Superspeedway. You still got the 62. That's Anthony Burrows up inside the mix. You got Thornquist. You got Sanders. You got Zach Todriff back to 8th. It's still that 3 wide shuffle that continues way to the outside, save for barrier. Nonetheless, top 5, top 6 have all single filed out downstairs.
But Todriff is trying to lead that top side with Jua and Muvik behind him. Looking up top of Balderas, looking up top side by side. The top 4 now only single file.
Drew Jua under fire, maybe from drivers behind. Nonetheless, he gives a shot there to Todd, who looked 5th, who looked 4th, up to 3rd, up to 2nd, looking for the lead back to the start-finish line. Todd on the move. Toyota wheel-to-wheel back to 1 and 2.
Avenging his run from Daytona, Todriff takes the lead as we approach halfway, side by side with Joyner, top 6 all under a blanket.
Everyone continues to try that shuffle. Sanders on the outside with Gregory. That still looks the 20 machine of Armstrong stuck in the middle. This massive herd continues back to 3 and 4. Todriff, Joyner wheel to wheel, Jua, Contreras top 4, Muvik, Armstrong, Burrows all under a can right now. Zach Todriff, another massive shove from Jua. He gets that Toyota top of the board.
And now the top 26, only a second between them. Todriff leads the top line. They try and even it out, but down low the push with Contreras, and it looks to be Joyner.
Thurston 17th, Joey Stone 18th. Where did the herd go? They're about maybe 7 car lengths behind as Joseph Armstrong, who was once a lap down, brought the herd forward, now looks for the lead downstairs. 2 Chevrolets, don't even phrase that, 2 Toyotas up front. You got 3 up inside the top 5, all battling it out down the super stretch.
Kevin Champagne trying to tandem with Armstrong now. They stay down low, but the top side gets the push ahead. Todriff leads out more.
They've still got Champagne back to 5th. You got Muvik back to 6th. You got Steinmeier back in that 7th position. Andrew Cootie on the outside lane has found his way back inside the top 10, at least looking, should we say, inside the top 6. Lap 91, working lap 92, everyone chasing Zach Todriff.
Down low, Dale Tanhart getting a push, trying to stay with Braden Muffick. He's inside the top 8 for the first time today, looking for more with Kevin Champagne behind him.
Panetto outside the Sweet 16. Balderas inside the Sweet 16. Jua, Todd, 1-2 outside lane. Muffick, Armstrong, top 5. Everyone continues to fight down the super stretch. Question is, who has what it takes to get to the Camry?
Gregory, Armstrong, Tanhart, they lead the bottom. Now Muffick and Jua go down to block, and the bottom gets the run as Todriff falls back to Cootie.
It's the best show on earth. It's Dale Center up inside the Elite 8. Dale Tanhart rushing his way back forward. He's up to 7th. He nearly got squeezed by Todd as Jua brings the Chevrolet top of the board.
Armstrong looks high. Muppet goes up to block with Jua ahead of him. Jua mirror driving as we approach halfway. Armstrong looking low. Gregory leading the bottom.
He's looking, he's peeking, he's got that run right behind. Muffick went to victory lane at Darlington, looking to get it done in Dega. He's still lined up on that outside lane. Oh, Armstrong lost the move. He's gonna get shoved to the inside. Nearly got the rear end lifted off. Nonetheless, how about the shove to the possible lead through 3 and 4?
Pepsi machine back up towards the top, pushing Armstrong to the lead. It looks like as Jua falls back to Muffick side by side, they're dead even.
Kevin Champagne rode out of the pocket, and he's got the 75 of Tinsley right with him. These drivers have been shoved around in the early parts of the race. They're back battling for the lead, coming back to the triangle. Jua 4, Armstrong 20. Muffick a shot to the rear end, brings it back to 1 and 2.
We've hit the halfway lap. Jua getting a pull now from Muffick. Muffick clearing Armstrong. They can go anywhere they want.
Everyone looking for a way around. Lane Sanders on the bottom. He's lined up with Giles. Oh, Cootie just got
There
in
he
the
goes.
burrows. Around they go. And Andrew Cootie just slammed the inside wall. Caution is going to wave.
Gregory's
Michael
in it.
Gregory's involved. Tyler Tinsley.
Kevin Champagne.
James Thurston. Dominguez, Joey Stone. And another one bites the dust.
Kevin Champagne was in that one.
Oh, man.
A lot of contenders taken out there. We hit halfway. Hey, for all you stage break fans, we hit the end of our second one.
Andrew Cootie strikes again. Anger manner.
You gotta think some of these guys are starting to hit the end of their limit when it comes to how much damage they can take. Looks like a lot of these guys going past now are fine. Thurston, Stone, Gregory, maybe. We'll see what the damage is as we go and watch the replay.
I think Andrew Cootie's out of this race. What a lick to the inside wall. I mean, he just rear-ended that thing.
Spun like a top when he did so. So, major wreck. Huge implications for the end of this race. And at this point, it's Jua, Muffick, and Armstrong, the top 3.
Well, wasn't that interesting?
It was very interesting. Let's see the replay of it.
Some asking down below if we have stages. No, we don't need that. We're already entertaining as it is.
Well, when we say it was the end of the stage break, that was a joke.
Well, let's see it right here. It was Joe looking to block Cootie. Like, we were looking at a segment before we were about to talk, and this is when I look back. I was like, Cootie's going up.
He gets into Burrows. Burrows in the wall.
Watch this hit. Rear end, trying to drive out of it. There is no way he's getting back on the racetrack. That's got to be a left rear, absolutely destroying the suspension. You can see it's knocked out just a little bit. I don't know, actually.
But,
no, I don't know.
No, I want to see what happened with Burrows because that leads to this carnage.
Contreras involved. We're going to look for it. Anthony Burrows, he kind of just got hit out of nowhere.
So he got up into the wall here. And from there, you see Armstrong into Kevin Champagne. Dale Tanhart gets by. Demos gets by. It looks like not too much damage for that 62. The crash was more of a chain reaction behind him. There's Tinsley, Thornquist, Thurston, all jacked up in the back. I don't know who that is. That might be Jeffries. And another major accident. But these are the guys who, for the most part, survived it.
Well, we're going to go ahead and look back at it again. I mean, This is big for these guys behind. Tyler Tinsley.
Watch Thurston come in. He gets jacked up into the air a little bit right there in that Burger King car. Nowhere for Jeffries to go. And you just see he gets jacked right up a little off the ground. Dominguez behind him. Looks like the 11's in that
Panetto
one.
just nearly absolutely got torn. A big one here.
New Bigging's in it.
That's the driver second in points.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Mosteller, I think, still in the top 10, surviving this wreck. Gregory, huge impacts during it. And once again, we rack them and stack them back up.
This has been a very, very interesting night as the memes start flying in the Discord. Well, we're going to get ready to go ahead and try this one again. Frank D'Angelo is your race leader. Let's go ahead. You know what? Let's go talk to Frank just for the time being as we get ready to go ahead and rock and roll. We're smiling because we saw a very interesting photo after that wreck. You guys know the Ross Chastain memes. There's a meme in the Discord of Andrew Cooney in the same light. But nonetheless, we'll get ready to go ahead and try it again. As we get ready to roll, Frank, it's a John, you got a copy.
Yeah.
Are you the one that started that? I just want to point that out. Are you the one that started that?
Started what?
The Andrew Cooney, Ross Chastain memes? Because the second I look in the Discord, that's the first thing I see.
Hold on, I gotta get black clear. Hold on. Black clear, black clear, black clear.
Well, we're going to go ahead and get ready to try it again. We were trying to talk to you during the green flag run. What'd you think of that? That's pretty cool, right?
Bro. Muvik is lightheaded right now from laughing too hard. Oh.
Well, we're going to get ready to try it again, but
Oh my god.
what's so funny?
The yellow, it's the same person doing the Humpty Dumpty, turning into the field like always.
Well, we get ready to go ahead and try it again. You led some laps. I think you got a shot going to victory lane. You're the first driver to go ahead and get a green flag run interview. What do you think about that?
I think it's good. It's really good. I got some confidence, got some pep in my step. The same people that wrecked the field have been wrecking the field. Just got to avoid that.
Well, we're going to go ahead and get ready to try it again. We got the one to go this time. You want to say anything to anyone back at home?
Shout out my grandpa if he's still up.
President of the fan club, of course.
Oh, no, not anymore, no.
Oh, no. Okay, we'll continue.
Shout out Buddy the dog, Max Singer, Max Brady. Actually, no, maybe not Max Brady. Hold on, my mom's actually texting me right now. She said hi. That's really it. Hi Jarrett. Hi John. We're getting ready for the restart now.
Give me a lot of fun. Hey, big opportunity to go to victory lane. You ready?
I'm not gonna be ready until 5 to go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, still got to ride.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see some of these guys down pit road. Thins the herd out a little bit. You ready to go back at it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and see how that goes. Pace car's down away. Good luck.
Thank you, bro.
We get ready to try it again, and we do have drivers out of this race. Let's get ready to go back green. Finding their way back to the tribal. It was an interesting one, as the drivers had a lot of things to say. Let's get ready to try it again, right here from Talladega. Muvik on the inside, Armstrong right with him, Giles, Balderas all lined up. They worked their way back through 1 and 2.
Looked like up top some didn't go, but on the bottom the top 3 did. Muvik, Armstrong pulling away with the tandem, but up top, Giles and Todriff.
Yeah, he's got Todd all over the rear end there. It's the Toyota Tango on the outside lane. A lot of shuffling back to the rear. Dominguez downstairs. That's still Greenwood on the outside lane. Everyone looking for a saw back through 3 and 4.
Giles looking up top for the lead. Muvik down low with a push from Armstrong and Balderas behind him. Top 8, all even, double file.
Well, we are working our way past halfway, and we're thankful to have you all here. And our Cup Series action here live on the Iceberg. It's still Giles on the outside lane. He may go ahead and lead this lap in the Wonder Bread Toyota. Talladega Nights, maybe. He gets it. Lap 99 out of 188.
4 wide mid-pack. They're still keeping it even through 1 and 2. Up top, though, single file, double file, I should say. Among about the top 12, they're still 3 and 4 wide in the middle of the pack. Oh, a bit of a move by Armstrong and a very aggressive block by Mumming.
Yeah, he's trying to keep that 20 behind. The only thing is, Daniel Mosteller has now worked his way to the front of this field. He's got TCB with him on the outside lane. Zach Todger stuck in the middle. Giles lined up. Oh, there goes Burns.
Saves it.
Yes, indeed. No caution. Let him race.
No yellow. Takes a little bit of a jump there.
We have relaxed yellows on for that reason. We know how wild it gets on these restarts.
Contact.
Contact with Armstrong. Joe will lead that one. Andrew Cootie is back. He's up inside the top 20.
3 by 3 by 3 all the way through this front pack. 5 rows of 3 deep. Giles with the lead. A push now from Daniel Mosteller.
Yeah, he's on that outside lane with that 3 by 3. Panetto up to 8th. Balderas up to 9th. Zach Todriff back to the 13th position. That lane has all single filed in the top 2. You still got Joe downstairs with Jua.
Giles shuffled low. Demos trying to pull ahead of him. 3 wide for the lead. That beaten and battered 20 car trying to pull ahead.
Drew Jua just shot him out of the cannon. The only thing is, Cootie is there with Mosteller. Mosteller's got them all lined up in front. Panetto is there as well. Everyone charges back to the start-finish line.
Now the points leader takes the point at Talladega. First is the 924 second, and that's Blue Jimmy in third.
Yeah, he's got a shot at finding victory lane, and all those guys have all separated out. Reason being, when Burns got sideways, it allowed these drivers to breathe some more. We could go green all the way with the amount of cars up front. Look at that, 3 herds back there, maybe some stragglers as well. You're Mosteller, you're loving it. Why? A win at Talladega, you might as well lock up a champion.
Well, and looking at the top line, you got a lot of the guys who have been there. Panetto, he's a bit new to be up there, and so is Abraham Vila. We haven't called his name all race. He's in the top 10 for the first time tonight with Muppet below him.
Yeah, he's looking down to the inside nonetheless. It's still that herd that continues back to the start-finish line. Baker will not give up. I mean, he's like a roach. You can hit that thing with anything, and it's still going to keep going. He's been thrown around all over this racetrack, and somehow still has all 4 wheels pointed in the right direction.
That Hot Wheels machine has been on fire tonight, and he is getting the push from Vila through the middle, through what used to be the sucker hole, now seems to be the lane to go to. Up front, Armstrong and Jua get the lead.
I want to worry about this backpack because it's getting dicey. Thurston still back there, lined up single file. It looked 3-4 wide. Never mind, don't have to worry about it now because we got to fight for the lead. How about Thornquist on the bottom? Mosteller on the outside. Jua had to force that 20 out wide. They jumped to the outside lane.
3 wide now as the bottom starts to fall apart. Those top 2 lanes getting the push. Armstrong leads another, and they go into 1.
Joe, Jua, Baker, Mosteller, top 4. Baker back to the 4th, maybe 5th, now the 3rd position. He just got shot out of the cannon by Vila. Both those machines huddle back down that inside lane. Still giving the fight there to the Camry on the outside.
Vila gives the push to Baker, bringing Muvik with him. Greenwood on the bottom. Top lane starting to fall apart. And now up top, there's space between the front 2 and Demos.
Joyner back to 14th. Muvik to the outside, lined up with Jua. Joseph Armstrong there as well. Baker there as well on the bottom. Vila lined up 2 by 2. Joe another one out in front. He's got the Toyota in line there with Drew Jua. He's still trying to keep that green machine out front. No one can find a way around the Camry. Working lap 104.
Top 4 now seem to get ahead of Baker, but Baker gets the run, but Vila down low. Greenwood right with them. But again, top 3 having everywhere on the track to go to, and Demos right with them.
It's still the 9 in the middle. It's still the 25 of Baker downstairs. It's still the 1 of Abraham Vila on that inside lane. The outside lane trying to work together. Barbagallo nearly squeezed Balderas in the outside wall. 15th on back, 7 seconds back. Freight train time. Idea, let's catch back to this main herd.
They gotta get it all together soon, but up front, looking like the top 6 might freight train. A lot of these guys just falling in line.
Everyone continues to shuffle back. Top 14, all under a second. Drew Jua still there in that second position. Andrew Cooney just had the biggest mistake of the night. He's back up to 5th. How did they fix that car?
I don't know. You said it was built like a tank. Gregory down low, lapping him. He's going to probably fall into this pack, try and get the lucky dog, but it's not going to be thanks to Baker and Vila. They go up high over him, and the freight train up top continues to build.
Todger just kissed that wall. Maybe had way too much fun with that wall on the outside lane. A lot of these guys have all single fouled out. David Joyner, should we say, lined up behind. Your Dale Greenwood, you brought the PUBG Mobile Machine up to 10th. Your Vila, you're loving 11th. The only thing is, you worry about a shuffle, and you just saw it from there, 10th on back.
Greenwood will be shuffled to the back of this pack now. Thornquist passed him. He's back to 14th. Bottom lane only has 3, 48 looking to try and join him.
It's still Sanders back to 18th.
Cootie in the wall.
Zach Todger right to the rear end of him. Maybe looking for a way around as Zach lines up nose to tail. He's having problems. I think he has handling issues.
Probably when you get the back end hit like that, but still up in the 6th.
Oh, he turned him! He just turned him! No caution, he didn't hit anything.
Nobody involved.
Wow, I think that's a message.
Yeah, that might be. I know there's a bit of bad blood between these two after Daytona, but, well, no one else got involved.
We stay green. Oh, man, I thought it was going to be a lot worse, I'm going to be honest. Cooney's lucky, that's all it was.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to get spun off the nose of somebody at Talladega, it can end up a whole lot worse than that, but they race on up front. Here we see one of the backpacks, the second pack, led by Frank DeAngelis, and they're starting to gain a little bit of time on this top pack.
It's still Kevin Champagne working forward. Once again, what was 7 seconds back is now a 6.5. So this herd is on the move. Nonetheless, Todger bails out, 3 wide looking, Mosteller, Panetto, all looking back to the outside lane. Drew Jua lined up there with Armstrong. They've all gone back 2 by 2 for the most part, but Mosteller has a big idea. You know what this is? Get out of the way. He knows things can go wrong. You still got a championship to fight for. You want to be crowned at Chicagoland.
Oh, and the 48 almost got turned off the nose of Vila. They still race on. Baker with the lead for now. He gets a huge shove from Armstrong. He's gonna lead this lap, but maybe not the next.
TCB, welcome top of the board once again. Drew Jua falls in the pack. He's back in 3rd. Greenwood to 8th, Todger to 9th, Alexander Balderas back inside that top 10. They all continue to fly back down off corner exit.
Now the top 5 getting a push. Todriff with them. Blue Jimmy clear for now. Now he's not. Thornquist getting the run down low, but those front 4, they can go anywhere they want.
Barbagallo up to the 12th position. Contreras back to 17th. Todriff back to 7th. Panetto up to 5th. TCB, that's your race leader. You're working 80 laps to go.
Don't look now. That second pack is making up time. Only 6 seconds back. They were 7.5 earlier, and they're making up a 10th here, a 10th there. This front pack may have a lot of company in a few laps.
Drew Jua there in 3rd. Movic back to 4th. How about 3rd? Because of a shot to the inside. He's got Vila. He's got Greenwood. He's also got the 83 lined up and loaded. This 2x2 continues, but it's the top 13. How about Frank? 5-7. I'm telling you, these guys never give up.
They're coming fast. They're lined up. You can see them in the back, lined up, running this pack down, evenly spaced out. They're coming.
They're on their way. And look at these boys right behind them, just sitting in line. See Joey kind of struggling back there. But nonetheless, I mean, you were 7 seconds back. You're 5.5, 5.4 now. And these boys are still dogfighting up front. I'm telling you, they're having a lot of fun out here. You can tell these drivers are absolutely enjoying this race.
Well, with under 80 to go, the fun might need to go out the window because business is picking up for the run to the finish. Top 5 single file. Thornquist not going away with Vila. Vila making his presence known.
Vila up to 6th. Joyner up to 9th. Greenwood up to 10th. How about Movic slicing the door close there on the 13 of Panetto? Blue Jimmy has never won a race in the NR Cup Series. He hasn't won an NR night race since October of 2021. The track, Homestead Miami Speedway. This could change working toward the tail ends of this race.
Well, not if Thornquist has anything to say about it. He's making his way slowly back up towards the front. And when you look at that back pack, they're less than 5.5 back. So there's going to be a lot of people to play with up front soon.
Baldera's up to 12th. I love how Mosteller's just sitting there. He's just sitting there at 13th because he knows, let's say you're sitting in the middle. Baker has caused incidents tonight. Mummick's going to get aggressive. Thornquist's going to get aggressive. And Blue Jimmy coming out at the end of this, he's going to get a little nervous and aggressive as well. Where do you sit and think long-term the back of this herd?
Well, this is more the Jeff Gordon strategy. You be up front when you can be fast. You got a fast car, but when stuff is picking up and it's not really time to get to the pay window, hold it back. Let them race amongst themselves, see how they race, and pick your way through. But looking at that second pack, they've closed in even more. 5 seconds now between the leader and them, 4 seconds between Mosteller and DeAngelis. Only 3 more seconds picked up, which they can do, and he's got the 9's draft.
Good news for the Gary Owen fans. They fixed the car after the last set. He came around for the wave around. He's sitting 20th. He still has a shot, and you want to know why? Because Frank DeAngelis went from 7 seconds back to under a 4.9. They're coming, and they're going to be coming here very, very fast. Look at it. Time's running out, maybe, but you still got a lot of time left. The question comes down to, when is it feeding time at the zoo, and we possibly see a big one?
Well, up top, Mummick has help from Todriff. He's trying to make his way past the 1. The top 4, again, like so many times, single file. Dale Greenwood trying to make some hay up top as well. They're just buffering themselves back a little bit. Look at that. There's only 4 seconds now between Mosteller and DeAngelis. Business will be picking up.
Thornquist 4th, Mummick 5th. How about Abraham Vila sucked in on that inside lane? They've all continued that 2x2 run. Who jumps to the outside? David Joyner. Who jumps to the outside? Alexander Balderas. Everybody continues that run, but they're there, they're moving, they're coming. It's now still 5 seconds back because of a big mix-up. But nonetheless, you got Kevin Champagne to give him a shot. It's going to go ahead and work out in their favor.
And that line goes all the way back to the 25th position. So the top 25 still well within this race. Up in the front group, though, back at the ranch, Armstrong and Baker are starting to fight amongst each other for the lead. Mummick pushing Baker further ahead.
What a shot. Burns downstairs with his buddy in the 11. It's still lined up that 2x2. It's still that run, 3 wide. Hold your breath. It's getting still dicey again. Now it's Vila back to the outside. It's Balderas sneaking through. You could have fit a paper between some, and they all find a way through.
Those lap cars were very dicey, but yeah, top guys stay all straight. 8/10 between the top 13. Now Thornquist getting the push from Vila. Blue Jimmy trying to keep up and get a big run to stay with them. The fight is for 3rd, maybe 4th.
That was Colby in the 11 machine. Back there with Spencer Burns. Multiple laps down, maybe, looking for an opportunity late. Back to DeAngelis. 4-7 the difference. Little by little, they're closing in, but you don't want to be single file up front. You don't know why? They jump to the outside. They will pass these boys like they weren't even moving. Your TCB, this may be your one and only shot of winning this season. Why? His record runs at the intermediates and the short tracks low. Everyone else back wheel to 1 and 2.
And that 83 of Balderas nearly turned himself, staying with Greenwood. Greenwood, of all these guys, maybe the most that is not content just riding in line, getting a push now from that 83. He pulls up beside Todriff.
I'm telling you this right now, if Alexander Balderas goes to victory lane, it will be a party in the Nascar like when Junior won at Michigan in 2012. It's gonna be ecstatic. Nonetheless, he sits inside the top 10. Before we started this race, they hadn't changed the number to the 83 from the 82. Nonetheless, he is rolling strong back to the tri-oval.
Well, Barbagallo up top in the 15, getting a run now behind Todriff. Todriff just trying to find his way to the lead again. He's been stuck, it seems, in that 5th to about 8th place range for about the last 30 laps. He wants the lead, and he wants it bad.
How about that? He has his own brand on this hood, and he wants to go to victory lane, getting TV time and riding fast here at Dega. Nonetheless, it's 2x2. The driver returned. now right in front. Andrew Cooney about to go one down.
And this is going to be interesting, but as this goes on, Frank DeAngelis is less than 3.5 back now, which means he's only about, the 25 saves it! Baker saves it, stays on the apron, goes around again, and he still keeps it straight.
Oh man, I thought that was it. I'm gonna be honest. Probably a little too loud for the viewers back home. I was too loud. I've just been enjoying this race. I've just been loving it. How things continue to change from caution after caution, a long green flag run to shuffling, saving it left and right. And now, 13th on back is just 3 seconds back. Are you kidding me?
All they need to do is be within a second or so of the 9 or the 24, who's right between both groups, and they're going to catch a draft. Huge move down low for Muvik and Thornquist. Really aggressive. The aggressiveness is really picking up with almost 70 to go.
Top, bottom, hold it straight. You got Barbagala behind you. You got Drew Jua behind you. You got Dale Greenwood lined up back in that 4th position. You're Zach Todriff, you're Daniel Mosteller. Welcome to the top 12. Everyone continues to scatter. Panetto back to 11th.
Look who's pulling up right near the 54. That's the 24 of Andrew Cooney. Oh, and look at the 69 of Frank DeAngelis. Now he's only just about a second back of Demos. He's going to be up there.
It continues to go ahead and shuffle around. Barbagallo filling in for Max Swearigan here at Talladega. Jua is there. He has caught the rear end of Muvik. Nonetheless, their allies, their teammates, I highly doubt he's going to leave them out to dry.
There they are.
Frank DeAngelis, welcome. He's in the draft. Oh, it's going to get wild. It's going to be a 30-car pack.
The cavalry has arrived as the 69 and 94 lead him up. A tandem for the lead, Muvik and Jua, and now the 48 and 9 falling back. That only helps that second pack even more.
Well, top 2 is separated big time. You continue to watch Greenwood now closing in. The second pack closing in. Everyone continues to scatter back to the outside lane in the defensive move as the 62 downstairs continues to ride in the inside lane, trying to get back on the full saw. Here comes Joe around the outside.
And you can see him now. They're there behind him. Armstrong getting the run with Joyner, Todriff, and Vila. They're going to blow right past Muvik and Jua. The 20 goes to the lead again.
Baldera's 8th. Cooney lines up with Thornquist. Knock, knock. He's on the door, and he's going to go ahead and try to find a way through. It's still Panetto far side. He's just hanging on by a thread in 9th. Everyone continues to start the shuffle. It's time to dig in as that herd is there. The bullet train has caught the cavalry up front.
Up front, it's the 20s, keeping Joyner behind him. Muvik getting ahead with a push from Jua. He's going to lead this time by. Really loose. The 20 gets a run. He comes up to block.
Muvik on the outside lane. Joe is there as well. You got Jua downstairs. You got Todd up to 7th. Everyone continues to try to work their way back off turn 2. 3 wide. Cooney there with Greenwood.
Frank DeAngelis has gotten to the pack, joined this top line, and now is up in the top 9, 8. But up front, Muvik, Armstrong get the push past Jua. Thornquist down low, trying to push the 4 to the lead.
Lane Sanders stuck in the middle. That's still Frank DeAngelis back in the middle as well. Muvik, Armstrong on the outside. What a shove by him, trying to get that Chevrolet back out in front. Jua downstairs. He's there with Thornquist. Braden Muvik, top of the board.
Slicing and Dyson is picking up 3, 4 wide now in the back of the pack. Up front 2 by 2, and it's tandem drafting. The 42 gets a push from Armstrong. Jua trying to get one from Thornquist. Top 2 clear of the bottom.
I worry about that outside lane. You know why? Because Baker is there, but they nearly scruff the outside wall. How about all the dirt and grime on these machines? From the nose to the rear to the side, Gary Owen is riding basically with just fenders left on the car. He's up to 16th. Burns wants to get his lap back. He's having to fight the lap machine to the 24. That's a dogfight for the Lucky Dog.
And they're 3 by 3 by 3 all the way back. Now Frank DeAngelis wants to join in the fun. He's up top over Todriff. Top 3 looking at a snarling pack behind him.
Well, if you wanted a good race to start the season on Jarrett's channel, the Iceberg, you got one. Muvik, Armstrong, outside lane. Joyner stuck in the middle. He's lined up with Todd. It's still Georgiou. It's still Lane Sanders. The shuffling continues back to 1 and 2.
Mavic, though, keeping the lead. Top 4 single file. Vila trying to stay up with them. Cootie at the moment, the lucky dog, as Burns has fallen back.
Yeah, they continue to go ahead and try to work around the situations, but James Thurston.
Oh, goddamn! That was Baker, and Joyner's around. Is anyone else collected?
No matter what, caution's going to wave. He parked it down into turn 3.
Did Baker get hit or just make a bad move?
I think it was a bad move. He's 3 for 3 with that one.
And let's bring them all back.
Again.
Bring them all back together.
For the viewers just filing in, I'm telling you, you have one heck of a race coming down, and it's going to continue to get better. This is unbelievable.
It really is. It really is. And the fact that these guys finally, they got it out of their system early, a little bit of issue later on, but mostly just racing incidents.
Let's go ahead and watch the replay.
Yeah, we got to watch what that 25 was doing. Was it a bumper hook? Was it a bad move? Net code? He was in the middle. He's been aggressive. I think you just pointed out half a lap before that he was up there. We need to watch out for him. Well, let's watch out on the replay.
I want to give him, I know we haven't been talking to the chat a lot because we've been so focused on the great racing. The best part about it, they've been focused as well.
Yeah.
Eric W., thank you so much for the membership. And we've been fighting as well. PC, we didn't let anyone know. PC started overheating hot.
Oh, I see the
Early
move he
on.
made, though. I appreciate it, too. He just made a move down low.
And we've been fighting. The driver's been fighting. And that's the thing about Talladega, man. You have to fight the good fight. But Baker, another bad move. Oh, man. I mean, we saw what Todd did to Cootie. I don't know. If some of these guys start getting agitated, I wouldn't be surprised they just hook, line, and sink. Including with relaxed yellows on. I mean.
All right, here's what we got, though. Moving past. We see him up high. He gets a run and just a bad move.
Yeah, Jew was there.
Yeah, he's clearly there. Collects Joyner, and we're lucky that we didn't have 15 cars in that one.
Yeah, it probably should have been about 15, 16. Frank DeAngelis electing to stay out.
While everybody pits behind him. And I mean, everybody from second on back, everyone's in pit road. Mavic, the first one, off. And is that a strategy move? Or is that just...
I think Frank wants to get to the back because I think he thinks things are going to go down here. Michael Greger will get the wave around. I think that's what it comes down to. I think it's just a strategy move to get these boys back rolling.
Well, we got around, what, 64, 65 to go. So business will be picking up. You just brought the pack together after they all just came together. Is this where cautions breed cautions, or do you ride around and try and make it to the end?
I think a lot of these guys are still really nervous about the caution fests that we had early on. Then we had 2 long green flag runs. I don't know, man. I would start worrying about lap 150, where it's like, okay, we get another yellow, you're probably going to get another one, and then maybe another one, and maybe an overtime.
Well, the thing, too, is you got to think about is strategy. If we do go green at this point, we would have green flag pit stops with about 24 to go. If we go about 40 laps or so on the run, now maybe including some of the caution laps, we'll make it to 23 or 22 to go. And then you're looking at a mad dash to the finish with a spread out field. So if you want to make it to the end of the scheduled distance, you're wanting to get to lap 148. From there on, you can make it to the end on fuel. That's, I think, another interesting part, because we've seen they can go green tonight, even being really aggressive.
This is going to be an interesting restart. I'm trying to wrap my head around what we could see here, because you want to say, okay, now we're up to 124. This is where guys get overly aggressive, right? This is where you want to start thinking the bad starts coming out, but I don't want to put my finger on that just yet, mainly because it's nearly a 200 lap race. It's 188.
Yeah.
But we've seen where you get to lap 124 and things go nuts. I mean, the only thing I can look back at is the garage guys, 499. That's about like lap 124, lap 125. And it was incident, mistake, but you didn't have mistakes early. We've had mistakes early. So things could very much shuffle as Mikey G will get back on the lead lap. We get the 1 to go, boys. It means one thing and one thing only. We're going to get ready to try it again. Time to go green. Mavic, Thurston. Armstrong and Vila.
Balderas and Sanders, Thornquist, Baker. Baker involved in that wreck back in the top 10. Todriff and Barbagallo. That's your top 10.
Yeah, I'm Barbagallo back to 10, but how about Nathan Scott? He DM'd me. He said, I made it to lap 100 without hitting anything. Let's go win. That's a big thing. You gotta look at these guys out here that have not been noticed. Steinmeier, Schmitty. Haven't talked about Schmitty since what?
We haven't talked about Steinmeier since probably about lap 15.
Exactly.
He bailed out, went to the back of the pack. He's going to keep his stuff together. Now, over 100 laps later, still in the race.
It's like a long drive to a destination for vacation. We've been on those drives before. You know, it's like, hang back. You got 2-3 hours left to go. Keep rolling, keep rolling. But now that you're there as a driver that you need to find victory lane on, ooh, I start to wonder if the aggressiveness is here, because we're getting ready to go. Steinmeier and Schmidt kind of making their presence known. It doesn't worry me because I know they're smart, but may worry others saying, okay, we get another yellow late, it's really going down. Said it before, hey, 2x2, you're working well. 3 wide, you might be asking for it. 4 wide, you're most definitely asking for it.
Yeah, it's happening if you're 4 wide at that point. And we've seen it. We've seen 4 wide tonight. Maybe there's been 5 wide. They've been pretty good at saying 4 and under. But now heading to the restart zone, we line them back up.
Let's get ready to try it again. If you sat with us the entire race, man, you have had a treat, ladies and gentlemen. But this is Dega, and the best has yet to come. When is the best coming? Try lap 188. Let's get there, and let's go green again for the High Banks in Alabama. Down into 1 and 2. Mavic on the outside. Armstrong bottom to top. Vila on the outside lane as well. You got Thurston downstairs. You got Balderas downstairs. Everybody left that inside lane.
Top line working together well. Top 4 are clear. They're racing among each other. Dyson again. The 1 though stays there. Todriff looking high. And now the 29 of Sanders makes the move low.
Yeah, he makes a great shunt down at the inside. Baker slamming the door there on Kevin Champagne. Everyone continues to try to sneak through. It's Thornquist the 9th. Thornquist the 8th. Sanders to the wall. Lined up with Todriff. They all hold on to it. Wow.
How did they save that? I won't know. But 4 wide, they still are in the main pack. And they're still racing.
And how about that? It's shuffled guys way in the back. We stay green. Armstrong, Mavic, Balderas, Vila, fast 4. That single file herd is now shuffled back to 1 and 2. Nonetheless, if you're Zach Todriff, you're sitting back in 14th. You gotta wonder, oh, that could have been your race.
It could have been, but it's not. Now up front, Thornquist looks to make the move on Vila, and behind him, Kevin Champagne makes the move again too. They bump. The 20 looks high. The 48 looks low, and he goes to the lead.
Sorry about that one. We got to look to the back. Tanhart just nearly brought about 6-7 machines together. They're still shuffling back here. We continue to keep an eye on what's in the back and what's up front as Chad Thornquist takes the lead.
Thornquist up front with a push now from Balderas up high. Mavic gets the push from Jua to the lead. The 42 takes it for now, but Thornquist with a run on the bottom.
He's got Balderas, he's got Vila, he's got Giles and company all on the herd and on the train rolling forward. It's Balderas to lane 2. It's Mavic on the outside lane. Drew Jua gave him a shot of the century. Right back to the rear end. Shuffling top, bottom, middle. They continue to carry down off corner exit.
Top 5 now single file. Thornquist goes with them. Kevin Champagne says no. They're pulling away. Champagne and Baker now making some aggressive moves. And 3 wide back behind them.
Hey, just look at that other machine going to the top side. Kevin Champagne finding his way around Vila. Oh, Baker nearly hooked, lined, and sank the Red Bull. Nonetheless, Balderas holds on. It's Jua with the slam of the door. All 4 lined up nose to tail.
And they pull away. Champagne leading Thornquist behind him. Down low, it's Vila and Giles trying to make the run. But up front, looks like about what? The top 8, 6, 7... Single file up top.
Well, you got less than 60 to go this time by. 60 to go at this moment. Kevin Champagne's downstairs, Vila's downstairs, but Alexander Balderas is starting to get restless. He knows this is his best shot at winning this year. It's win or nothing for him as he's trophy hunting. Nonetheless, Contreras starts muscling his way through. From third lane on top, he's got Schmidt, he's got Armstrong, 3 wide, hold your breath.
It's been a potent pair up top with Armstrong and Contreras. They've been drafting well together all night. Now they're pushing Baker. 4 wide move by Thornquist in the middle. They're all going to lose spots in
He
there.
wants to clear.
Contact.
Is he able to clear? He is. Muddick,
There he goes. 48 around into Balderas. Thurston around, and everyone's in it.
6, 7, 8 machines involved. Caution's going to wave. Panetto is in it. Nathan Scott involved. You knew it wasn't going to work.
And I think that Mosteller missed it again.
I'm telling you, I want to know what he has. I mean, he had a
Golden
crystal
horseshoe.
ball or something.
Golden Horseshoe.
I mean, keep saying the luck's got to run out at some point.
Does it, though?
Does it at all the entire season?
Does
the
it?
cleanest season?
I mean, that might be what it takes. But we'll see with this replay. But it looked like the 48 was the catalyst for this incident. He was making some ultra-aggressive moves, and at this point, it didn't pay off.
Things are going to get ready to happen again. But nonetheless, that's an incident that we have to go ahead and watch back on. Alexander Balderas there in the Toyota.
Oh,
He came down.
He came down, yeah.
I don't think he's too happy with Thornquist after that move because that Red Bull was sitting there, but this tackled in a lot of guys.
Tanhart's in it.
Greenwood's
Joyner.
done. That's it. His nose is all shot in.
Joyner was in it. And oh man, a lot of cars, probably about 10 cars involved in that one. Let's see if we can watch from the 9 and see what path he took through this.
The bottom.
Yep, all the way
He went
down
all the
there
way
with
down to the
Steinmeier.
inside.
Oh, Gary Owens added into it too. A lot of contenders
And
really
Jimmy almost
taken.
had it miss.
Yeah, but a lot of contenders taken out in this. Yeah, he was riding around back there with Burrows and Greenwood and Owen.
I think these guys thought, hey, we're pretty good. You know, we're running the back, not a big deal. But what comes up must come down. And in this case, it was a lot of machines. I worry about Tanhart's left. No, I worry about Tanhart's right front and right rear. I mean, that was a big scrape. But we've seen how quick guys have gotten this thing refired. Balderas, though, I think he's going to be on pit road for a while because
That's a lot.
that's
of
the
damage.
engine, that's the left rear, that's the right rear, that's every part of the car.
Call Phil Swift. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah. And we'll get ready to try it again. Pit road's wide open.
And at this point, you're not in the window yet, but you could start getting in it.
Let's get ready to go ahead and try it again. Mavic, Todriff, Schmidt, all lined in. These boys staying out for the wave around, it looks like. That's Burrows, that's Gregory, that's Burns. They got the opportunity they need. You know, Frank's strategy is still very interesting.
But he's not been involved in the last few cautions.
No, he has not. And Giles is heading back on the racetrack. Braden Muvic's heading back on the racetrack. He's still got Barbagallo heading back out there. Joseph Armstrong. This is going to get very interesting as we get ready to go ahead and try it again, because now you're in that cone of a caution can strike at any moment. Is it bonehead or is it a racing incident? Do you have what it takes to get to the end? Because you're in the top 10 now, top 2, top 3 get taken out, you're probably going to be taken out as well.
I also want to add somebody else on the lead lap, Andrew Cootie, back on the lead lap. So that's going to be interesting with Todriff. If he's still, it's Todriff's actually right near him.
I'm telling you, these boys don't give up.
No?
They do not. They will get pushed around, shoved around, thrown around. I mean, it's like Hard Knocks. You know what I mean? Just, they will not stop, and they are going to continue to roll on forward. You're Muvik, you're there in third. You're Giles, you're there in second. You're Frank DeAngelis. You're the race leader for now. You're going to come down pit road. We all know it's coming, but man, things continue to move. We're going to get the one to go here. I want to talk to Braden Muvik. Been talking about him a lot. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what he has to say as we get ready to go ahead and drop down the green flag next time by. Ladies and gentlemen, to everyone that's tuned in, we say welcome. We say thank you as we get ready to go ahead and try it again. The one to go comes out this time by Braden Muvik, driver of the number 42. The Golden Child, that's what they call him. Mother gets to John, you got a copy.
Oh, hi.
Oh, yo, come on, you got more enthusiasm than that.
It's been a long race.
Oh, I heard you got a little lightheaded too.
Yeah, because I was laughing when the cootie bomb went off.
Well, you're up front, it's been a long race, and a lot has gone down. Walk me through your perspective of everything.
Well, it's been pretty chill at the front when we're not being stupid, but definitely add some illegal spices when just certain cars are up here. That just scared the hell out of me.
Who are those drivers so the viewers know?
Andrew Cootie, as you all saw the Cootie bomb going off. And of course he's rewarded with having no damage at all. Then the Suicide Squad and Team PBR, because they just love killing themselves and each other on the racetrack, because what else can they do? There's too many of them to do anything like efficiently, so yeah, I've just been chilling up here. Been a long race.
You've been doing well. You've not won. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying. You won Darlington.
I haven't won since Darlington.
But
anything.
That's the thing, though. We like listening to your trends. When you complain, you do better. You're complaining, well, except for Nashville and probably Charlotte. But nonetheless, last time you complained, you went to victory lane. And I know there's a lot of obstacles out there. You go one or two ways. You do really well or really not well when things are very tough on your situation. I think you're doing very well as you're getting the one to go, and Frank's up front with you.
Yeah. How many laps left? 55 to go.
55 to go. Hey, this is it right here. This is basically an NR night right here.
In my opinion, ain't no way in hell we're going green the rest of the way. So just getting that last pit stop going, keep the track position, and try to stay somewhere near the front towards the end, because Lord knows anything can happen, especially here.
Well, hey, lights are off. Do you want to say anything to anyone back at home?
I don't know. I'm really tired, but hi people on Jared's channel. If you don't know who I am, you probably will be. You probably will know who I am.
Oh, they'll know you pretty quickly.
They're gonna know who I am pretty quickly. Whether it's good or bad, I don't know. Y'all can be the justice.
Let's roll. You got the one to go.
All right, beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Braden Mubb. He had a long day, and his day is very much not done. This is going to be an interesting restart. Ford Chevrolet on the front row. Barbagallo, Armstrong, Fast 4, find a gear one more time because we're getting ready to go back green. Live from Talladega, this is the NR Cup Series round number 6. DeAngelis shot out of a cannon. Barbagallo down on the inside. Mubbock on the outside, lined up with Armstrong. This top 8, 9, maybe 6 rows, should I say, have really separated well. What they did was they pulled away from the guys behind. Some looking for aggressiveness, some not. They worked their way off too.
And aggressive is what the front 3 are. Mubbock, Armstrong, and Vila shot out of a cannon as well. They get 1, 2, 3 as Frank DeAngelis falls out of the top 5.
Everyone continues to shuffle back through 3 and 4. Single file line now from what looks to be the top 5, top 6. It's still DeAngelis on the bottom. Barbagallo's lined up with him. Dominguez has been another one that's been all destroyed on all ends. He's back up inside the top 10. Contreras is there. Champagne is there. Lane Sanders up to 14th, working lap 135.
And look who's shown up in this pack. Douglas Newbigging, he's in the top 15. Up front, top 5, pulled ahead. Armstrong looking low, no help with him. Mubbock gets the push from Vila.
Yeah, he gave him a huge shove nonetheless. See Vila all over the rear end there, that 42. Drew Jua to the outside, a massive side draft on the one. Has Schmeeker, has Dominguez. Kevin Champagne, holds your breath. What a move to the bottom.
An amazing move, and he gets all the way up to 5th. He doesn't have help with him. And up front, it's Mubbock, Jua, they're tandeming. Then Schmeeker and Dominguez, they're tandeming, and the pack behind them.
Everyone else continues to ride. Back to the start-finish line. Cootie will not be denied. He's wheel to wheel with DeAngelis. Sanders is with them. Barbagallo is with them. All these drivers roll back to the line, working lap 136.
And down low behind them, Vila is with Mosteller, and it looks to be Schmidt. That's about the top 16. And these guys side by side, they're fighting for 8th.
Contreras to 5th. Champagne now has found his way into 5th as Contreras drops back to 7th. It's that outside lane, 3, 4, 5 cars deep as the tandem downstairs continues. We have not talked about engines blowing since that incident with Wilkerson. Nonetheless, everyone else continues to push and shove through 3 and 4.
And a huge push from Armstrong to Kevin Champagne, blowing right past Muvik, getting the 94 to lead.
These boys have just shot out of a cannon. Top 7 way ahead. How about a second maybe and some change on pit road? Some machines, nothing to worry about. 137 out of 188. Drew Jua in the 4. Muvik 42. All back to the outside lane through 1 and 2.
Wendy's might have been in the chat earlier, but the burger battle goes to McDonald's. Up front, 1st and 3rd, the 42 and 94 of Muvik and Champagne. Jua with the push from Smeeker. Now they go 1, 2, 3 with Dominguez and a huge pack behind him trying to track him down.
Here's your herd. DeAngelis, Cootie, Sanders, 1, 2, 3, running 8th, 9th, and 10th. That's Mosteller, that's Vila, all lined in as well, but that's with a 2x2 brigade. Everyone continues to try to work their way forward. They're under a second from your leader. They're in the draft at the top 7. Nonetheless, now it's time to bring the battle to the front edge as they work their way through the tri-oval.
And they're back. DeAngelis led him to the front. Now, what's he going to do with Contreras? Looks high, brings Cootie with him. Contreras is left out to dry.
All trying to hold on. Nonetheless, Schmeeker in the middle, Chua in the middle, Muvik in the middle. They have all decided to hold that inside lane, now looking top. Joe to the outside with what looks to be the Frank DeAngelis machines. Top, middle, maybe bottom, and Dean. They all shove to the inside. The fight is on down the super stretch.
Schmeeker goes down low, trying to get the push from him underneath Muvik. Muvik, for the moment, keeping the lead. Now the 32 is going to go ahead, down below the line, keeps it straight, gets the lead.
He nearly had a date with that outside wall when he went down below that yellow line. Nonetheless, Joe was able to keep it off the gas pedal for about half a second. Leads the lead back to Braden Muvik. That Chevy files its way back to the start-finish line. Muvik leads another. Jua there in second. All single file. Now here comes Tanhart back to 5th.
And Tanhart is going to get a push from Baker, trying to get up to Champagne. Aggression paying off for them. They go towards the front. Champagne looks high, takes it 3 wide. Tanhart goes with him.
He's going to have to block. That's the Braden Muvik machine. He's going to defend high. What's the deck looking like for the 94? He goes to the middle. He goes to the bottom. He goes to the lead at Talladega. Kevin Champagne looking to go back-to-back in the Cup Series.
With a push from Dominguez and Smeeker, the bottom gets the front 3, maybe 4 clear. And Kevin Champagne might make it 2 weeks in a row, would be the first to win 2 races in the NR Cup Series.
Dominguez second, Schmeeker third. Joseph Armstrong on the bottom side has held it 3 wide. Contreras needs a shot from Steinmeier. Tanhart needs something to roll in the middle. Nonetheless, the herd has come all back together. It's showtime for the high banks of 1 and 2.
Front 3 still pulling away. Now Armstrong clears the pack. DeAngelis trying to get clear of them. They're just trying to go single file, survive to the finish.
Everyone continues to go ahead and shuffle about. Tanhart into Sanders. Sanders had a shuffle. Armstrong to the outside. DeAngelis to the bottom. 3 wide, 4 wide. They were looking 5 wide through 3 and 4.
Armstrong may have made some contact with the wall, falls back. DeAngelis looking up top the 88 for the lead. Now Smeeker makes a cut up top to get with him, and the 69 goes to first.
It's Ford on Ford on Ford for your top 3. That's the Camry of Armstrong looking to break through. Can't get it done on the outside lane. Here comes Champagne wide. He breaks through to second. He breaks through looking for the lead. Now he tracks back 3 wide for the 3rd spot.
Couldn't clear the 20. Armstrong will not be denied either with his drafting partner in the 18 of Contreras. Goes up to second, side by side with DeAngelis. Now he gets the lead. It's Toyota versus Ford.
Frank needed the perfect shot from behind. Didn't get it from Schmeeker. They rally back. Joseph Armstrong, Contreras, Toyota 1-2 through 3 and 4. Muvik to 3rd. Tanhart to 5th. What a day it would be in Dega for Dale Tanhart to find victory lane.
Dale Tanhart has made his way now to the top 4. Right with Braden Muvik. Looks low with Schmeeker coming up behind him. Up top, the Armstrong Toyota with Contreras has a bit of a gap, and Muvik starts to run him down.
We're coming down to the end of this race. You still have time, but it's definitely feeding time at the zoo. Your Mubik, you're on the bottom. Your Tanhart, you're there. Your Schmeeker, you're going to go low as well. Here comes Baker out of the pocket to the outside of 2.
3 wide for the lead, the 42, 25, and 20, but Baker with the giant push up top with his drafting partner, Drew Jua.
Jua will not be denied. 2 Chevys on the outside lane. Let him cook. Here comes Champagne back to 3rd. It's Burrows back to 4th. Burns back to 5th. What a rally for the Roasted Gems Coffee Mustang.
Top 6 all on the top line. They've made it clear of the rest of the pack. Now Jua looks low, has a bit of a gap between him and the 94, looking low again. And Kevin Champagne gets the push from Burrows, who's back on the lead lap.
Jua to the outside lane. Champagne down the inside. His back wheel forward. Jumps to the bottom. He's got Chevy lined in. He's got a bunch of bow ties lined around. Nobody can find a way through. TCB on the outside gets the charge off corner exit.
Kevin Champagne trying to bring the fellow McDonald's car with him of Braden Mubik. Up front, top 3. Gotten clear. They can go anywhere they want. Baker with Jua looking behind him. Someone's trying to make a move. It'll be Burrows. Can't get beside the 4. And Spencer Burns, who just got back on the lead lap. He's there. The 2 McDonald's cars tandem out of 4.
He's got the run. He's got the shot. Chevy forward downstairs. Chevy outside. Toyota lined in, nose to tail as well. The intensity has picked up. Not a single fan on their feet, or on sitting down, should we say, because they're all standing up. Back to 1 and 2.
Going past the lap cars, it's going to get dicey. That's Greenwood and Gregory. Up top, you got Champagne, Mubik, Armstrong. Contreras stuck behind him. He's going to get shuffled out.
Mubik to the bottom. Looking for the ends. That's not going to work. How about Joseph Armstrong? A punch to the rear into the 94. Everybody continues to shuffle. 3 wide, no 4 wide. Spencer Burns, tired of waiting. He drops to the bottom.
Aggressive moves being made at Talladega. The pay window is opening. Now the 20 slams into the back of Baker. Pushes him right beside Champagne. They're almost even.
Looking to get it done. Braden Mubik won at Darlington a couple weeks ago. Now looking to get it done in Dega. He still has to find his way around the Champagne machine. Jua to 6, Cootie to 10th. What a shot to the bottom to slam the door on the 25.
And it gets him the lead. He's out to the lead. Champagne is shuffled out to 5th. And now the front 4, they're 2 tandems.
Sanders 12th, Dominguez 13th, Vila back to 14th. Mubik looking to silence everyone to show that he's a true championship contender. Joe to the outside. He slams the door wide as well. Block once, block twice. Holds the lead through 3 and 4.
Baker tries to go up. Champagne and Burrows go low. They get right past him. Now they're trying to go with Frank, who's going to go underneath both of them. Baker, he just keeps falling back.
They continue to shuffle this deck up inside the top 10. The question is now, who's got what it takes to hold on to it? Cootie has found his way back to 10th. Gary Owen has found his way back in the top 12. Schmidt silently found his way in the Sweet 16. The battle up top continues with the green machine.
Top line has the numbers. Down low, it's DeAngelis, Cootie, Owen, and Dominguez. But up front, Jua makes the move down low. Kevin goes a little further out. Now Drew Jua takes the lead. Armstrong shuffled out.
They left the Camry out to dry and they say see ya. It's Burrows to 3rd. It's Burns back to 4th. Champagne, DeAngelis.
4 wide, there's a crash.
Do they save it? Sanders in the wall, there with Armstrong. They didn't go around. We have relaxed yellows on.
And we're staying green, I think.
Caution's coming out.
Will be out.
Yeah, they got hung up on that outside. You're coming down to the end of this race. You got to go ahead and throw it. Well,
this gets him in the fuel window. Fuel window's 40 laps.
And that means we're just going to have a dogfight to the end.
Unless we go to overtime.
They discussed it. The admins discussed it. Do you hold it? Do you not? Sanders kind of just parked it up there in front of Joe. I think you got to throw that. I think that's the right call.
Yeah, there was nowhere to go really for those guys either. We'll watch in the replay, see what it was, but just dicing it up.
Well,
aggression picking up.
The only thing is, Joe was your race leader at one point. And we're going to put it out. And we're going to get ready to try it again. A big opportunity.
Just look at these aggressive moves, though. It's like it takes your breath away at different points because you think they're going to take out the whole pack, and they manage to make it work.
Nah, I worry after this restart because the restarts seem to be the most interesting. Top 4 or 5 rows seem to pull away. The problem is what happens behind because they have such a big run. They close in and someone's just on the wrong side. Yeah, oh, man, Joseph Armstrong almost hit that catch fence with the right front. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe over-exaggerating a little bit, but he definitely got it in the air.
It looked like the catalyst was the 25, making another aggressive move. 4 wide, nowhere really to put that car. Hole was open for a moment, and the 29 and the 20 get the bad end of it.
Well, we get ready to try it again. Gary Owen still in this. Contreras still in this. I'm surprised about the drivers that are still in this race.
I am too. I'm surprised also how many might be out at this point. But you have to think with the 20, with this many laps to go, that much maybe damage being up on the wall, is it kind of over for Armstrong?
We're going to see about Joe with that right side. That's the thing about this. You get hit in the rear like Cootie was, right? He didn't really affect the suspension. Now in iRacing, you hurt the suspension, you're hurting your night. You hit the rear, you're fine. You hit the nose, you're basically done. A lot of these guys have been hitting that rear end, have been fine, but Gary Owen took a while to get back. I mean, a couple cautions really helped him out. But I think we can see that side of the car again. It is destroyed on the left side with all those impacts. Here's the thing. This time by 40 laps to go. This is it. This is what it's coming down to. Either you got it or you don't got it. I think this is going to go ahead and be a big switch up here. Mosteller back to 16th. We know in the last lap things can get wild. We had drivers before at Daytona, what? 2nd, ending 28th and 30th. Your championship run can go like this for some, or it could go ahead and be revitalized just in the last 100 feet.
Well, and look at the leader, someone we haven't seen up top too much tonight. That's Thurston up in front of Mavic. Then you got Jua, Barbagallo, and DeAngelis.
A big restart right here. Tanhart back there to left. I don't want to count out that 81. I'm telling you, he may not have not led a single lap here tonight. He's being smart for a reason. He's being very smart for a reason. He's going to sit back there. He's going to wait back there. He's going to hold on. But, man, you got to think right now, if you're Tanhart, when is it go time? Because you're 11th. Some of these guys, I either want to be first or somewhere where the drive or away from the drivers I don't trust. If I'm a driver right now, I do not trust TCB at all. He has been a weapon tonight. Nonetheless, I'm going to go ahead and point it out. But let's look at this. The guys up front, Andrew Cootie as well. Very aggressive. I want to stay away from him. Nonetheless, when you get down to the last 15, 20 laps, you can't stay away from them. They're up front.
No, you got to go with who's there. And we're about at that point now. With 40 to go, you have to position yourself for the win. Now we're watching Thurston, Mavic, looking at people making another pit stop, maybe they're trying to make sure they can get to the end. That's probably what they're doing.
You're good to go, but not for overtime. Andrew Cootie is going to take this race lead. Maybe not. Maybe Jua, or maybe company in front. No, it's going to be Jua and Cootie. They're worried about an overtime, and I think they should be worried about an overtime because things will get dicey late.
Yeah, because these laps are running down. This is probably the good move for those guys to pit. At the very least, they can stay out a little longer when these guys who didn't pit, well, they'll have to.
Well, we get ready to try it again. Chevrolet on Chevrolet, that's row number 1. Burns on New Bigging, back to row number 2. Joyner on Tundra, back to row number 3. And we get ready to try it again. Let's get ready to go back green. Gary Owen, Dominguez, Contreras, and Tanhart. Getting ready to rock and roll as the Chevrolets are lined up front. New Bigging and Burns lined up as we get ready to roll one more time. The one to go is out.
Yep, here we go.
Time to go ahead and try this one again. With the 2x2 working their way down the backstretch. I don't want to say it's make or break, but this is definitely an area where you got to start worrying.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'm just, at this point, still with 40 to go. And we can ask those in the chat who they think will win at this point, but it's hard to really guess who's going to get the win in this because there's been so many strong cars.
Going to be an interesting restart.
Yeah.
Tanhart outside the top 10. Giles back to 7th. Todriff, Joyner, top 6. Let's get ready to go back green.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough restart. Andrew Cootie on the outside of row number 1. Todriff up the 5th. Those boys, I don't think they're very happy with each other.
No, I don't think so either.
And we'll get ready to do it all again. Talk about trends. Usually at super speedways, we go to overtime, but sometimes we don't, and that's where it catches a lot of these guys off guard. We get ready to try it just one more time. Chevy on Chevy, row number 1. Find a gear just one more time as we get ready to go green from Talladega. Cootie on the outside, Chua on the bottom. Todriff, Giles, Joyner, and Burns restart from Talladega. Rolling down into 1 and 2. Everyone continues that 2x2 stride. Chua on the bottom, Burns on the inside. Todd downstairs. Everyone continues to roll back to the high banks of 1 and 2.
Chua goes up top now, taking the line away from Cootie. Cootie gonna look low. Douglas New Bigging, where'd he come from? And up top, way up top, Vila and Thurston with the run. Muppet goes up with him.
Muffick's going to go ahead and slam that door. That's now 3 wide. Schmeeker back to 12. Drivers continue to shuffle. Top, bottom, middle. Muffick looking to the middle lane. Can't get it cleared. Schmeeker forcing the 42 wide. Nearly looked 4 wide down to the high banks of 3 and 4.
Up top, the front 5, 6 single file, all behind Drew Chua on the Publix machine. Up top, Schmeeker trying to make his way up. Mubik with a push from Vila way up top, and again the 25 gets into the 54 now.
Yeah, Todriff could have easily got turned around. Baker getting squeezed out behind. Chua, Cootie, top 2. New Bigging, David Joyner up in the top 4. Giles with a move. It's still 2x2.
Schmeeker getting the push now from Mubik. Mubik trying to get him up top. Almost lost it there. Now they're up top over Joyner, New Bigging, and Cootie goes up to block him, going for the lead.
Giles to the bottom, New Bigging to the bottom, Schmeeker on the outside, Vila's there as well. Cootie, Chua, Schmeeker, New Bigging, fast 4. You still got Mubik on that outside lane. He wants to look for a drive to the bottom.
Chua gonna get the lead with New Bigging right behind him. Cootie leads the top line. Schmeeker really loose, shuffled out.
Yeah, he goes to the middle and he gets ready to possibly drop back. 4 wide, way in the back. You still got Mosteller on the bottom. You still got the 94 Kevin Champagne down there. That's a massive Hornet's nest from about maybe 7-8 machines on back. Working lap 152 of 188.
Side by side now for 6, the 42 and 32. Front 5, single file. And that's Chua, New Bigging, Giles, Joyner, and Contreras.
Yeah, you got Cootie back to 10. You got Vila back to 14. 3x3 continues again. Andrew Cootie has Abraham Vila all over him. Everyone continues to hold their stride back through 3 and 4. Thurston hard on the brakes. Giles to 3rd. Filling in for Max Molina, looking to find victory lane for the 26.
Cootie and Vila shuffled out to the back or out of the top 20. Mubik leading with DeAngelis behind him, and Dale Tanhart won't go away either up top.
Yeah, he's looking for an opportunity. Chua, your race leader. New Bigging in 2nd. Giles back to 3rd. Joyner, Mubik, Contreras, DeAngelis top 7. Gary Owen outside the top 10. He's peeking in.
Slowly that top line makes up time now side by side with the 18. Now to the rear and a side by side with Joyner. Up for 4th now goes Mubik.
Up to 15th is Burns. Up to 16th is Burrows. They continue to make their way known. The only thing is, if you're Mubik on the outside, you want to get the runoff corner exit. You're Giles, you can't go anywhere. You're stuck on the bottom. 3 wide looking. The 25 makes a move to the outside. 3 wide with Burns.
And now up top, trying for 2nd. New Bigging versus Braden Mubik with a push from Frank DeAngelis. Chua doesn't block, and they're side by side for the lead.
You're looking nearly 30 laps to go. Matt Steinmeier still waiting in the win back in 20th. Here comes Baker back to the outside. Burns is going to get him a shot. 1 row down, 2 rows down. Looking for a squeeze right behind the 81.
Cootie follows with them. Tanhart goes up to block, and now in the middle goes Baker. Baker behind DeAngelis. Mubik with a push there, side by side for the lead still, and Tanhart leading Burns up top.
Yeah, still 3 wide. You can see the 42 of Mubik on the outside lane. You see DeAngelis right with him as well. Jua downstairs. New Bigging downstairs. Everyone continues to hold on. 3 wide was, now continues to fade. Tanhart was about 2 or 3 rows to your race leader. He drops back to 13th, losing time as they work their way back to the line.
And Braden Mudvig takes the lead with a push from Frank DeAngelis. Behind him is Baker and Schmeeker. Down low, Jua continues to fall behind with New Bigging.
Yeah, you still got Owen to 11th. You still got Todra back to 13th. Thurston up to 15th. 3 wide, that's way in the back. Burns, Tanhart, Gregory through the middle. He's going to roll right to the rear of the bone as they work their way through 3 and 4.
And up top still is Mudvig and DeAngelis. 1-2 with Baker and Schmeeker behind him. Andrew Cootie up to 5th. And that's Gary Owen following him in 6th.
And that car has been shunted around, thrown around, and now he's up inside the Elite 8. Can Gary Owen make the stride of the 9 and go back to victory lane? Let me rephrase that. This would be his first win at NR9. Gary Owen back to the rear end.
Way up top behind him, that's Dale Tanhart with a push from Spencer Burns. Now the top 7 clear at the bottom line. Dale's making a move to the front. He's trying to get to the top 5. High over the 5, 3 wide still.
That's going to be tough, but if you're Mudvig, you got to weigh in the wind. You're going to have to start mirror driving. Baker back to the outside off the nose of Schmeeker. Tanhart to the bottom there with Burns. They're all looking for a way through. Schmeeker looking back downstairs. Top 4 breakaway through 3 and 4.
Now the top 4 up high. They're clear. That's top 5. Cootie's joining Spencer Burns there too. And now being shuffled back is Dale Tanhart with Gary Owen.
Yeah, you still see guys moving forward. How about the 62 machine of Burrows up to 6? How about Burns to the outside? Schmeeker throws him to the wall.
Cootie's around. And everyone, oh, there's a lot.
Oh, they're not going to make it. Caution's going to wave.
Demos is added into it. Might have just been spun. But the championship leader finally collected in an accident tonight.
Well, we'll try it again.
30 to go.
Mostello looking for damage on that machine. Don't see it anywhere.
Might just need some
Burns.
new tires.
Yeah, I think Burns has got a lot, maybe not as much. Someone had a massive lick to the outside wall. See Todriff, damage on that left front. Gonna have to get that nose piece put back together.
The first one I saw kind of collected in it was Cootie. Now he's gotten past, it looks like, to about 12th. But another accident and another way to shuffle up the strategy is now you're able to pit here and probably be good for 1 or 2 overtimes.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Caution laps coming back together. The only thing is, looks like Cootie is coming to pit road, and he will go ahead and bring it in, but he's definitely going to be probably good to go to the end of this race. Let's watch it again.
So he goes down, Burns goes down, hits Cootie right into Burrows. And from there,
oh, New Bigging, man.
another hit for the 7. And
It's
yeah,
not done yet.
Demos just spins it around. No real contact with Jeffries.
Yeah, he's one of those drivers that just wants to get through this because he knows. But the only thing is, he may have to get through Bristol because Bristol 8 doesn't have a fast repair. It's a Gen 6 body, which is, this may be made like a tank. That's made out of paper. So,
Yeah.
you know, you're going to go to a short track without a fast repair. It's going to be tough to go ahead and hold on to. Here's the thing, though. Lap 158 of 188. 30 laps to go. Coming down to 29, maybe 28. When you get ready to restart this one, this is going to be very interesting to see how they all shuffle this about.
It is. They're all coming down to pit road, though, as we thought they would. Wow, that Frank DeAngelis really shot it down in there. And I think, is that Armstrong? If I'm correct, based on the running order, I think Armstrong may be damaged or out of this race.
Yeah, I don't see him moving at all. That's the thing. A lot of these guys are just trying to get back to the end. Dominguez getting ready to roll. Burns in that 06. Brings his Roasted Gems coffee forward onto pit road. A lot of damage on the right side of Andrew Cootie. He's not going anywhere. He's a lap down. This may be the end of the reign of the 24.
Strong run tonight, but one too many crashes to be added into.
Yeah, because he came down a lap earlier. He's just sitting there. He's going to need a couple yellows to get back in this. If we come down to 3 or 4 to go in the overtime, I see that 24 up there. I'm going to be mind blown.
I think everyone in there will be too, and with a lot of these guys as well. I've been looking as they shuffle out. And setting up for the finish now.
Schmeeker and DeAngelis on the front row. So here, ready to try it again. Mubik to third. Man, if Mubik wins here, let's look at the points. Let's point out the points real quick. Hypothetically, if Mubik wins, he's third in points, and Demos doesn't have a good run, do they go upside down, or?
Demos might keep the lead at this point with how many been knocked out, but I mean, a win in and of itself gets you a ton of ground made up. A win is weighted about, I'd say you get at the minimum 57 points for a win. Your second, maybe a lap, you get 43 points. That 14-point gap made up at the very least means that Mubik would be 19 behind Demos, so it'd be really, really close probably, unless Demos finishes second.
This is going to be interesting because, I mean, if you look at it, Joseph Armstrong, he's probably out of this race. He sits fourth in points. Thurston, he's got a win, but I don't see him. No, he's sixth, so Thurston is sixth. He's still got a shot. Where's Schmidt? Seventh. He's still looking forward. Gary Owen
wasn't collected. He wasn't collected in that last.
And Moss Steller is still restarting back in 19th. I think Moss Steller is mostly being passive because he thinks if he gets to the end, he may lose points, but he's not completely out of it. He knows if he wrecks, this is going to allow all these guys to run forward.
Yeah, it's going to be. It's still going to shuffle. There is the 20 of Armstrong back on track. Probably a lap or more down at this rate. And is he going to go and try and get one of the waiver rounds? Probably.
We'll see how they go ahead and.
Yep.
So I guess they are. I mean, we're going to see how that goes down. But nonetheless, we get the one to go here. So if Joe was in front of any of these guys on iRacing, as long as you're in front of some of the lap guys, they usually go ahead and give it to you, but I don't think they're giving it to them. We're not sure how they're scoring it. Evans have been very tough notes here. I think they're going to tell them to go to the rear, and that's exactly what they're doing.
And it's been just a tough day overall for that 20 car. Someone who had the speed to win just couldn't get the luck at this point.
All right, here we go. You're under 30 laps to go. This is what it comes down to at this very moment. Contreras 14th, Vila 15th. Your Vila, you need a win if you really want a shot. Your Thurston, you need a win if you really want a shot. Your Schmeeker, need a win. DeAngelis trophy hunting at this point. Gary Owen, if you can finish in front of Mosteller by about 10 or 15 positions, you're walking away like you just won the lottery. Schmidt needs a big shot. Joyner needs a big shot, and they have the opportunity right here.
I think everyone has the opportunity. If you're still on the lead lap, you have that opportunity to get this lead, to get further ahead, to make up what you need to make up. And when you look at everybody up here, I mean, there's so many different names that we don't normally see up at the front. I asked the chat who they thought was going to win, and I see just about every different answer.
Let's get ready to go ahead and try it again. Ladies and gentlemen, the one to go. Time to go green. Barbagallo 6th, Chua 7th. William Schmidt back there in 8th. Your Schmeeker, it's a Ford front row. Time to go green. Tanhart back to 9th, Owen back to 10th, Baker to 12th, Contreras 13th. All right, time to go ahead and get it done. And time to get down in business because we're getting ready to go ahead and try it again. The question still is who's gonna go to victory lane. Let's find out. On their feet, one more time to the restart zone. This is Talladega, and we're green in the closing stages of round number 6. Schmeeker shot out of the cannon, Mudnick right with him. Barbagallo looking, peeking, daylight downstairs. The smart move was not to take it. They all shuffle on forward.
Mubik now side by side with the 32. Frank DeAngelis giving him the push. Bottom line is getting congested, and that gives the top the run.
Yeah, it's 3 wide. It looked 4 wide. Mubik has to slam the door on Jua. He's been working with him well. Devin Schmeeker, your race leader, back to 3 and 4. Frank DeAngelis will be all over him. Here comes Baker on the outside lane.
Baker just keeps getting beaten and battered, but he won't be denied at all. Now he gets the lead from Schmeeker with Contreras behind him. Vila trying to follow.
It's top three lined up nose to tail. Chevy, Toyota, Chevrolet. TCB has been involved in so much tonight. Now looks for victory lane back to one.
The 18 glued to his back bumper. The one right behind him. Schmeeker fights back with DeAngelis. Mubik nowhere to go.
Everyone continues to stride their way back to 1 and 2. Mosteller back there in 14th looking for a way through. Contreras looking to the bottom. Baker still holds a strong wheel on the outside lane.
Now they're jostling around mid-pack, but up front Baker still has it. Kevin Champagne makes a move down low, and Schmeeker getting the push from DeAngelis. Contreras goes for the lead out of 4.
Top bottom holds on to it. You still got Schmeeker looking to that middle lane. Frank DeAngelis and Fit. Contreras will block them all. Jumps back to the outside as they work their way through the tri-oval.
Leapfrogging the 25 car. He has the lead through the tri-oval. Top 2 clear of the pack. The 18 leads.
Working lap 163 out of 188. Steinmeier back there in 7th. Thurston back there in 10th. 3 wide, still Mosteller down on the inside. He may have a great run so far today, but he needs to solidify it with a possible win. On the inside, lined up with Owen. Kevin Champagne is trying to shout to the front. He may get it here from the 9.
Top 6 single file up front. Now 3 wide all behind them. Those 3 red cars in the bottom starting to fall back. Todriff with Thurston. DeAngelis underneath him now. He's going to pull up right behind Steinmeier.
Vila locks into Baker. Mubik locks into the 1. Here comes DeAngelis around the outside. 3 wide, hold on to it. He starts shuffling around. Top, middle, looking to the bottom. 25 to go.
3 and 4 wide racing aggression continues to pick up. Baker and Vila 1-2. Now Mubik and DeAngelis back as drafting partners together with Jua behind them.
He's on that outside lane. You still got Mubik on that outside lane as well. Schmeeker lined up to the middle. It's Kevin Champagne lined in as well. Coming down to 24 laps to go. If you're Baker, where do you move to mirror drive? DeAngelis out of the pocket through 3.
He tries to make a move down there. Has Schmeeker with him. The 18 with them. And the bottom line congested behind all of them. Baker moves down low to block.
Scott's moving forward. Todriff's moving forward. Thurston's moving backwards as they work their way back to the tri-oval. Kevin Champagne will not give up. 3 wide, 4 wide. Holds on to it. Back to 3. Jua's around. Right in the middle of the field. Caution is going to wave again.
Todriff involved. Dale Tanhart with a bit of a scrape. He might be fine. Thurston's in it.
That's it for the 4.
Yeah.
He's done. Ripped the entire right front off. And we will try it again.
We'll rack him up again. And Baker at the moment has the lead. At this point, if you're up front, you don't pit. I don't think. You can make it on fuel even with a bunch of overtimes. But if you're in the back of the pack, let's say you do have a lot of crashes like we saw at the start, like we started to see. Do you pit and see if you can outlast them longer and maybe leapfrog somebody if we have 3 or 4 overtimes?
Yeah, I'm curious about this one. I think with all those cautions, the only thing you got to worry about now, in my opinion, comes down when it's 23 laps to go. You got to worry about just getting in the front. Like the idea of maybe you got to save, it's out the door. It's either you win or you don't at this point with 23 laps to go. And you think the aggression was high before, I say we see it even higher coming down to it. Let's go ahead and watch back on the wreck. You got Jua there. Thurston turned him right on the outside wall. North of the 14 to go. He gets up in the air, comes down. You got to worry about the suspension. Tanhart right side as well. Anything about Mosteller? He was going to be in the middle of that if he didn't get aggressive and found his way through.
And I think that was Joyner that got collected as well.
Things are going to continue to switch up. I don't think we're done with the aggressiveness. The only thing is, James Thurston, you've got to be beating yourself up after that one because that was a caution you did not need to be in at all.
No. Is Blue Jimmy going around getting a lap back?
Yeah, he goes back around. Schmidt back there in 13th. Burrows back in 14th. Tanhart, Barbagallo, Sanders, Joyner, Todriff, Giles, top 20. 23 laps to go. This is going to get, I think, pretty interesting to see how this all runs through. You got Scott back to 5th. Steinmeier back to 9th. Burrows back to 14th. It's going to get, maybe get a little dicey.
Yeah, I don't, if it's me, I don't see how this is the last caution. If it is, I don't know. That'll surprise me more than anything has tonight. Anything this season has is if we go green these last, say, 20, 21 laps.
Yeah, we get ready to go in and try it again. Owen back there in 10th. Steinmeier back to 9th. Contreras back in 8th. We're going to get the one to go right away. So we're going this time by. We are not waiting around anymore. Pit road, it's open. You're taking maybe, but 2x2, 22 laps to go left in this race. You're Chevy on Chevy up there on the front row. We get ready to try it again. The thing is, time is still running out.
You see Dominguez in the pit, so right now, top 19 lining it up. He's going to exit out, though, and rejoin the pack. Probably some people topping off right at the end. Kind of saying what I said, maybe out-strategize if this race goes long. But yeah, Baker on the bottom, super aggressive all night, collected, or maybe collecting many in some wrecks tonight. With Vila, who's in second. Vila hadn't been really talked about for the last 40 or so laps. Mubbock and Champagne, D'Angelo Scott, Contreras, and Schmeeker, Gary Owen, and Steinmeier, the top 10.
Kevin Champagne on the outside. That will be row number 2. Gary Owen, Schmeeker, Steinmeier, Schmitty, back to Mosteller, Barbagallo, and Joyner, top 14. Let's get ready to go ahead and try it again right here, right now. Nathan Scott has been running in the back most of the night. Those numbers that are right in the center, they're right up front. They're going to get ready to go ahead and try it again. You got to worry still about the drivers that are now going to get overly aggressive. Relax, yellows are back on. But the only thing is, push comes to shove. Now you're starting to see the best guys making these big mistakes, because you thought 3 wide was an option before. 4 wide's definitely now going to be back on the table. We're going to get ready to go ahead and try this one again. Time to go back racing. 2x2, working their way down off 4. Baker on the bottom. Vila on the outside. Mubbock, Champagne, Scott, D'Angelo, Schmeeker, Contreras, top 8. The question now is, who's going to go ahead and find victory lane? Mosteller 11th. Owen back to 10th. To the restart zone. 21 laps to go this time by. Scott 7th. No move just yet down on that inside lane. Contreras back to 6. Vila lined up with Champagne. Baker on the bottom with Mubbock 2x2 through 1 and 2.
Vila gets the push up high, the 94 right on his bumper, behind, or underneath I should say, the 25 and the 42. But up top, that top line getting the run. Now it's Vila, Champagne, Contreras, and Owen.
Oh, looking for a way back to 3 and 4. You can see D'Angelo's back there in 9th. Burrows back there in 10th. Schmeeker, Steinmeier, New Biggie, Mosteller lined up inside the top 16. Abraham Vila to the lead. The question is, if you're Champagne, do you stick with him?
Well, he is for now, staying up top, and there goes Baker around. Is he into the pack?
1 car, 2 cars downstairs. Some through the grass. Schmeeker puts it around. 2 more machines go around. Caution's gonna wave. That's over aggressive again.
Do it again.
Now with 20 laps to go. And Baker's been involved in a lot of incidents. Let's go ahead and look back on this one. I don't know if this was his fault. I think it's going to be Mubbock looking to the outside. Yeah, he got him right in that quarter panel. The 25 went right across the nose.
Now watch how close these guys behind him get.
Schmeeker down to the grass.
Well, he got kind of sent by, I can't see what that Toyota, if that's Steinmeier. And Steinmeier actually kind of got hit in the back by Mosteller. Gregory around.
Yeah, all the way down to the inside. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's tough to say. I still think if you're Baker, man, you don't want to be in that situation. The only thing is, if you're on the driver's side, it's like, oh, another yellow. Here's the best part about it. It's a quick yellow. We're going to get the one to go right away. So this is going to go ahead and switch things up. 19 laps to go. We're not going to be waiting around long to go ahead and possibly get this green flag. So lights are on right now. We're going to call it early so anyone listening knows. 1 to go this time by. Ford, Toyota lined up in that top 2. If you're a driver, that's on the lucky dog. You get your lap back right away. Gary Owen, Schmidt, Barbagallo top 6, Burrows, DeAngelis top 8.
And our points leader, Daniel Mosteller, back in the 16th spot, right near Dale Tanhart, who's had a really strong run coming on at the end of this race. You start seeing him start to double up.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, you still got Giles back there in 18th, Dominguez back to 19th, Todrick back to 20th. Cootie back there as well into the 20th position. The only thing is, things are starting to change again. I don't think if you're DeAngelis, you can go ahead and ride around too far back anymore because it's 19 laps to go. It's going to be 18 to go. You're restarting with 17 to go. You're getting the 1 to go right here. This is what it comes down to. A quick yellow for a 3-car spin. Someone through the grass, but listen, it's go time. No one's going to be holding anything back. I am personally surprised about that yellow.
Yeah, I'm surprised about it as well, but Baker's going to come back out, looks like 19th position. So still plenty of time for him to make his way back up to the top. And we're seeing a lot of people just sort of topping off at the end, getting their last pit stops, possibly of the night. And they're doubled up.
Well, it's going to be Ford, Toyota, row 1. Chevrolet back to row number 2. Toyota lined up in row number 3. Ford lined up in row number 4. Everyone else continues to go ahead and hold that single file. Jeffries back there. It's going to be Joyner back there as well. Scott, Movick, Sanders, New Bigging, top 14. Mosteller, Steinmeier. Demos is not getting aggressive to find the lead. I think that's still an opportunity where it's like, who do you trust up front? I'm looking at this top 10 right now. If I'm the 9, I trust this top 10 more than anyone. I really don't see anyone out there that may give me a problem. I'd say he should be A-okay to make that move back to the front.
Well, I think the question at this point is when do you make that move? Because I still think at this point, putting yourself in position is the right move, but going straight to the front might not be. We've seen guys who have maybe restarted in 12th. They fly up to the lead, and then they get shuffled right back after 5 laps. I think at this point, 5 to 8 to go if you stay green, that's really when you start making your moves to the front because of how much it's been shuffled up.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see how this comes down. I mean, you got 18 to go, 17 to go. Let's ask you in the chat, do we see another yellow? I think we see another yellow. With how the trends are going, you're getting another yellow. But the question is, where, how many cars, and if everyone's thinking that, do we actually not get a yellow? Playing a little devil's advocate here because things are going to get a little spicy as we get ready to try it again. Toyota, Ford, row number 1. Let's get ready to go back green. 17 to go. Ace car, hard left onto pit road. Contreras on the outside lane. Kevin Champagne on the bottom. Vila, Owen, road number 2, back to the restart zone to try it all again. Movick 11th, Scott 12th. Find a gear one more time, because we're green from Talladega. Champagne down to the inside. Vila looking at the outside. Now they're going to shovel about 3 wide, way in the back. Never mind, we stay green. Relax, yellow's on for that second half of the field. Sanders back to 17th. Burns back to 18th. 3 drivers lined up to the high banks.
Top 3 is getting away. Now that's Gary Owen with the push in the 15. Looks like about the top 10 or so single file up front, trying to log a few laps, get themselves in position to make a move.
It's Barbagallo back to 5th. It's Burrows back to 6th. It's Frank DeAngelis in the 7th position. Movick in 8th has closed on in. Here comes the 4 charging around the outside.
And now top 4 single file up top, then 2x2 behind them and a gap to the rest.
It's going to be a big shuffle to see who's going to come back to the start-finish line to win this race. Here's the thing, though. They have single file down. 16 to go back to the start-finish line. Champagne, Vila, Contreras, and DeAngelis fast 4.
Gary Owen left out to dry as the train starts a-rolling up top. Car goes around. I think he saved it, though.
Yeah, that's still 3 wide back there. See, Marcelo wants to get in line. Watch the 9. He can't go anywhere, though. He's going to be fading fast as he's back to 11th, unless he finds a move to the bottom. Should I say the outside? Here comes Burrows downstairs, all trying to break up the train.
Bottom line is starting to work a little bit up front. That's Burrows, Baker, and Mosteller down low. Up top still Kevin Champagne. leads over Vila.
Contreras third, Vila second, Kevin Champagne, your race leader. You can see Joseph Armstrong looking back to the middle, looking, peeking, trying to do it on his own. A side draft on Baker. Here comes Burns to go in and help out. 15 to go, back to the start-finish line.
And it looks like Armstrong isn't even on the lead lap. He's just racing with Demos at this point, maybe, or just trying to get that lap back up front. Vila looks high, 3 wide for the lead. Burrows up to the front. Baker and Mosteller out of nowhere up to third.
Yeah, he's trying to find his way through. Baker to second, Mosteller to third. That's your championship leader. A win at Dega would be massive for a championship heart. Everyone runs their way back through 3 and 4. Who's going to get the lead? That's the question coming back to the line.
Top 4 single file. That's Steinmeier trying to make up ground on the 9. Behind him, a huge pack 2 and 3 wide. Up front though, front 3 trying to keep it in line and log some laps.
This is what it comes down to. Welcome to Talladega. Everybody shuffles back to the start-finish line. 14 laps to go. Anthony Burrows was a no-show early in this race. Now he's got it sealed on that bottom line. Tanhart to 7th. Owen back to 8th. You're running out of time as they work 14-13 to go.
Gregory in line there, but he's not on the lead lap either, racing the 20. Up front, 62 of Burrows trying to keep Baker back. 20 of Armstrong shuffled out. Up top, that's Kevin Champagne trying to lead the top line back to the front.
They're all continuing that stride. Tanhart back to 8th. DeAngelis back in 9th. Owen to 10th. Mubik to 11th. Vila, Joyner, Contreras, and more rally their way back to the trial. Well, here they come. It's going to be the 29 of Sanders on the outside. He has company, one in the wall.
And around is Joyner in the back.
2-3 machines involved.
And we're going to take a yellow on that one.
Oh, man, Armstrong's involved as well. They talked about it. And this is going to go ahead and give us another.
But now you're looking your championship leader, Daniel Mosteller. He that was his moment. With 15 to go, he was going to strike. He's now up to the 3rd spot. His next closest competition for the championship, not even in the top 10.
Something's telling me Abraham Vila's not happy with that 20 machine. A lap down, possibly causing the caution. And
gets into Joyner.
I very much think he has every right to go ahead and be pissed off about that one.
And takes out Contreras with him. Another strong car.
Man. Just ripped them back to the outside.
And these championship guys just taking each other out now. So that's one
this
caution.
Is Vila right here. He's not happy. I mean, he has every right to be mad at Joe. I mean, Joe may say Joyner went up, but you're still a lap down and you still put your nose in it. You know, that's how I see it.
Yeah. And this late in the race is a lap car. I get trying to race the other lap cars, but
I think he's still top. Like, he would have gotten the lucky dog if he got into caution. The only thing is,
Gregory was ahead of him, though.
Oh, really? Okay, then he has every right to be aggressive. But still, you're Vila. You're on the lead lap. You're riding around. You want to get to the end, and you just get shunted. I mean, it's like a punch in the gut.
Well, and this late in the race, racing as a lap car up front with the leaders, it's going to cost. That probably cost 3 drivers their race.
Yeah. Here's another thing. Mosteller is in 3rd. They've been talking about it for 2 weeks. If he finishes well at Talladega, it's got to be worst case scenario for him at Bristol for all these other guys to have a shot. Nobody has touched him.
His next closest championship competition is in 12th, Braden Mubik.
Yeah, it shuffles. And the only thing is, we know that last lap things can get nasty. I'm really curious who's going to get aggressive the 9. You know he's a championship contender. You know he's the leader. But the only thing is, Muvik's in 12th. Let's see who else is in this board that has an opportunity. New Biggin. Where did New Biggin go? He's back to 19th. He's starting to finally get back up there, but best case scenario for these drivers that want a shot, Mosteller wrecks out, New Biggin, Muvik, and all the guys behind finish well, and you go to Bristol saying, we have a new fight.
Well, it looks like Brower, who came in right at the edge of the cut line, he's been involved. I think he's out of the race. Vila just got into it. So you got Gary Owen, you got Braden Muvik, Douglas Newbigging at the back half of the top 20. And I think that's about it when it comes to competing for the championship.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this all runs out. I mean, you got Sanders back to 6th. You got Owen back to 10th. Schmeeker back to 17th. all these guys are kind of just still riding back around, but the only thing is, if you're Ford, if you're Chevrolet, you're on the front row. Anthony Burrows is probably the driver we want to talk about. Fighting the good fight from the back to the front. 11 to go. You're going to have 10 laps to have a shot at winning this race. The thing is, how do you get it done? Let's get ready to try it again. 10 to go.
Now lined up out front, Burrows, Baker, Mosteller, Steinmeier, the top 4. Dominguez, Sanders are in 5th and 6th. Tanhart, Champagne, Gary Owen, and Frank DeAngelis, your top 10.
Big restart. Fluid Jeffries. I mean, I want to keep an eye on that 19. You talk about the drivers that can or cannot get it done, possibly can or cannot get it done. I think we have a lot of shock value coming here. I don't see the driver winning this race up inside this top 4. Maybe Steinmeier. Remember, we didn't talk about him at all until maybe lap 15, and then we didn't talk about him again. 10 laps to go. That PBR Toyota is right where he needs to be.
Douglas Newbigging, I mean, he's in the top 20 still. You're still alive. You picked him to do pretty darn well tonight, and he's made his way up front. All he needs to do, like you said, in pre-race, is get 1 lap led tonight, the last one.
Let's get ready to try it again. Come into the restart zone. Burrows, Baker, Mosteller, and Steinmeier, fast 4. 11 to go. Brings us 10 to go. From the high banks of Talladega, we're green once again. Demos winless in 2023. Looks to change that through 1 and 2.
Burrows ahead of him, Mosteller there. Behind Mosteller is Baker, Steinmeier, Dominguez, and Kevin Champagne now has cleared himself. He looks high.
Gary Owen up to 8th. He's looking for a stride. It's mostly the single file run downstairs. Kevin Champagne with Sanders. Tanhart top side. Here comes DeAngelis out of the pocket. He's up to 5th.
And he's trying to look for more, but down low, top 4 stay all together. Dominguez following them. It's Burrows, Mosteller, and Baker, the top 3.
10 to go, 9 to go coming. Steinmeier up to the outside. Baker wants to squeeze. 3 wide pedal for 3rd. Opens the door for Dominguez downstairs.
DeAngelis right with the 25 car now. They're going to try and look high at Dominguez. Now looking high of Mosteller. They're getting the run.
9 laps to go. Either you got it or you don't. They're still wheel to wheel for that lead. Trouble way in the back. Spencer Burns involved. Steinmeier is involved as well. You keep it green, you don't. Caution's going to wave again.
And that's number 2 since we did that poll. So we're finding out who's getting the predictions right. And Burns impressively going backwards down the backstretch.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and loop it and get it back going. And we knew this was going to happen, these mistakes.
So you saw the first one, Sanders got loose at a 4
man,
wide.
that was Newbigging. Oh, no, that's it. He's done.
Another championship contender hit hard by Talladega.
Oh, man. It's happened to all these guys but the 9 machine. I want to know what Demos is. Demos has got to be planning everything.
Telling you, it's that golden horseshoe.
No, I think it's more than that. I think it's just being creative. He knows every single track, what these drivers are dealing with, and he's planning ahead of time versus some other guys. You can tell who you can trust and you can't, but...
Steinmeier's in it, Todriff. A 4-car, 5-car incident, give or take.
Well, let's try it again. 8 to go now. 7 to go this time by. 6 to go on a restart. It depends if we go with a quick yellow. Let's see. I think we're going to get a quick yellow here.
I think we are too.
That's going to be big. Got to let them know. Balderas limping back around, was involved in a race-ending incident. Mosteller in 3rd. Baker in 2nd. Frank DeAngelis back to 4th. Dominguez, Mavic, Giles, Owen, top 8. 8 to go, coming to 7 to go. We're restarting with 6 to go. We're going to give a quick yellow here. Reminder, from here on out, relax yellows are on. 1, 2-car incidents, there's spins. As long as they're out of the way, we stay green. Big ones, we're throwing it. We could see a run to the end. I know I said that for Daytona with 6 to go. We didn't get one. Then you got to start worrying about green-white checkers. You know, it's going to get a little dicey here when we get ready to try it again.
Yes, it is. But they're starting to line it up.
Lights off, this time by the official word. As we get ready to go back green. Time continues to tick here from Talladega. Drivers get ready to go ahead and try it again as we get ready to get that one to go. Let's get ready to go green. One to go. A lot of guys involved in incidents. Cootie down pit road. Some of these guys are going to top off and get back going.
When you look up towards the front, there is Braden Mubbick, who is still in that championship hunt against Mosteller. He needs to finish ahead of him. He needs to at least, even if he can't win, chip some points out of that points lead, because after this, only 4 races left to make it up.
Mosteller on the bottom. Giles back in 7th. Schmidt back to 9th. Barbagallo back to 10th. Lights are off. It's showtime. Either you got it or you don't. The question is, who has it to go to victory lane? They're thunderstruck down the back.
Top 10 is Burrows, Baker, Mosteller, Dominguez, DeAngelis, top 5. Giles, then Schmidt, Mubbick, Owen, and Barbagallo, the top 10.
Time to go ahead and try it again. Baker on the outside, Burrows on the bottom. Mosteller, I'm really curious about Frank. He was in this position at Daytona. We know what happened at Daytona. He didn't win the race. The thing is, you got your second chance here. What do you do?
At this point, with 6 to go, it's about the time to make that move. You need to make that move, block the entire track. You get wrecked blocking for the lead, at least you're going for the win, rather than letting somebody by and hoping to get him again.
I'm going to be really curious to see what they do with that driver on the outside. I mean, if you're Frank, I would say you don't let anyone get in your way. I'd say take the lead and don't look back. The only thing is, your buddy's downstairs in that 62. You can at least trust Mosteller, but Baker has been so aggressive all day long. Do you trust the driver in front with just a handful of laps remaining?
I mean, he could take the entire top 5 out. So I don't know. At this point, he's been in or caused so many wrecks. I don't know if I trust him.
Let's try it again. Chevy, Ford, row 1. Grab the gear one more time. 6 to go from Dega. Baker and Edge down into 1 and 2. DeAngelis is going to be right with them.
High side got the initial jump, but the bottom is more organized. Mosteller pushing on Burrows side by side for the lead with Baker. They're basically double wide all the way back.
Owen up to 7th. Giles back to 8th. Your Tanhart, you're up to 10th. Champagne, Jeffries, Vila around again, but with relaxed yellows, that's a single car spin. We stay green, that's Jeffries.
The pack now has been separated. The top say about 15 altogether, but everyone on back, they got the draft.
Yeah, that's on them. We said we're tired of the wrecking. Let's find the finish line. Baker on the outside, he's with Mubbick. DeAngelis on the bottom, he's with Burrows. Who's gonna find victory lane? Just 5 to go from Dega.
Baker's gonna lead, 5 laps left. Mubbick behind him. DeAngelis down low. Front 2 have cleared the bottom line. That's Gary Owen with Dale Tanhart up top.
Dominguez 9th, Barbagallo back to 11th. Baker, your race leader. He's got Mubbick. He's got Owen. He's got Burrows and company all right behind, looking to find a way through. 3 wide, 4 wide, below the yellow line. Looking goes Giles.
A lot of drivers really twitchy in the pack. Now the bottom regaining its momentum. DeAngelis starting to make his way back up towards the top. He's gotten a second, looking for the lead.
DeAngelis downstairs. Burrows sucked in, right with him. 5 to go, 4 to go this time by. This is what it comes down to. Vila looking underneath Tanhart. Tanhart wants to shut the door, can't do it. Vila with the squeeze. Mosteller with the block. Contact. They hold on, cutting back to 1.
Mosteller gets loose, but up top, Baker and Mubbick have the lead side by side for third with DeAngelis and Owen. Owen on the bottom with Burrows trying to get second.
Oh, huge wreck down into 1 and 2. That's Giles around. That's William Schmidt involved. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to overtime. Maybe with 4 to go, it might be an original green-white checkered. Maybe not, where it looks like we're going to overtime.
And up front, Baker has the lead with Mubbick, DeAngelis, Gary Owen, and Daniel Mosteller, and there goes Dale Tanhart.
See ya, hook, line, goodbye. He's going to park it up, and that TikTok stream must be very interesting right now, because that's going to be a heartbreak. He definitely had speed to go to victory lane.
He did. But now you shuffle it all back up again. What line gets the run on the restart this time? Because we've seen the bottom start out and get it before, but the top did too. It's going to, I mean, if you're Baker, you have DeAngelis with you. Your Mubbock, you have Burrows.
Yeah, I mean, you got Frank downstairs with Burrows right here. That's Ford on Ford. 3 Chevrolets up front. And we can kind of understand who wants to go with who before this caution. You know, Frank wants to work with Burrows. You know, Baker wants to work with Mubbock. Gary Owen just wants to find victory lane. He's going to work with whoever he thinks he's going to go there. Let's look behind him. This is where the incident occurred. 3 wide, 4 wide, Barbagallo underneath Tanhart. Joe to the quarter panel. No one's giving room. Laps winding down. Joe finally gives room. Barbagallo still on the hotbed. Gets into Tanhart. And, ooh, this may have actually been lanes. Oh, this may have been netcode. Yeah, it was. Oh. A little bit of netcode.
That's heartbreaking for all these drivers. Armstrong had no luck tonight.
No, not at all.
That's what, 6, 7 cars there?
Corey Giles, strong runner. Zach Todger's got it repaired. But we are going to get ready to try it again as we get ready to go ahead and lock and load. 3 to go. This is it. This is what it comes down to. Either you got it or you don't. We're going to get the 1 to go most likely this time by. We're going to go 1 lap over. Welcome to overtime. How do you play this one out? Well, it's coming down to what you've got. Cootie is back. Never mind. He's on pit road. Burns is on pit road. Schmidt's on pit road. Championship boys, what do you got? Mosteller, Thurston, New Bigging. I guess they're there. Gary Owen.
Mubbock.
You all have to beat the 9 machine.
But Mubbock's going to be restarting on that front row with Burrows right behind him.
He's got to win. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to point out, he's got to win. The 42 has to win because Mosteller is not going to get wrecked at this point.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know that.
I'm just saying.
But look who's in 14th, still in this race. Douglas New Bigging. Somehow, the little engine that's been hit by about 100 different cars, a baseball bat, and a train.
Might as well got hit by a motor.
Is still in this race, P14.
I mean, this is the thing right now. I mean, the odds are not in favor of Mosteller absolutely wrecking. I mean, you could look for maybe the last lap. Like, there's just no way to avoid it, but he has been so precise. I think he's been the most focused this entire race. Here, Mubbock, you have to win because here's another thing. Demos does not have a great reputation with Bristol. Mubbock, love-hate relationship, but can go to victory lane there. Gary Owen, you have to beat the 9 car. Why? Because we have no idea how the 5 is going to run at Bristol.
Well, you have to beat the 9 just to stay alive in this fight because Mosteller has built up such a consistent, strong lead so far that you need to start chipping into that. Time is running out both in this race and the season to be able to make up the time you've lost these first 5, maybe 5.5 now races.
And he's got him against the corner. And he's got the pin in a corner right now. And that's what you got to look at. If he finishes in the top 10 and Mubbock, Gary Owen finish up inside that top 2, you could see it as a win. But at the same time, best case scenario for them is the 9 falls all the way back. Mubbock or Gary Owen win, and now you go into Bristol saying there's a new sheriff in town.
Well, so I'll ask you this. When you look at the first 4 in each of these rows, as it's probably going to line up, who do you take? Do you take Baker, DeAngelis, Owen, and
I don't take Baker at all. I don't trust him.
Or do you take Mubbock, Burrows, Mosteller, and Champagne? I think the top line is
I take Mubbock and Burrows.
Yeah, that top line is a strong line right now.
If I'm a driver, I don't trust Baker. The way he raced on lap 1 is the way he's going to race here. Aggressive, very selfishly, and that's what you have to do. I mean, that's not a bad thing. But the thing is, if you're Frank, you're looking for a win. You came so close before. Lights are off. This is what it's coming down to. I'm telling you right now, the lane that's going to work, in my opinion, I got to agree with you. It's going to be that outside lane. Unless somehow, some way, Baker and DeAngelis hook, line, see ya. They don't look back. Whoever's going to win this race, it all depends on this restart, in my opinion.
Well, and you look at the guys in the front row. So you have Baker, currently 28th in the point standings, next to a guy who's in the championship hunt.
He's got nothing to lose.
You have DeAngelis, who's currently sitting just outside the top 10, with Burrows, who's outside the top 20. And then you got another set of championship contenders behind them, and Gary Owen and Daniel Mosteller. So it's coming down to the line. There's trophy hunters versus points racers, and somebody's trophy hunting could cost somebody's season.
This is going to get tough. It's going to be tough. I can tell the chat's trying to wrap their head around it. What do you do? What do you choose? Right now, when it comes down to skill, I think the outside lane outweighs the inside lane. Here's the thing. You got 2 laps to decide. Enough thinking, and now it's time to start doing. What do you do to find victory lane? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to overtime. Only the second overtime of the year, by the way.
Both super speedways.
Those super speedways.
So they're lined up, they're ready, they're chomping at the bit. Let's set them off.
Over 500 watching live. Bow tie, front row. Ford line up, row 2. The blue ovals have got a dice. Now here's another thing I want to point out before we drop the green flag. Top 2 are going to try to work with each other. Burrows and DeAngelo's going to try to work with each other. This could be a big switch up heading to 1.
It could, or you could have an accordion effect that crashes somebody up top.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the high banks. One more time. 2 laps to decide it. Green flag, white flag, checkered flag. One more time. Green from Dega.
Oh!
He spun out!
He got spun around. Accordion effect takes out the leader. Mubbing the leader on the restart.
He's got him.
Baker is gone in the dust. Now it's Mubick, Burrows, and Mosteller out front. 1, 2, 3.
We stay green. Trouble. New bigging outside wall. They all get collected. We stay green. No one spun out. This is what it's going to come down to.
The 42, the 62, and the 9 up front. 1, 2, 3. Now about the top, say, 7 are single file down the back.
Oh, looking for a way through. This could be the finish. Mubick on the outside, lined up with Burrows. Mosteller on the outside, lined up with Champagne. DeAngelo, Zach Todriff coming to the white flag this time by.
Frank makes the move and nobody goes with him. Now somebody does, but it's ill-timed. Up front, Mubick with the lead over Burrows. They're 3 wide in the back.
Here they come, back to the start-finish line. Sound it off. Salamanca. 1 to go from Talladega.
The moment you make this move is so critical in how you finish in this race. You have Mubick with Burrows right behind him. Mosteller with a bit of a gap now. Thurston looking low, but no one goes with him either.
He's trying to go ahead and make up time. Big wreck in the back. Never mind. Chad Jeffries around. This is going to be the finish. Is it going to be a second win of the season for Braden Mubick? Is it going to be a first win for Anthony Burrows? Hindsight 3 and 4.
Huge gap between second and third. Mosteller with the run with Todriff behind him. They remain single file onto the front stretch. Now Burrows looks low.
Oh, he turned up!
And Mosteller goes to the lead. Daniel Mosteller is going to win at Talladega.
What just happened? Mosteller, first win of the season for the High Banks Talladega. Thurston comes second, Balderas comes third, and this might have just locked in a championship.
Thurston second, and no other championship contenders in the top 9. That's Mubick in 10th.
No way.
What a finish.
I'm shocked.
After hanging out mid-pack all day, Daniel Mosteller takes home the victory.
Are you kidding me? This is the Cinderella season.
I told you, nothing can go wrong for
6
him.
races without a single finish outside the top 10. And now he won. Oh, the points are going to be wild.
The thing about this is, no other driver has even, other than, let's see, New Bigging, Mubick, and I think that's about it. Those are the only drivers that have half the top 10s of Daniel Mosteller. Mr. Popular, probably the most popular guy in the series, gets a win in front of the Talladega crowd.
Unbelievable. Well, that's one way to go to victory lane.
And heading in now to this track he struggles at most,
What is it with the thumbnail drivers going to victory lane?
Both super speedway races.
Oh my. Let's go talk to your race winner. When I saw Mubik turn, you said Mosteller was going to win this race. I got stunned watching. I was like, there is no way that just happened. I said it. I said, no one's wrecking him. Like, there's no way. You're Braden Mubik.
Well,
you have to be.
We got to see after this interview. We got to see the replay.
Oh, we're going to watch it live. Thurston, Valderez, Burrows, Champagne, Daniel Mosteller, welcome to victory lane.
That was not the way I wanted to win, but I won.
We can't hear you at all. You're going to have to go ahead and get close to that microphone.
That's not the way I wanted to win. I really wish I was not talking to you right now.
You still won. Who cares? I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you got it done. Walk me through that run.
I was trying to like back up my run because being in third on the last lap was the spot I wanted to be in. I had Walker coaching me. He was telling me wait till out of four, wait till out of four, wait till out of four, and I waited till out of four. I tried to fake Burrows low, and then I just completely wrecked him. And then I saw Todd with the run, and I tried to block it, and I just completely fenced him. And I mean, it's yeah. I mean, I don't want to win that way, but I mean, I have to do what I got to do to win. I mean, am I just gonna let him pass me around the outside? I mean, I can't do that. I'm a driver. I gotta try and win the race somehow. I mean,
well, obviously, I mean, you went to victory. Why you sound like that? I mean, you just won the race. Who cares? Hey, no, you won that race fair and square. I do not want to hear it. Listen, you could have been the driver in first, second. You could have been heading to the infield care center. Instead, you headed to victory lane. Mubik went around off Burrows, and next thing you know, you're just in the right place at the right time. Hey, Chastain did it.
yeah, I've done a Coda before, and now I've done a Chastain here, so I guess Chastain's an idol to me.
Well, things got interesting.
Yeah, they did. I don't know what to say.
So walk me through it. Did you go ahead and get into Burrows? We're looking at it right now.
I don't know. I just tried to fake him low, and all I saw, I just saw him spinning across my nose. I don't know if I came up into him or if he came down. Or I really don't know what happened. It was all just a blur, and I had Walker in my ear saying, "Block the top, block the top, block the top." I blocked the top, and then he said, "You won, and I had a big lead. Yeah, and congrats to Throttle, super sub, and he's P3, so that's pretty awesome.
I have no idea how he got up to third. I mean, this just been an unbelievable night. We're walking through it. It looked close coming down off corner exit. Todd looked to go ahead and be right with you. Top four getting together. Almost reminds me of what happened in, I think it was what, 05, 06?
Yeah, Vickers.
Brian Vickers.
06.
Yeah.
Brian Vickers with Jimmy Johnson, Dale Earnhardt Jr. at Talladega, running in third, gets into the leaders, wins the race.
I think that's what just happened here. It was almost like you could tell it wasn't intentional. Because
No.
you could tell. Here's the thing. Let's watch back on. I know viewers are going to go ahead and discuss this. I know my driver's already blowing up my phone. You can see it right here. Demos looks out of line. Burrows looks out of line at the same time. You're not lifting at that moment. Mubik went down.
Oh my gosh, that is literally
That is the exact same thing.
That's just different part of the racetrack. Same. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, Todd got wrecked again.
And then he went Ryan Blaney on him.
But nonetheless, I mean, he still went to victory lane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna publicly apologize to Todd. And that's the second time he's been bodied out of like probably a guaranteed win, and on these super speedways, and he's really good at these super speedways, and he considers them his best shot. And I like Todd. He's a really good guy, and I honestly feel terrible. So he has the past, to pay me back later on in the season. Yeah. Oh yeah, speaking of, I completely forgot about this, but I had a good luck charm earlier in the race. I won $5 for leading lap 100. So,
You won $5 for leading lap 100. Who started that one?
Yes, so Tyler said something over iRacing Chen, and
Is that why you guys got so aggressive? I was really curious about that one.
That's the only reason I went to the front.
Well, it worked out in your favor. Congratulations, Demos.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this championship, I don't want to say it's closed out, but he will have to have a horrible, horrendous race 7, maybe a horrible, horrendous race 8, 9, and 10.
And even with that, we'll have to look at what we might be able to pull up the points to see what the gap
Oh, we're
is.
about to. We're going to go ahead and bring it back to us. Well, Jarrett, you're right. You did have him in your fast
Wow,
five.
look at that. Imagine that. I was right.
Nonetheless, I mean, I thought it was a fun race when they dropped the green flag, the checkered flag. It got interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, the points. Let's go over it. I think you already added it up. Consistency is in the house. Let's go ahead and see exactly what's going on here. But hey, listen, stuff happens. It went down, and we're going to go ahead and see exactly what everyone is going to talk about. This overshadows Baker's horrible mistake on the restart, by the way.
Yeah, well, yeah, he pulled, I mean, we've seen that happen in the early 2000s at Talladega, and
Oh, man.
so the maximum points you can gain in one race is 60 points, which means that you have to be to be on the championship hunt, you have to have at least 209 points. So Daniel Mosteller has 268, and 53 points back is Douglas Newbigging in second. 54 back is Muvik. 56 back Thurston, and from there, everyone is a race or more out.
It's going to come down to Bristol. It's going to come down to Bristol. This could be a big wrap-up in the next race. So tune in not next week, tune in 2 weeks to go ahead and see how this goes down. Bristol's going to be the big decider now.
Yeah, it is.
And that's not his best track. That's Douglas Newbigging's best track.
So, I mean, max points can be gained and lost in that race.
It's going to be interesting to see how this goes down. Ladies and gentlemen, we say thank you to everybody that's tuned on in. As we get ready to say goodbye, we thank you all for coming out on the Iceberg's channel. And our Night in America's back. It's back this Friday. The podcast is back tomorrow.
Black Flags Matters channel. Darian, I see you in the chat.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway May 12th through the 13th, calling the ARCA race, calling the Pro Late Model race, calling awesome races there as well. So a lot of great things heading for the next couple weeks into May for both of us. And I hope to see you guys this Friday. I hope to see you all this Wednesday night. I'll be in the chat. I'll be hanging out on Darian's channel. Nonetheless, it has been a fun night. With that being said, we say goodbye, and we'll see you 2 weeks from today.